Those are your cough buttons. Anytime you want to cough or mute. So we're both off right here.
Check, check.
We're both on right now.
Check, check. Can you hear me?
All right.
Can you hear Shannon?
I cannot hear you. No. Talk, Bo, please.
Test 1 2 1 2.
No, I can hear Bo. I cannot hear Bo.
So no morning show. You're gonna go straight into yeah.
No morning show.
You guys need some coffee and bagels?
No.
I just brought it. Group photo?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh. In the middle, Sharon, in the middle. Awesome.
Evan, you got me, Evan. Should I get you guys a radio so you can let Carlos know? You guys are all.
Can you bring me a water?
Yeah. Evan, you got me. I'll get you some water.
Looking at just about 2 minutes to kick off the very first 2015 ISA.
So Shannon, I was telling Simone here that anytime I'm here, I'll do all this. I'll start everything and end everything. So I'll begin. Yeah.
We're excited. We have 18 countries represented today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to La Jolla, San Diego for the 2015 ISA World SUP Surfing Championships presented by the Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. My name is Bo Hodge. Simone Salazar. We'll have Shannon Quirk coming in with a lot of stories today. A lot of history is being created today. The very first ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. Now, in a lot of other countries, here in the United States, in Hawaii, especially in South Africa, some places in Europe and Brazil, adaptive surfing is a big community that does work worldwide. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. Aloha, my name is Bo Hodge, along with Simone Salazar and Shannon Quirk, and welcome to day number 1 of our broadcast. Actually, this is a 4-day event. We started yesterday with a clinic of adaptive surfing, taking some local and some international adaptive challenge athletes into the water. And today is our first day of competition. Friday and Sunday is competition down here at La Jolla Shores. And tomorrow coming up will be a symposium, a talk, an education of how other countries are dealing with adaptive surfing and with the community out here. And we're going to be talking a lot about that in today's broadcast. We're not going to be primarily working on scores, working on advancements. No, we're going to get you behind the scenes. Who is the man in yellow? Who is the man in red? What is their obstacles that maybe they had to overcome to get to today? And by the end of the week, we're going to have world champions crowned in adaptive surfing, and this is a very historic, Simon.
That's true. Welcome, everyone. My name is Simon Salazar. Thank you, Bo. That was a really good explanation that we're going to have here at the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championship in La Jolla. I love this place. This is the perfect place for being the first time a world championship with all the guys around the world charging on the waves. It's amazing. It's unbelievable the way that they surf, the way that they go against their adaptive thing. So just be with us because we are starting the first heat of the day. We're having the first heat.
Yeah, we're going to be starting with our stand division, and in the water in red will be Jade Wheatley from Australia. It'll be Ricardo Myrol from Argentina, and Mike Coots from Kauai will be in the yellow. So Rodrigo in white, Jade in red, and Mike in yellow. Now this format is not your typical WSA or Surfing America or HASA or WSL format where 3-man heat, top 2 advance, 4-man heat, top 2 advance. What we're going to do today is do a very inclusive type format. Let's watch Jade here as he paddles for this first opening wave. And this is La Jolla Shores. This is a beach break. Here we go. This is Mike Coots out of Kauai. And Mike, an amputee, lost his leg in a shark attack at Majors Bay on the west side of Kauai as he was bodyboarding. A tiger shark got him, and Mike has turned his life full circle where now he believes in the protection of sharks.
Oh, that's amazing.
He's a photographer. He is an activist. He is a man we're going to be talking to later today and getting to know about Mike. Mike is an amazing person. Maybe you've seen him on the cover of a lot of the photos from the ISA event. He is on the poster. Has him in Indonesia going backside on the wave. Charging. That is who Mike Kuntz is all about. He's in yellow. So going back to the format of this event, we just wanted to show you some of the surfers that you're seeing. Here we go. Here's Jade out of Australia. Here's White. This is Rodrigo. Let's watch Rodrigo. Backside. You can see he's an amputee with his left leg. And these guys are going to be riding waves, boards, equipment accustomed to them.
Yeah, this guy from in white from Argentina, he's amputee from his left foot. So it's kind of like we have different types of disability of the different surfers. How you can see guys without both legs. So it's like more in the way that they surf, more in the way that they enjoy to be on the ocean. And going back to this guy from Hawaii, it's amazing how a situation that gonna take the guy out of the water. What he did, it was taking more in the water, more in the mood to take care of the sharks, photography, like be more time on the water. So it's unbelievable.
We're going to see individuals who have been inflicted all of their lives. We're going to see individuals who have been inflicted with their disability, just maybe a few years ago. And these guys have taken to the ocean. As surfers, the ocean is therapy.
Yeah, that's true.
Whether being an adaptive surfer or a normal surfer, all of us who love the ocean find the ocean as therapy. And there's one of our competitors from Brazil. You're going to be amazed at what he can do in the water. And we're going to be talking about him later on. So there are so many stories to talk about. But let's talk about the format of this contest.
Yeah.
We're throwing out the basic 4-man heat, top 2 advance.
Okay, so
we are going to keep best 2 waves of your heat, okay? So these guys are competing against each other, but they're mainly competing against themselves. They're trying to do the best that they can. The 3 men in this water, Mike, Jade, Rodrigo, could all advance into the advancing round. Why? Because what we're going to do here, and let's talk about this division, the stand division, as we watch Mike Coots paddle here.
So this is the guy from Hawaii trying to get a wave. He takes off, trying to pump the wave. I like jumping in the water, trying to get its speed. It's kind of hard because right now we are in the higher tide, so it's going to be a little bit better when the tide changes. So just stick with us because we're gonna have a really good surf from the people from all around the world.
We have 9 heats in this stand division, okay?
Yeah.
All these competitors in the stand division, this is our largest division, that's why it's going first. They're going to be surfing twice. They're going to be surfing all 9 heats today, and then they're going to get reseeded into round number 2. And let's watch Mike Coots again on the replay. See him pumping. And now the judges have told me they are going to give scores for attempts.
Okay.
So it's not your usual surfing competition. Since this is a beach break, there are closeout type conditions, and they'll see a lot of people going straight. But if they see a person trying to attack a wave, trying to make a maneuver, and falls off, they're going to give that person
A reward.
a reward for at least attempting maneuvers.
All right. That's awesome because actually for a normal surfer, it's kind of hard to compete in these conditions. Just right now, being like all these people, being all these competitors from all around the world, doing his best, trying their best. It's amazing, and I think it's fair for everyone. I think they should do the same thing for the normal surfing.
Yeah, and so every surfer will have 2 qualifying rounds to surf, like the stand division. This is our biggest division. They'll have 2 qualifying rounds to surf. They'll take the top 16, and they'll make the quarterfinals. The top 8 will advance into a regular format into the semis, and then our final 4. And now, our other divisions also include, and we'll turn our paper here, the upright. These will be more the wave ski, the surf ski, the sit with the paddle type divisions. We'll also have prone. Those will be surfers, our paraplegic, our quadriplegics, who lie down, who lie down on their boards. And we'll also have the assist division, where there'll be surfers with a pusher out in the water.
Okay, yeah, but remember that all the time that they're in the wave, they don't have any assistance.
No. Only assistance maybe to get back out into the surf and assistance to get into the wave. We do have one blind surfer from Chile. He can paddle for himself, but he needs direction. And he'll have someone outside behind him saying, okay, move left, move right. Now you're pointing straight. Here comes a wave. Start paddling now.
Okay.
He will not be pushed, but he'll be kind of coached to let him know a wave is coming.
Okay.
And he'll be positioned in, okay, you're pointing towards the beach. So every type of situation will have a different situation, and those are the things that we are looking at. And currently in this heat, there are 13 minutes. All heats will be 20 minutes in length. Usually in an ISA format, 20, 15-minute heats, a lot of amateur events, a lot of 15-minute heats. This being the first inaugural, we want to give these guys a lot of time to compete. Jade taking a look here, and again, that high tide playing a factor out here.
That's true. It's going to be so hard for the competitors to get on those waves. It's kind of small right now, but I think for the final day, we're going to have a little swell pushing in. So let's hope to get the best surfer from the all surfers around the world. Right now, as you said, only 13 minutes remaining. We have on the lead the guy from Hawaii.
Yeah, Mike Coots. So let's talk about Mike, and let's get you updated on him. Out of Kauai. He's 36 years old from Kilauea. He rides a 6.0, and I believe he brought even a smaller board here. He's been on the cover of ASL magazine. That is Australian Surfing Life magazine. He's competing in the stand division. And here's a quote from Mike Coots.
Okay.
Mike says, "It's worth losing a limb just for that alone, and to help other amputees and kids that are dealing with a limb loss. I feel blessed. If you want to do something, don't worry about what people tell you. If you think you can do it, just go out and do it." And that's a direct quote from the man in yellow, Mike Coots. He was 17 when his infliction happened. He was attacked by a tiger shark,
How old is he
bodyboarding.
now? How old
He's
is he now?
36.
Okay,
So he's lived the majority of his life almost
totally.
without
That's right.
with one leg. So, and especially Mike, he has really accomplished so much. He's an activist. Mike finally realized the loss of his leg, even though his friends and family were concerned about the loss. Mike simply put it to a positive reinforcement. And there we go. We see Jade, and we can see the Aussies are cheering him on, and as Aussies do. And there's
the Hawaiians
Mike.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the guy from Hawaii has been so busy in this heat trying to get the hugest amount of waves that he can. Because remember that as much comfortable you feel, maybe you can improve your surfing. You need to build your heat on this type of conditions. So I think it's more on as many waves that you get, you're gonna be like better and better every time. So as we see here, the guy from Argentina, this guy who has a longboard, a really like different board as the guy from Hawaii. The people ask maybe why. Remember that these competitors doesn't need a standard wave, a standard surfboard. Sorry. So it's up to them the board that they want to use on this type of conditions. They don't. It's not gonna be reflected on their scores. If they have a bigger board or a smaller one, they're just gonna be awarded because of what they did on the waves.
Yeah, as we see Jade here on screen, a 34-year-old out of Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia. Nickname is Red, so thus the red jersey is fitting him well as we see a replay of our Argentinian surfer. But for Jay Wheatley, here's the story behind him. As a youngster living in Townsville, Queensland, a place not known for wave quality, he found a way to get to the water. And Jade would make the journey down to the beach with a board under his arm and paddle out through whatever conditions that were out there, whether it was howling 1 to 2 foot wind slop or if it was a cyclone swell that was brewing up. And for Jade, or for Red, as he's like to be known as, he lost his lower limb below his knee at the age of 19. So again,
Wow.
here's another individual who has lived the majority of his life with one limb. At a time, he also feels like Mike that this is a blessing behind him. And according to Red, he focused in on not to self-destruct, but to do things positive. And the ocean turned out to be his therapy. And you're going to see so much of this in all of our athletes. And he is so excited to be competing down here at the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. He lost his limb in a machine accident that was 15 years ago. So his hobbies are surfing, obviously, music, fitness, and he is sponsored.
No way.
Red has sponsors from Pacific Dream Surfboards and Ascor Corporation. So, a lot of support for Red out there.
That's awesome. And then we have the guy in white, the guy from Argentina, Rodrigo Mairal. He's had a motorcycle accident. That thing doesn't allow him anymore to do other sports like run, play rugby, and then he began to start to move again and start to surf again. So like the surf gave him an opportunity to start to enjoy his life again. So it's kind of like the surfing a therapy for these guys, and they feel way better at the moment that they touch the water, at the moment that they're surfing. And just imagine how they feel right now representing the flag.
Yeah. And you're going to see, we're going to talk to Jesse Ballard from Life Rolls On. We're
Wow.
going to talk to Mark Marble from Access Surf Hawaii. We're going to talk to a lot of adaptive surfing groups here today. And we see Marcus Thompson from New Zealand there.
Wow.
And he is the lone representative of Team New Zealand.
A long flight here.
Yeah, well, these guys, this is a very historic event.
That's true.
And Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA, doing amazing things in the sport of surfing, trying to get surfing included into the Olympic Games. And coming up on Monday, September 28th, the Tokyo Olympics will be announcing their short list of new sports that will be introduced into the 2020 Olympics, and surfing is right now part of that criteria.
Yeah, and the surfing is included as well on the 2019 Pan American Games in Lima, Peru. So for the first time, the surfing is going to be on an Olympic cycle, that it's going to be the Pan American Games. And I'm going to tell you, Bo, that the surfing, it's on the short list. Okay, what it works is on the 2020, they proposed new sports to get into the Olympics. And there are a certain amount of sports, and we get into the short list. One of any of those sports will go to the 2020, but on the 28th of September, they're going to sell like, okay, this is what we have. And at the end of Rio 2016, they're going to decide which sport's going to be on 2020. So it's like work never done.
Yeah.
We need to keep working on this till it's done, till 2020, in order to get the surfings into the Olympics.
Like coming up in Rio for next year, the Olympic year, the Summer Olympic year for 2016, the new sport introduced, golfing.
Wow.
Golfing is coming into the Olympics in Rio. Now, what would be coming into Tokyo? Well, we're going to find out the shortlist coming up on Monday. And Fernando Aguirre will be on our broadcast during the later on today, and he'll talk more about that. But how interesting is this, Simon? I don't know if you know this, but the last time Japan hosted an Olympic sport, it was the Winter Olympics in the mid-90s. Guess what sport they introduced into the Olympics and has revolutionized the Winter Games?
It's snowboard.
Snowboarding. How full circle would that be for Japan to introduce snowboarding and possibly surfing?
Yeah, totally. It's like the snowboard just make a full twist on the Olympic winter sports, because given that youth spirit, given that New Year spirit, that lifestyle that most of the people want to have on the mountains. So right now, it's kind of like we're going to be the snowboarding of the summer games. So just be prepared of this. Just be prepared for this, because we're going to have an awesome sport coming up. That is the surfing. I just feel like so excited about. I can't even imagine how it's going to be to have the surfing in the Olympic Games. I think it's going to be insane. Now we have the wave gardens. Now we have the artificial waves. We are improving that part to make it like to make that artificial wave to don't need that Mother Nature, because sometimes most of the Olympic Games, they're not in a good surf spots, or maybe if the Olympic Games were in Hawaii is not that good all year. So we need that artificial thing in order to manage where we're gonna be.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And as you said, part of being in an Olympic sport, you have to be in your regional area. And the regional area coming up for the United States and the Americas, for North and South America, along with Central America, is the Pan Am Games. And as you said, Lima, Peru is hosting the 2019 Pan Am Games, and surfing has been included into the Pan Am Games coming up in 2019. Time on the clock. We have 4 minutes remaining. Mike Coots in the lead with a two-wave score of a 9.77. Ricardo Mayrol from Argentina with a 4.17 two-wave total, and Jade Wheatley in third with a 3.76. And again, as we told you, it's not top two advance. It's the surfers putting together their best two-wave scores in round one, as you're seeing now, and round two later on this morning, and then they'll graduate the top 16 into the quarters for the stand, and then semis, and then final coming up on Sunday. So we're going to be seeing a lot of surfers, and a lot of surfers today will be surfing twice. All qualifying rounds will be done today. All competitors will be surfing at least once or twice today.
So I'm impressed about this thing. As they evolve of the ISR Surfing Championship, it's going to be like we had at the beginning in 1964 when it was founded the ISA. We had the open division working since then, and then we had in the 2007 we have the first Master Championship, and then 1980 we had the juniors, the first juniors, and then we are keep improving. The ISA has been taking more categories on their main events, and we had in 2013 the Longboard Championship, the World Longboard Championship, and the 2012 the Hainan, China, and now we're having the adaptive surfing. So every time the ISA looking forward and pushing forward in order to get the surfing in the Olympics to taking all the categories together.
Well, the ISA is their mission is to promote surfing globally, to give out scholarships locally to the different regions from around the world, and to educate and to get surfing into the Olympics. So the ISA is doing a lot of things. The ISA has incorporated stand-up surfing.
Yeah.
Stand-up racing, stand-up surfing,
Totally.
SUP. And this year, earlier in May, we were down in Sayulita, Mexico, where the United States won the gold medal. And the team sport, Australia, was dethroned off their crown, but they still took the silver. Hawaii was included in the first time in the SUP ISA World Championships this past year, and New Zealand took the copper. And just a couple of weeks after that, everyone went to Popoyo in Nicaragua for the World Surfing Games, and Costa Rica came out on top. And how exciting was that?
It was unbelievable. For the first time, besides Brazil, we have in a Latin American country as winning of the overall. So it's unbelievable the way that they served. They had a solid team like Lani McGonigal, ripping, Noemar McGonigal, Carlos Munoz, Anthony Fillinging. It was amazing. I mean, that was the dream team of surfing right now. So, and they beat really good names, CJ Hoogboot, Ian Crane. So they were like really solid on that contest. And they are here with just one competitor, but they're still representing the flag and trying to do their best to get one medal for this event.
Yeah, and coming up later this year, we're going to be seeing just a couple of weeks from right now down in Oceanside, the ISA's biggest event, the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. They also have the ISA Bodyboard Championships coming up in December back in Chile. And I believe the ISA World Masters in the Canary Islands coming up in October. So a whole list of different disciplines of surfing you're going to be seeing from the International Surfing Association later this year.
Yeah, totally. It's trying to always keep together all the competitors to try to. At the beginning, I trying to remember at the beginning in Huntington they had together all the categories, right? They were running a huge event, and then later years they just decide to separate all the disciplines on the specific events.
Well, we hear the horn, and right now, if scores have not changed, Mike Coots with a 5.87 and a 3.9, he'll advance out of this heat. And I'm gonna write the scores just eliminated from my screen. So again, 9.77 for Mike Coots, and I wrote it in the wrong spot. So
4.17 for the guy from Argentina, and 3.76 from the guy from Australia. So I think the Hawaiian guy has a really solid score, almost 10 points total between two waves, and we start with the second heat of the day.
And in this second heat, it'll be Jake Matthews from Australia in red, Lucas Galarsi, is that how you say his name?
Lucas Galarse.
Galarse from Chile, he'll be in the white jersey. Eric Wilton from Oahu, from Honolulu, in the yellow jersey, representing Hawaii. And from France, in the black jersey, that'll be Laurent Marouf. So those are your four surfers. Another 20-minute heat. Again, not top two advancing out of this heat. These surfers are going for their best two wave scores, and then they're going to be reseeded coming up in a qualifying round number 2, and they're, again, going for their best two wave scores. And the top 16 out of the stand division will advance into Sunday's quarterfinals, semis, and final. So a little bit of a different format, and we've been doing a lot of talking today, a lot of educating today.
Yeah.
We're going to send Shannon, Simone, and myself out to talk to some of the athletes, to talk to some of the coaches, to talk to some of the supporters, and talk about adaptive surfing and what it's all about and how it's evolved into now an international world championship event.
That's true. Now it's a huge event. We're having 18 countries this time here in La Jolla, and I want to talk to you a little bit about, okay, there is a competition, the scores are dropping on the screen, but we're talking about more about the stories of the athletes, because we want to tell you about who are they. We want to tell you about what's going on with them. I want to tell you what they should do to get here, what happened to them, and the way that they just recover from that and trying to do their best for their countries right now. So I think it's pretty interesting. I recommend to all you guys that are watching to stick together to us all day long, because you're going to know a lot about adaptive surfing and about those competitors.
Now, what you're seeing on screen, you can see Lucas there, who caught the first wave from France, and you see other people in the water.
Check, check, check. A,
You're
B, C,
seeing
D.
also
Can you hear me?
seeing,
Check, check. 1,
water
2, 3, 4,
photographers.
5.
You're also going to
Check,
see
check. Can
water
you hear me?
patrol. You're going to
A,
see
B, C, D,
water
1, 2, 3.
safety. You're going to
Check.
see
1, 2, 3. A, B, C, D.
You're going to
E,
see
F,
these
G.
guys compete
Check.
with
1, 2, 3,
safety
4,
in mind
5.
because of their infliction. Maybe they need to get put back assistance in the water. So extra safety is being taken into
Check,
this
check.
event.
That's true. So we always taking care of our athletes, and I think this is one of the best events of the ISA International Surfing Association, because we are having more human talent in the water. We are having more things going on in the water, not just the competition. As we see here, the guy in blue, the guy from
From France.
sorry, it's sorry, blue, it's black for us. So this is the guy from France, Laurent
Check,
Morov,
check, check.
trying to get a wave.
A, B, C, D.
Then standing on their surfboards, trying to get speed
Check,
to
check.
get
A, B, C, D.
to try to attempt a maneuver. So as remember, as Bo said,
Okay.
this is not as a regular competition. So what is special with this contest, Bo?
What is special? Well, it's very unique. It's the first time that an international adaptive surfing championship has ever been put on. Back in Hawaii, where I'm from, I belong with a group called Access Surf Hawaii. And for 9 years at the Duke's Ocean Fest, we have put on an event, and we see Eric Welton. He is a former amputee winner of the Duke's Ocean Fest down at Queens, the birthplace of surfing, where Duke Kahanamoku made surfing so famous. And so the Duke Foundation, the foundation of Duke Kahanamoku, has created at the end of August, which is Duke's birthday, and this year was his 125th celebration of his birthday.
Wow.
We do sports that Duke did. Now, Duke was not only an Olympic swimmer,
Okay.
a world-famous surfer, but Duke did beach volleyball. Duke did beach ocean swims. Duke and
Was
his
a beach
brothers. Oh, I'm not even done yet. Duke invented surfboard polo, water polo on surfboards, and we
Okay.
have surf polo at the Duke's Ocean Fest. Duke and his brothers were on stand-up boards, on the big Koa boards with outrigger paddles back in the 1920s and the 1930s. Stand-up surfing just wasn't invented by Laird Hamilton and Dave Kalama over on Maui, as we see our surfer in white. This is Lucas out of Chile.
Yeah,
He rode it all the way to the beach.
yeah. So I think this guy just had one of the longest waves of the event right now.
This is our competitor who was blind.
Yeah.
Now, you saw another person in white on the outside. He was his coach. Now, watch, Lucas. This individual is blind. Now, he
He's
doesn't do
trying.
much turn, but he is surfing. He cannot see.
Yeah, that's true. And he's just trying to maintain his balance and trying to feel the water under his surfboard and try to just listen when the wave is coming to see where is the perfect time to jump in and where is the perfect time to catch the wave. So it's amazing what is going on right here. We just saw a guy from Argentina, sorry, the guy from Chile, the guy Lucas Galerce, this guy from Quequén. No, sorry, it's Concon.
Con.
Sorry. Those guys were into a really tough moment the last week when the earthquake just hits Chile and the tsunami just went into their school, through his school, and took it 150 feet uphill. So it's, I can't even describe what I'm feeling right now, but it's unbelievable to have these competitors here representing their flags. It's amazing.
Yeah, and especially what Chile is doing. Here we go. Eric Welton, an engineering student at the University of Hawaii. A very proud surfer, lost his leg in a motorcycle accident, grew up here locally in California, now resides in Hawaii. And Eric not only surfs as an amputee, but comes out and assists and helps teach surfing at Access Surf with other people like himself, amputees and other inflictions, paraplegic, quadriplegic. So Eric is not only a recipient of help with Access Surf, but he is also an educator, a volunteer, an instructor. He gives back, you know. So here's a person that you thought, oh my gosh, he's got a leg, he can't surf. Not only does he surf, he helps teach surfing to kids, to adults, to people around the world. And Eric is a motivator to me. He's a good friend of mine. And when this event was announced, he was jumping for joy.
I know.
He was like, but I'm in school. I'm in engineering school. I'm really serious about my career, but I'm going to make this happen. I tell you what, Simone, let's go to the beach. Let's check out who Shannon has. Shannon, take it away.
Hey guys, thank you so much. We're here with Mike Coots, the winner of the first heat. You are down here in La Jolla.
Yep.
Here at the adaptive contest. How's the vibe down here? It's pretty amazing.
Pretty incredible. I've never experienced anything like this in my life. To see so many amputees together. In Hawaii, we don't have many, and to see all around the world, everybody that loves the ocean, loves surfing with their prosthetic or limb loss, or whatever their they're going on their life. It's really incredible. I mean, just the spirit of the camaraderie. Everybody's pushing for each other. You're in the water. You're looking back and you see all these different flags and the light shining through, and it's just pure joy. Absolutely incredible.
Awesome. Well, coming from Kauai, the Hawaiian team is in full force and
Yep,
full effect.
yep.
What can we expect remaining today?
Yeah, we've got about 5 other surfers on our team surfing today. We're all going to be down here rooting for each other, and I think everybody's going to do really well.
All right, Mike Coots, there you have it. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Congratulations, Mike. And of course, coming from Kauai, probably the most famous adaptive surfer is not Mike Coots from Kauai, but Bethany Hamilton. Of course, everybody knows the story about Bethany, another shark attack victim. But Bethany does not look at herself as a handicapped surfer. She competed recently at Trestles at the WSL WCT Hurley Pro and went through 2 rounds. And Bethany was in last year's Vans Triple Crown in an invitee heat at Pipeline with Stephanie Gilmore, with Carissa Moore, and with Tyler Wright. And Bethany beat the world champion.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable the way that they don't think about. I think that amputee or that maybe problem that they have, it's just a problem for the people that it's watching them. I think that's not a problem for them.
Here we go. There's Loren from France in blue and gaining his position, and we're just going to show you replays. We're not going to be really dissecting and doing a normal webcast of scores and advancement and what does red need and what does blue need to advance and to get here, because there is so much more to talk about here, and we want to talk about who these individuals are and how did they get here and why surfing is so important in their life. You can see on the left screen, there's just under 10 minutes remaining. Eric Wilton from Hawaii is in the lead. Our blind surfer from Chile is in second place. Our French surfer in blue, Laurent, is in third. And Jake Matthews from Australia in red is in fourth place. And there's Jake on the screen right there. And Jake has got a very interesting story. He's 23 years old, out of Sydney, Australia. He has been surfing for 20 years. So all of his life. Jake is in the stand division. And Jake said this: since I never had a foot, I didn't know how to miss it. So Jake, in the red jersey, you'll see, was born with a deformity that left him without a foot. And despite that, Jake grew up as a sports enthusiast, participating in baseball, in football, in swimming, skating, and, of course, surfing. Jake has caught his first wave at Nelson's Bay, and before he even was 2 years old, he never looked back.
Wow.
Living in Newport, close to the beach in Australia, in Sydney, Jake has spent all of his time in the water catching waves all the time. He is absorbed with surfing. He just loves surfing. And, of course, Australia is a surfing-rich country. In the winter, things turn to rugby, playing with his school and local club. Unfortunately, with the lack of a foot, eventually, it would get caught up with him where his fellow compadres and mates, as they would say down there, were getting bigger and bolder, and so he had to turn back to surfing. But that's the story behind Jake Matthews in red.
So they just got touched by the surfing bug.
Yeah.
They just got bitten by the shark. He got bitten by the bug of surfing. And I think most of the people that interacts with the ocean, or surf or swim or fish or whatever takes you in the ocean, they never gonna walk away from the ocean. They always wanna be stick to the water. They always wanna be enjoying what it's the waves. That it's a gift that they just give it to us. That the waves, and we can play with them. And then we have the surf, and now we are competing on this sport that it's amazing. We want to talk about the guy from France that it's on the stand division. He has a leg amputation, and he loves big surfing, and his biggest challenge is to surf Waimea. This guy, it's 51-year-old. He's local of Lacanau, France. He usually surfs longboard, and he's been surfing for 25 years, half of his life. He also boxing and skate. So it's amazing the different sports that they do, the different activities that they do. Actually, I think the guys with an amputee, they are more active as than a normal person. I think they go for all. They go like all of nothing. They go surf and they do their 110%. They go skating, they do the 110%. So I think it's inspiring me actually. It's inspiring me to surf more, to be in the water more time, to be a better person, and to be a better surfer.
Oh yeah, I volunteer with Access Surf Hawaii, a group that has been around for about 9 years now, and to see the joy of someone catching their wave for the first time
Yeah,
with an infliction, whether it's autism, whether they're a paraplegic, a quadriplegic, MS. I mean, we do not discriminate with the infliction that the person may have, the physical challenges, but we take them surfing every first Saturday of the month out at White Plains Beach and
Wow.
on the west side of Hawaii, on Oahu. And every third Wednesday of the month, we take wounded warriors, the military, who are battling their combat wounds. And it is so rewarding to see how healing the ocean is. The Maliola Foundation over in Hawaii takes kids with cystic fibrosis. They found the salt water helps open up their lungs. Kala Alexander, Jamie O'Brien, Sonny Garcia are some of the big name surfers who help support that organization, who specially targets kids and adults with cystic fibrosis and goes around the United States and soon around the world, teaching this surfing is a healing factor.
And how long have you been doing this?
How long have I been a volunteer with
Yeah.
Access Surf? For about 6 years.
Great. And how long has been happening in Hawaii? The
Access
adaptive?
Surfs have been around for about 9 years, coming up on this 10th year.
Great.
And for 9 years, we have had an adaptive surfing championship at the Dukes Ocean Fest every year. And we have more expanded divisions at the Dukes Ocean Fest than the ISA is doing. Why? Well, because we have more types of surfers that compete. The ISA could have done that at this event, but they wanted to focus on the 4 main divisions, which is stand, which is upright, which is sitting, maybe the wave ski or the surf ski you're going to see, the prone, and the assisted prone. So those are the 4 major categories you're going to see today in the ISA World Championships.
Yeah, and I think another way that the ISA see this and have those 4 divisions is to try to involve all the countries, because maybe some of the categories that Hawaii has, they're only in Hawaii, maybe. So, but right now we're seeing the guide in France in blue, but on your screens, sorry, for us it's black.
But in the Dukes Ocean Fest, we
Yeah.
it's not just competitors from Hawaii. We get competitors
Oh.
from around the world. Australia, New Zealand, Japan, they all come to compete at the Dukes Ocean Fest. So it's just not a local event, it's an international event. And the ISA has just taken their event internationally, and we have competitors from 18 countries. We have nearly 80 competitors competing in the 4 divisions out here this weekend.
Wow, a lot of competitors here, a lot of people from all around the world. We are seeing the guy from France just walking by the beach, the flag of Italy and the flag of Chile. We send a huge, our best vibes to all the people in Chile that are going through a really hard moment because of the earthquake and the tsunami wave that hits all the shore. So the best of our wishes for them. But right now they are competing and trying to do their best here in La Jolla Shores. It's on a really sunny day. We are at least on 75, 80 degrees. We're gonna have at noon, and the water it's pretty warm. The people here says this is the they never seen the water this warm before, like in 50 years. Kinda.
Well, welcome to El Nino. The water temperature is about 73, maybe 74 degrees.
He came in with a 4.03. His high score was a 2.3.
Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by the Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. We apologize. We had a power outage. Being a remote location here at La Jolla Shores, technical difficulties incurred here, and everybody lost power. The beach announcing, our lead power source into the webcast. So not only did the production crew had to reboot their computers, but even the judges, even the major staff. I'm Bo Hodge along with Shannon Quirk. Shannon, welcome to the broadcast and welcome to La Jolla Shores.
Good morning. So stoked to be here at the first ever ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championship. This is big. This is huge, not only for the sport, but also for the adaptive community.
Oh yeah, the adaptive community been wanting this event for a long time, and thank you to Fernando Aguirre from the ISA and the whole ISA staff who has put together a team and actually put together a championship. As we see Jimmy Collins from Hawaii and Zach from Team Hawaii, they were out with their free surf earlier. These guys are in the prone division, and they were competing at the Duke's Ocean Fest and are now competing in the local Hawaii Amateur Surf Series back on Oahu. And that's what the ISA is doing with these countries, is not only they're developing an international world championship, but they want the local communities, the local, in Chile, in Colombia, in Brazil, in the United States, in Hawaii, we can have local events, have qualifiers to advance into a world championship event like this.
Very cool. Yeah, we were talking about the Hawaiian team earlier and how much support there has been for adaptive athletes. And 9 years running, there have been contests. So, this isn't the first ever adaptive surfing event. This is something that local communities have been doing, but ISA has had just an incredible amount of support to put the world championship together. And now we have 18 different countries all waving their flags on the beach. The energy is high, and the conditions are getting a little bit better, so we're gonna have a very exciting day. And gosh, I'm just so happy to be here.
It is a first of many things out here. It is a first of, even you were talking to Mike Coots after his heat win, talking about this is the most I've ever seen of amputees around, because usually on Kauai, there's maybe him and maybe another guy, or he comes over to Oahu and you'll see a couple of more amputees or some Wounded Warriors. But to see his face and see the camaraderie that these individuals are getting amongst their own peers is breathtaking.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. And, Mike's one of those guys that if you didn't know that he had a prosthetic, you would never even think that he was an amputee. I mean, the guy is surfing a tiny shortboard. He is getting barreled all over the Hawaiian Islands, and he's stoked to be here. And even in the small conditions, was able to take a shortboard out. So pretty cool to see. These are pretty much the most inspiring surfers you'll ever meet in your life, and what a great way to start the day off with these absolutely incredible athletes just making everyone so stoked on the beach.
Yeah, we're just watching Evan Strong from the United States just finishing up his ride there. And we believe we have a replay. This is Surfer in Red. This is from South Africa. This is JP Valdry, or Vodry, I should say. And JP missing his right leg amputee, but riding this shore break, riding this beach break all the way to the beach. And then after this wave, he starts cheering up the crowd. He gets everybody amped up and getting his support because he is riding a high. And who have you got? You got JP?
Yeah, JP, he was born in Durban, South Africa, and currently residing in East London. He's 39 years old, and his local beach break is Eastern Beach in South Africa, and he's on a Clayton surfboard. The guy's been surfing for 22 years, so this is nothing new to him, but obviously stoking out the crowd. And boy, this is pretty cool to see athletes from South Africa, from Hawaii, from all over the world representing here today, the ISA World Adaptive Championships.
Yeah, JP's from East London. If you're familiar with professional surfing, Greg Emsley, former WCT surfer of the ASP and the WSL, hails from East London, so he's living in the same town. And JP's got a bunch of sponsors: Clayton Surfboards, Quicksilver, Von Zipper sunglasses, Hurricane, Rockstar Energy. Even adaptive surfers can get sponsors and get surf trips and live the dream just like a normal surfer.
Oh, sure. And, you know, the support from their country is phenomenal as well. Like, even the city of San Diego down here supporting. Thank you so much to everyone on the tourism board in San Diego for supporting the ISA World Games here today. And like you said, you know, these are such inspiring stories. People want to know what's going on, even if they don't surf. And I think that's one of the best parts about this adaptive surfing championship is there's interest around the globe about who these people are, how they're overcoming challenges, and it's phenomenal that surfing is the sport that's helping them through whatever it is they're dealing with to actually overcome and then just be proactive about, you know, chasing bigger waves or, you know, getting the next maneuver, finding equipment that works better and suits them. And in surfing, you know, everyone's so different. Everyone's body types are different. We're all, you know, just unique individuals. And these are just the most inspiring surfers you will ever see.
Well, let's get you updated. When we lost power, we were finishing up heat number 2. The results of heat number 2 came out with Hawaii again taking first place, Eric Welton with a 6.94 score. Second place went to Lucas out of Chile, our blind surfer, our lone blind surfer in this competition in the stand division with a 4.03 two-wave count. Third place in that heat went to our Australian surfer, Jake Matthews, with a 3.9, and our French surfer, Laurent Marouf, was in fourth place with a 3.67. So those are the results. Remember, top 2 do not advance. Top scores will be advancing. Top scores from the combination of qualifying round 1 and qualifying round number 2. They'll keep their best 2 waves. So they're going to be counting actually 4 waves for their criteria, but their best 2. If you're familiar with the Eddie Aikau, the Quicksilver, the big wave invitational that happens when the surf is 20 feet in Hawaii, this is a similar format where the surfers at the Eddy will go out for 2 sessions, a morning session and an afternoon session. They're allowed to catch 4 waves in each session, and so that's 8 waves maximum they can catch, but they're counted on their 4 best waves. Well, the ISA is adapting this competition similar to an Eddy format, where these guys in the stand, in the upright, in the prone, in the assisted division will also be surfing in 2 qualifying rounds. They'll be able to keep their scores from qualifying round 1 and 2, and out of their 4 best scores of those rounds, they'll keep their best 2, and then like in the stand division as we're watching now, we'll take 30 odd surfers and dwindle it to 16, and come Sunday we'll have quarterfinals, semis, and final. So an adaptive World Surfing Championship, an adaptive way of scoring, an adaptive way of advancing.
Right, and that was my first question: is how are the judges going to score when all of the athletes, you know, are running very different equipment? And you know, the answer from head judge, it's all about commitment and the degree of difficulty on that wave. So it's a basic level of judging where you see, and also with La Jolla being a little bit smaller today, no problem for this, guys. Blue is taking it all the way to the sand.
Well, this is our first local competitor. This is Evan Strong from California. Evan, formerly a Hawaii resident, loved surfing, loved skateboarding, has been sponsored at the age of 13 in skateboarding, and was on to a professional career. And just 10 days before his 18th birthday, Evan was struck by a drunk driver riding a motorcycle. As Evan got to his mobility back, he wanted to do everything and anything, including snowboarding, skateboarding, and surfing. He moved to Lake Tahoe in October of 2007, worked at North Star, very famous resort on the north side of Tahoe, and learned how to snowboard. And since then, Evan has earned the title of the sports of adaptive board crossing, including X Game gold medal, a world championship title in snowboarding, 2-time world overall titles, and 11 World Cup titles. He is an amazing athlete. He has led the Paralympic gold medal team in the 2014 Sochi Games. And off the slopes, Evan stays active in skateboarding, surfing, of course. He's a mountain biker, a rock climber. And with his wife, they live in Nevada City, California, and they own their very own organic vegetarian restaurant called The Fix. The Fix for foodies.
Wow, what an incredible guy. A gold medal from the Olympics and
Paralympics.
correct, Paralympics and
A world
an
champion.
X Games gold
Yeah.
medal. That's a snowboarder's dream. I mean, this guy is such an inspiration. North Star breeds amazing snowboarders as well, but that is, some dedication to make it all the way to X Games gold and to Sochi. Wow, it's just phenomenal. And snowboarding and surfing can lend themselves hand in hand, but if anything, it's really empowering. But border cross is not just snowboarding. Border cross is really battling it out between the other competitors with your elbows, and
Yeah.
it's pretty serious stuff. So yeah,
Kind of like roller derby or NASCAR on the
Sure,
snow, isn't it?
sure.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the type of person Evan is. He was on his way, as we said, to be a professional skateboarder. Here we go. This is our surfer in yellow, and this is our Switzerland surfer, Sean. And Sean just kicked out on his last wave, and Sean is along with a teammate, Scotty Trendler. And let's get some information about Sean.
Yeah, Sean's 31. He is born in Basel, Switzerland, and is currently residing in Boca Raton. He's an amputee just below the knee, and he's been surfing for about 4 years. He is sponsored by Freedom Innovations, and he loves living on the edge. So
Yeah.
sounds like that's something all these guys have in common.
Yeah. And very excited, these guys at the opening ceremonies yesterday, Sean and Scotty representing Switzerland. And you'll see a lot of one-member teams out here. Costa Rica has only one member. Some of these other countries only sending one athlete to compete here. And a different format adapting from all the other ISA World Championship events. No team total will be giving out at this event. Just individual gold, silver, bronze, and copper medals will be given out. So we will declare world champions, but we will not have a world championship team at this event. Why? Well, the ISA was actually overwhelmed by the interest of this event. They were consumed by the entries, and they had so many people enter from like the United States, from Hawaii, that they decided it wouldn't be fair to put up Chile versus the United States, where the United States has 18 athletes in this competition. Hawaii has 10. France has a full team. We only have 3 countries represented with full teams. And so the ISA has decided, you know what? We're going to throw away the team competition this year. We're going to keep it an individual, and we're going to adapt. And how's that sound? That sounds really cool.
Awesome. And I think Simone is down on the beach. Simone, what are you up to?
Okay, hello everyone. I'm here at the beach with this guy from Chile. Quiero que me digas tu nombre completo y de dónde vienes.
Bueno, hola, yo soy Lucas Retamales, tengo 15 años y vengo de Chile.
Okay. Thank you very much. He's from Chile. He is only 15 years old, so he's a really young competitor here representing Chile. I want you to tell us, how do you feel down in the water? Quiero que nos cuentes un poco de cómo te sentiste estando en el agua.
Bueno, yo en el agua me sentí un poco tenso por el estar en la competencia haciendo así las cosas casi que corriendo por el tiempo, pero yo, aunque estuve con dolor de los brazos, di lo mejor posible.
Okay, so he just said he was a little bit nervous about being here because they were a little bit hurry to come here and compete to your country. He says that his shoulder was hurting a little bit because with all the paddle. And I want you to tell me a little bit of how is the surfing back at home. Quiero que me cuentes un poco de cómo es el surfing en Chile o donde tú surfeas.
Bueno, en la playa La Boca, que queda en Concón, que es parte de Viña, allá en Chile, la playa es muy parecida a esta.
Wow. Sorry?
La ola es un poco más fuerte, más potente que acá, pero y aparte que el agua es más calentita, hay veces que cuesta entrar, pero la ola, en esa ola lo hago súper bien y en cualquier ola que me toque lo voy a seguir haciendo igual que siempre.
Wow. Okay, he surfs always in La Boca down in Chile. So he said that here the waves are a little bit like not that strong that he used to it, and he says it's a little bit harder to get into the local spot. So he's kind of stoked to be here because the water is a little bit warmer, and he just said like, hey, be careful because I don't care the wave. I just came here to surf and represent my country. Do you want to say something back home? Do you want to say hi to someone back home? ¿Te quieres mandar saludos a alguien allá en Chile?
Bueno, yo le quiero mandar un saludo a toda mi familia por todo el apoyo que hicieron y que sepan que voy a dar lo mejor por representar bien a Chile y que estén tranquilos nomás porque que cuando lleguemos nos vamos a reencontrar y también un saludo a mi auspiciador de Maui que es Mike Stewart.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. He just said back at home and just cool down because he came here to do his best and try to represent Chile of the best way. And thank you so much. This is the guy from Chile. It's amazing. Back to you guys in the booth. Phew.
Thanks a lot, Simone. And what an inspiring story of this individual. Overcoming his loss of sight, taking water sports as an outlet, and competing at the very first International Surfing Association World Championships of Adapting Surfing, and coming in second in his first heat.
Lucas is so incredible. He said that surfing has changed his life and given him freedom from feeling the speed on the wave. So, you know, he was talking about the wave he surfs all the time. La Boca is a little bit stronger than La Jolla, but it's really connecting him to the ocean that makes him be a better person. And that's why he's out here loving the sport. And it's obviously changed his life. You know, he's only been surfing for 2 years, but at 15 years old, I mean,
he's got the rest of his life ahead of him.
yeah, and what a great support system already, you know. And just speaking of the Chilean team, we were talking to them earlier. I'm sure everyone has, by this point, heard about the earthquake down in Chile that took out a ton of coastal communities, and they actually had a tsunami with the Federation of Chilean Surf Club that not only destroyed their clubhouse, but all their boards. The poor guys, like the second story, I guess, came crushing the first, and they lost all their equipment. Chile needs your support, and it's really cool to have them down here today. We're so just grateful that they're all okay and out here cheering on their Chilean team.
There's Evan Strong finishing up his wave as we wind down this heat. 38 seconds remaining in heat number 3. We'd like to thank some of our sponsors for making the ISA World Championship. Our supporting sponsors, Denton, Endotech Design, Northern Trust, Natural High, Oliver McMillan. Our media partners including Surfline, Surfos a magazine, and Passion Extrema. This is the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships being presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the city of San Diego. Seeing a few repeats, and we're winding down the final seconds here in heat number 3. And look at that. And there's Sean from Switzerland going full circle there.
Well, most people with 2 legs can't do that, so we're just going to have our minds blown today here at the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championship at La Jolla Shores in beautiful San Diego.
JP in red there from South Africa leading in this heat with a 4.2 two-wave score. Evan Strong from California in second place right now, representing the United States. Currently in second place he has, JP from South Africa has a 9.47. Evan Strong a 5.27. Sean right now a 4.34. And for Paulo, he has a 2.43. So again, we're not counting top 2. We're not counting advancing surfers out of these rounds. We're counting their best scores out of qualifying round 1 and qualifying round number 2. So we just started heat number 4. And let's introduce our surfers in this heat. We're going to have Anthony Smith from South Africa in red. Enrique Saravia from Brazil in white. Scotty Tendler from Switzerland in yellow. And from Brazil, Alencio Silva Neto will be in the blue jersey. So 2 Brazilian surfers, one from South Africa and one from Switzerland.
And a little Olympic update for everyone at home. Surfing has officially been included in the 2019 Pan American Games in Lima, which is massive. It's going to be in Peru 2019. But surfing has also been selected for the shortlist for the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. So that shortlist it's 8 sports that have been first cut to be considered for Olympic inclusion. ISA is making this happen. Thank you so much to the ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, who has made this happen. I can't even imagine what it would be like to have all that support, but something like a Paralympics of surfing, how cool would that be to have be an Olympic sport? So everyone down here today is stoked to make that happen and really rally to get into Tokyo 2020.
Well, right now, coming up next year, the next Summer Olympics is in Rio, Brazil. Why isn't surfing there? Well, they didn't make the criteria for the 2016. Guess what sport got into the Rio Games? Golfing. Like, these professionals need another event to make another $1 million. So Tokyo is now the next Olympic summer sport coming up in 2020. And right now, as you just said, Pan American Games in Lima, Peru will be coming up in 2019. Coming up on Monday, the announcement of the short list of competition. And guess what surfing is up against? And I'm kidding you not, and I'm not pulling your leg. Tug of war, sumo wrestling. There is skateboarding has also been mentioned. Baseball and softball are trying to get back into the Summer Olympics. So that's who surfing is up against. And if and when surfing becomes an Olympic sport, it'll be surfing and SUP racing, the stand-up racing, the Kai Linney's, the Connor Baxter's, the CJ Steinfast, the Jamie Mitchells, the Danny Chings of the world, And not only does the sport of surfing and supping, but also the Olympic sport. And that's why Fernando Aguirre and the ISA is putting on this event, because if surfing gets in, they have to have a Paralympic sister and brother compete in the event the year after.
And here we're seeing a replay from Alcino Neto from Brazil, coming in hot with a nice right here at La Jolla Shores. He's looking like he's having a good time. And, I totally agree with you. Surfing teaches important life lessons. It's all about perseverance, patience, sacrifice, and the values of the Olympics are just parallel to this, about excellence, fair play, and respect. And all of those things are embedded in surfing's culture. These are the values and attributes which make surfing a true sport. So for all and that ideal young people to grow and develop with the Olympic spirit is pretty awesome. And Fernando has said, if you grab all the sports in the world and you say you want the ultimate sport for youth demographics and an impactful society, there's an environmental side, humanitarian side, a social side, and it would just be absolutely incredible if you look at the agenda for 2020 and include surfing as the next sport. So all good things to happen. And here you see Surfing America's coach coming down with the flag, cheering on their crew. And just what an incredible guy that I got to get his autograph later.
Oh, yeah, he's a busy guy. He's also getting the USA Surfing America team ready for the ISA World Juniors coming up in about 3 weeks at Oceanside.
That's right. Coming up in October, we have the World Juniors sponsored by Vissla in you're not going to want to miss that at Oceanside Pier, just a few weeks away. So you'll see a lot of Groms prepping for that, and be sure to watch the webcast. But today we have the first day of, it's actually the second day after we're in the qualifying rounds right now, ISA World's Adaptive Surfing Championships, and there are 2 rounds. We're looking for best 2 waves, no losers, as you see the replay of Anthony Smith.
I'll tell you what, Anthony has been the most impressive surfer, and the surfer doing the most maneuvers on the waves. He's already registered an 8, a 4, and that last wave, a 6.5. He has surpassed any of our first 4 round of surfers. Here's Alencio out of Brazil, up and down on his wave. We've yet to see a ride from our surfer in yellow, Scotty, and Enrique in white opened up with a 1.5. Time remaining in this heat, 14 minutes, 28 seconds. Format remains pretty much the same in each heat. There'll be a 20-minute heat, Surfers are allowed to execute as many maneuvers as they can. And let's watch Anthony here, using his rail, using that board up and down. And a lot of these surfers, no leashes today because of the beach break situation.
Here you have a replay of Alcino Jose da Silva Neto. Just had a not the best wave score. That probably won't count into his top 2, but staying active, staying busy. Neto is an amputee. He's from Brazil, but he currently lives here in San Diego, so I'm sure he's down at La Jolla Shores a ton. Again, staying active as he catches the next left all the way to the sand.
And even though this is the stand division, he's a double amputee, or a single amputee, excuse me. You're going to see double amputees and single amputees competing in the stand division, whether, as they would say, on their stumps or on one leg with a prosthetic leg to help support. And you see here, Renato, he doesn't have the chance to have a prosthetic leg for him. So he gets around by hopping around and by his crutches.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. Alcino Neto, he's, guess where his favorite surf breaks are?
Let's see. Is it here locally where he lives, or is it back home?
Padang, Padang.
Oh, wow. It's internationally.
Cloud break.
Cloud break. Wow. So that shows you the drive that this individual has, not only to go at his local break, but to go on surf trips just like your average surfer.
Pretty phenomenal what these guys can do, and obviously not letting their disabilities affect the way that they have fun. And these are professional athletes. They're training really hard, especially for this event. It's such a big deal to have the first ever Adaptive Surfing World Championships sponsored by ISA. Thank you so much to everyone who is supporting. You're more than welcome, if you're local in San Diego, to come down and watch at La Jolla Shores, and keep watching the webcast as we have more inspiring surfers throughout the day. And Sunday is going to be our final day of competition. You won't want to miss that.
Yeah, we'd like to thank our major sponsors, including the Challenge Athletes Foundation and CAF. Not only gave scholarships and fun sponsorship for a lot of these surfers traveling internationally and for their entry fee. Bob Hurley and the Hurley crew, just coming off an amazing event at Lower Trestles, now sponsoring this event here, Stance, and the city of San Diego. Also, we'd like to thank some of our supporting sponsors, including the San Diego Tourism Authority, Autobach, San Diego 2024, Wahoo's, Freedom Innovation, Suja, and the Rancho Valencia Resort and Spa. And our media partners also include Surfers Village and Granddad Zero. And also, you can get involved in the social media campaign. You can find us on Facebook.com / International Surfing Association spelled out. You can find us on Twitter and Instagram at ISA Surfing, and hashtag us with those and with the ISA World Championships.
Yep, and ISA's overall mission, the ultimate goal, is to develop surfing globally. And how do we do that? Crowning world champions, advocating for surfing's inclusion in the Olympics. There's a membership. So currently there's 96 member federations.
97.
97.
One just got awarded this week in Northern Europe, I believe. We've already had Denmark, Norway. It's escaping me right now, but I just want to
somewhere cold where I don't want to go.
Yeah, but Fernando's goal is to get 100 surfing nations. So continue.
That's awesome. There's also educational programs. So there's surf and SUP instructor courses, scholarship programs, as we mentioned, and that's probably the coolest part is if you're a hardcore surfer, you love competition, you want to compete, but maybe don't have the funds or the support, ISA can help you. You can go to the ISA website and check out what they have to offer. We have award yearly scholarships to under 18-year-old surfers, and there's just so many different certification programs you can also sign up for if you want to be a judge or volunteer down here at Adaptive Surfing. There's tons of stuff that ISA is able to offer, so they're just doing something absolutely incredible for the sport. And like you see here today, what an inspiring way to kick off the Adaptive Surfing Championship.
And Shannon, a lot of our ISA sponsored surfers are competing in this event. So the ISA not only giving back to surfing, helping individuals to achieve their goals, but also helping them to come out here with CAF and their grants to the individuals to travel internationally. And just imagine, you and I going on a surf trip. We got to pack board bags and suitcases and all of our paraphernalia. Imagine an adaptive surfer who has to go wheelchair accessory, not only on the airplane, but on rental cars, and wheelchair accessory or adaptive equipment in their hotel room or lodging, and traveling with board bags, with equipment. I mean, it's an amazing that these guys are here today at La Jolla Shores.
Oh yeah, and you can see from just their bios, and these guys are traveling all over the world to get good waves, and I'm excited for the tide to change a little bit so they can show you their stuff, but again, from Brazil, Neto having a ball, all smiles. That's what it's all about. I think the judges should award more points for smiles.
That backhand snap that he did earlier was amazing, and then he was trying to do the headstand, so kind of a Buffalo Kealana Makaha Invitational type event where Buff's Big Board Classic where we do tricks. Let's watch. This is Anthony Smith on his last wave, an 8.77, and I love the aggression and the speed and the power and the flow that Anthony is giving there. He's got two waves in the 8-point range, 8.77 and an 8, a throwaway of a 6.5, and here we go, Alencio.
There you saw the headstand and 1 foot up in the air, getting the crowd rallying around him and just having a good time down there. And as you said, the backhand snap was pretty sick. So we'll see as the score comes in for Neto's wave. But still, Anthony Smith in first with an 8.77 and an 8. There's some big scores today, huh?
Yeah, well, these guys are really doing it well. And I think let's watch Alencio here. Again, his wave count starting to chalk up here. He's on his forehand side, and you see how he leans in. And even though he does have one good leg, this is his surfing style. This is what he's developed. Everybody is different. Everybody has their technique.
Yeah, it's really amazing. And, the goal for everyone out there is just to commit, and that degree of difficulty is going to give them more points from the judges. But all about the Aloha spirit. ISA is about the love for surfing, and it's really not about who wins and who loses. It's about the development of the sport and the overall inclusion of its athletes. So just what a better way than to bring people from all over the world. And here you are seeing Silvio Neto from Brazil with his last ride.
Yeah, he taps the whitewater once there, finishes up on the inside. Of course, his last wave score, 6.57. That was the one that he did the headstand at the end. And a 3.57 has put him back in the ball game. And you know what? He is currently in second place overall, not only in this heat, but overall, he has cracked the double-digit range at a 10.142 wave total, and Anthony Smith is just on fire. He's got a couple of 8 rides at an 8 and an 8.77. So we're seeing some of the best surfing, not only in this heat, but in all of the competition, and we're so far only in our first 4 heats. There are a total of 9 heats in this round.
Very cool. Yeah, and, Brazil has a massive team coming here to La Jolla to represent, pretty awesome. They have, let's see, 8 competitors. So, and I'm sure you are all looking for Davi Teixeira, who is a phenomenal little 10-year-old Grom, and he's been all over Webcast from Hurley Pro to, to a lot of the WCT events. He's just gaining a lot of respect across the industry for his courage, and the whole Brazilian team out there rooting on Neto right now as he takes this nice ride. It looks like a fun wave as he to the sand.
So Neto, he's comboed out of first, but again, a very impressive 6.57 and a 3.57. And he's cutting, paddling back out. Neto's already caught 8 waves in this 20-minute heat. So 5 minutes remaining in this heat, the ISA World Championship, and we got another Brazilian in this heat, Enrique.
Yes, Enrique from Brazil, Saraiva. Enrique is 36 years old. He's from Horizonte, but he actually currently resides in Rio de Janeiro. He's been surfing for 15 years, and he is on a knee board. Is also sponsored by the the Challenge Athletes Foundation and Adapt Surf. Loves surfing, and he has done a presentation of adaptive surfing at the WCT in Rio, which is at Baja de Tijuca, right before the final. So pretty cool. They had a big adaptive surfing clinic going down in front of the live webcast. So just pretty awesome to see the support across the industry. But today is the big day, the first ever adaptive world championships here in La Jolla Shores, beautiful, sunny San Diego.
There's our lone competitor from Italy getting ready for his next heat. And Enrique talks about how Adapt Surf has really changed his life. You know, Adapt Surf is kind of the sister adaptive surfing program like Access Surf in Hawaii, like Life Rows On here in California. And for Enrique, the ocean is his healing power. And he was inflicted by a gunshot wound back in 1997, an accident of a robbery leaving 18-year-old Enrique at the time unable to walk. He's an avid athlete. He lives his life through sports. Enrique no longer finds himself being held back by anything. He plays tennis. He goes sailing. He plays soccer. And, of course, he goes surfing. Enrique eventually graduated from the wheelchair to crutches, and now in the meantime has discovered surfing, and the opportunity came to him when he got into the water with Adapt Surf back in 2007, and he's into promoting surfing and the beach accessibility with the kind of things that Adapt Surf does down in Brazil.
And here you have the replay of Scotty Trinler. He is representing Switzerland. He was actually born in the U.S. but resides in St. Petersburg, 38 years old, and he is just loving anything from Inspired Surfboard. So probably down there on, let's see, he's not sure how big his board is today, but for the smaller conditions, I'm sure he's adapted quite a bit. He's also a big wakeboarder, snowboarder. He loves volleyball. Guy just seems really active, and he was also a free surfer for a while in Costa Rica, so not a bad place to free surf for 8 years. I'm jealous.
And we're going to be talking about these individuals and their accomplishments and their infliction, whatever it may be, whether it was accidental or they were born with their infliction, because their stories are so inspiring. And we don't want to get into the nuts and bolts of the 5.4 and the 877 and the combination situations you're seeing on the screen, because there's so much more to talk about. The celebration of the gathering of all these athletes is a first time in history, and thank you to Fernando Aguirre from the ISA and the whole ISA staff putting on the very first ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships here on La Jolla Shores. And everybody has made the trek here, and as you said, today is day number 2 of the actual gathering, but today is actually event day number 1 of competition, because yesterday was a surf clinic taking individuals with afflictions and disabilities out surfing yesterday, and it was led by the Hawaii group known as Access Surf. And I was in the water all day yesterday taking multiple people out surfing and met some amazing people out in the water and changing lives and introducing surfing into their lives, and it was so rewarding.
As you saw, Scotty trying to get another score on the board. He needs a 9.67, so Scotty's really going to have to find something, and hopefully the ocean cooperates with him as he is in 4th place, needing a 9.67. We just saw Anthony Smith as well, who up and riding right here. Anthony is 45 years old. His favorite surf break is J-Bay. Pretty heavy spot, coming from Durban, South Africa. They are, they're a strong bunch,
Well, I've been to Durban. I worked at the old Gunston 500, their big surfing long-running event, and Sean Thompson came out of Durban. Martin Potter came out of Durban. A lot of famous surfers coming out of Durban, and Anthony now resides down in Cape Town area, and of course, Jeffreys Bay, one of the most historic spots around the world. And Anthony proving to us one of the most talented surfers we've seen so far.
Yeah, wow, what an incredible story. Anthony has paralysis in his right arm, but obviously adapting to make sure he can still get up on the board, and pretty awesome to see this guy. He's also a diver and just loves adventure, so pretty awesome to see Anthony Smith down here representing for South Africa as this heat has come to a close.
Yeah, so it was dominated by Anthony Smith, a two-wave total of 16.77. But I'm really impressed by our Brazilian surfer, Alencio Neto, coming in second place. In third place was Sarvina, and Trindler was in fourth place. Unofficial results here. We're going to move on into heat number 5. And you are watching the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the city of San Diego. We are also being supported by Denton's, Endotech Design, Northern Trust, Natural High, Oliver McMillan. Our media partners also include Surfline for their great forecasting, Surfos Magazine, and Passion Extrema. Let's go down to the beach and check out Simone. Simone, who do you have?
Hello, everyone. I'm here at the beach once again, but right now, coach Brazilian team. Hey, nice. I'm glad to have you here. I want to know your name and where you come from. Me gustaría, okay, tu nombre y dónde vienes.
Hola, mi nombre es Andrés Valdés y vengo de Chile y soy entrenador de Lucas Retamales, surfista no vidente.
Okay, great. I wanted to know, so I want you to all of us, how was the training that you had? How was all the preparation in order to get here to La Jolla?
Fue demasiadamente excelente. Lucas, entrenábamos los 6 días de la semana, le dejábamos un día para que descansara la musculatura y en verdad la ola en mi país, en Chile, es demasiado fuerte. Tiene mucha fuerza y acá es súper despacio la ola, entonces está en su salsa, como decimos los chilenos.
Okay, so they had a really hard training. They were training 6 days a week, just letting him one day to rest all their muscles in order to training a lot. And he's saying the same thing as Luca. This wave is kind of like weak, so they're more used to bigger waves and stronger waves, so he's pretty comfortable with surfing this type of conditions. I want you to tell us as well, how was all the through this World Cup, this World Championship? Me gustaría que me contaras cómo fue todo para poder llegar aquí.
Bueno, fue una lucha difícil contra los sponsors, porque en Chile estamos en pañales, estamos recién empollando el huevo para que el pollo salga. Entonces, y la inclusión acá es demasiado hermosa, todo es muy inclusivo para las personas que tienen discapacidades diferentes. Y entonces, en Chile nos costó demasiado que pudieran creer en el Lucas, que pudieran creer en el Elías, que creyeran en nosotros, en que veníamos realmente al Campeonato Mundial de Surf Adaptado. Entonces fue una lucha grande, pero sin tener sponsor, sin tener los pasajes, sin tener plata, sin tener visa, sin tener pasaporte, sin tener ni documentos, empezamos a entrenar igual, con la fe. Entonces es una lucha grande y más encima de que después hay un terremoto y viene el tsunami y nos destruye nuestra escuela de surf, ya fue como, oh, vamos a representar con más ganas a Chile en el Mundial de Surf.
Okay, well, he said he was kind of hard to get here because at the beginning of everything, of all this idea, it was hard to get the money, it was hard to get all the sponsors together to make it happen, to come here and represent Chile flag, and they went through a really bad thing the last week. We sent our best vibes to all Chile. It was the earthquake and mega tsunami wave. So appreciated to have you here. And you want to say something else? You want to say hi to someone back at home? ¿Le quieres mandar saludos a alguien a casa?
Sí, saludo a la Clínica Ciudad del Mar, a todos los que me conocen, al Viña Surfing Club, a la Federación de Chile, a la ilustre Municipalidad de Viña del Mar y a todas las personas que realmente nos apoyaron, y si es que se me queda alguna marca por ahí, que en verdad igual feliz, y en verdad estoy súper agradecido, y Lucas salió segundo en su hit.
Okay. Awesome. We're stoked to have you here. Thank you so much. And we're going to see more of the Chilean team in the water. And back to you in the booth.
Wow, what an inspirational story. You know, even Chile had an earthquake today of a 5.6. They're still receiving aftershocks over that, what is it, 8.3, 7.9 first registered of that earthquake last week, and they're still feeling repercussions. They've had aftershocks in the 6 range, which is a major earthquake in some countries, and those were aftershocks in Chile. This one big one, the 8.3, I mean, the earthquake was destructive, but the tsunami was even more destructive.
Well, and the aftershocks can be even worse because once the buildings are unsettled, everything comes crumbling down. I believe they had 3 aftershocks at 6.0.
Yeah.
And then with another 5.6 you're reading today, boy, I mean, talk about the fault line. That is, you know, California's due for one too. But, I mean, like he was saying, they lost all of their gear, all their equipment. The fact that they're even here is phenomenal. So, definitely, you know, prayers going out to Chile and everyone back there.
Here's a replay up and down by Sean Whitaker in blue. And here's another replay of our lone Italian surfer, Fabrizio.
Yeah, Fabrizio. Pretty cool to come down here. He's a bilateral amputee on his right leg and born in Genova, but he resides in Varazzi. Excuse me if my pronunciation is off on that one. 33 years old. He also loves surfing Padang. Padang. Pretty awesome. I mean, Padang's a serious wave. These guys are charging. So, and yeah, I mean, you're talking shallow reef, and you can't mess around out there.
Well, he's dedicated. He's been surfing for 20 years. You know, he takes surfing as serious as you and I do, Shannon.
Oh, for sure. He's also a 4th Italian junior champion, sponsored by Protest and Superbrand. As we see up and riding Andre from Brazil, taking this right as he is gonna just all smiles. You know, that's what the best part about ISA is, all the smiles, all the love down here on the beach. Rob Machado's on the beach, Simone's on the beach. Everyone's having a good time. It's all about the love. Bring your fam, bring the kids. This is the most inspiring day of surfing you will ever see. Turn that webcast on, and you know the greatest part is that we're opening doors for not only the surf industry but the whole adaptive community. This is inspiring stuff. You know, I mean, what Mike Coots is doing around the world, you know, getting a little bit more recognition and just known as someone that's not only, you know, he's lost his leg as a shark survivor, he is going out of his way to make sure sharks are protected. I mean, these are just film-worthy stories, each and every one of them.
Oh, they're inspiring. And Eric Welton from Team Hawaii yesterday was approached by a prosthetic leg company and now being sponsored with a prosthetic leg, and it just happened yesterday on the beach. He didn't go to these guys. These guys came to him and this company, and he was just saying he was just overwhelmed. There's a documentary that I think Loyola Marymount students are filming on him out here at this competition, and there's so many stories behind the scenes. There's a couple of USA, Team Hawaii guys, Team New Zealand. There's Rich Julian in the middle, and Team USA on the left, and there's Marcus from Team New Zealand enjoying, and we're going to be seeing a lot of those guys in the upright
They're more than prepared, so you know, really inspiring to see, and I think they're going to lead the charge to kind of show the other teams, especially the smaller teams, maybe what the potential is, because for sure there are so many countries out there that have adaptive athletes and maybe just haven't had the support or really the opportunity to even compete, especially in the water and surfing, as we're growing the sport and ISA's overall mission to develop surfing globally. This is a big part of that.
What you're seeing adaptive surfers ride normal surfboards and specially designed surfboards. Steve Bainey was down here yesterday from Infinity Surfboards. He designs special wave skis, prone boards, short boards, long boards for adaptive surfers. He helps us out in Hawaii with Access Surf. He helps Life Rolls On. He helps the adaptive world. He was down here on a two-man surf ski, wave ski, taking out individuals as he was paddling in the back and they were paddling in the front. He's an amazing person who is just involved in getting equipment to these people. And he designs the board for their affliction and for their abilities, not their disabilities, but their abilities. And this is truly amazing. And he is a great supporter of adaptive surfing, as we were seeing. Surfer in White, this is Andre.
Yeah, and as you were saying, boards are, yeah, sure, boards can be specific to a break, but they're built for the surfer, right? So, anyone out there that's thinking, oh, I'm going to ride Slater's board, that's CI, perfect. No, you're not going to rip like Slater, and we joke about it all the time, but we actually have a special guest interview down on the beach.
Take it away, Simone.
Okay, I'm here with this guy, the legend, Rob Machado. I'm stoked to be here with this guy. Thank you so much. And I wanted to ask you first, how do you feel about being here and having all these people shredding the waves here?
Stokes me out to be here. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Pause, wait, okay. It just really stokes me out to be here, I don't know, man, it just puts a really big smile on my face when I come down here and I see these guys riding waves, and I have a lot of history with Jesse Billauer, and taking him surfing years ago after his accident, and it's just to see what it's grown into and to be down here and part of the first World Games, adaptive World Games is pretty cool.
That's true, man. And how do you been involved in, besides that you said, in the adaptive world industry?
I'd have to ask Jesse. I think it was late '90s. Our good friend Jesse broke his neck surfing, and he wanted to get back into surfing, and we had no idea what we were doing. We got a longboard, and we just said, okay, let's just push him into a wave and see what happens. And we got a bunch of people. We didn't know if he fell off, if he'd sink, and we were so paranoid and scared. And that first day was just groundbreaking for us. He rode all these waves, and we started in little white waters, and then he wanted to go out, and we're paddling out, and he's riding waves, and it was on after that. And then designing boards, changing designs so that they work for him, and then it just kept growing and growing, and now you look at Jesse's organization, Life Rolls On. It's just amazing. It's cool.
Nice. And what are your expectations about this kind of events?
Good vibes. I come down here and I just see, I just have such a positive feeling. Everybody's cheering for each other, and it's just, it's not like you're a normal surf event. It's just it's so different, and it just makes you smile, man. It makes you feel good.
That's awesome. And something to all around the world about adaptive surfing. If you want to send a message to all the people that wants to surf, but maybe they're a little bit afraid of.
Don't be scared. Get a good group of people to help you out. That's important. And man, it'll change your life. For sure.
Thank you so much, and I hope to see you out in the water. I hope you know.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. Thank you, Rob Machado. I've known Rob for over 20 years. He is the most humble, the most mellowest guy, and the most giving person that you'll ever meet. Rob does a lot for the sport of surfing. He is sponsored by Hurley, sponsored by Reef, sponsored by many surf companies, and he's not even on the pro tour anymore. Rob dedicates a lot of downtime to adaptive surfing with Life Rolls On. He doesn't want any press. He doesn't want any attention. He just wants these guys to experience what he experienced, the love of surfing. And, Rob talking about the first time taking Jesse Billauer out, not knowing if he was going to make the wave, not knowing whether he's going to float or sink. I mean, those were the type of barriers that they were looking at. And then one day Rob and Kelly take Jesse out to Sunset, Big Sunset, and fulfills a dream that Jesse thought would never be achieved again, because he was a surfer, breaking his neck in a surfing accident and thinking, oh my God, my life is gone. No, Jesse turned it full circle, 360. I'm going to go out to Sunset again. And he did conquer it. And those challenges by friends like Rob Machado, by other people, is amazing. And those are the stories that you're going to hear today. And maybe we'll bring Rob onto the webcast and have him share some more. But he's an amazing person. He won the 2000 Pipe Masters. He's the last goofy footer to win the Pipe Masters. He was almost number 1 in the world back in 1995. He came up number 2 to Kelly Slater in that year. That was the famous high five year when him and Slater were doing the handshake in the water. Rob is just an amazing individual, and always love talking, surfing, and getting feedback from Mr. Machado.
Yeah, and as you saw in that interview, that was really the story of how Life Rolls On came to be, and what Jesse has done for the community is absolutely incredible. I mean, he was surfing in Malibu when he, I believe, snapped his neck on the sandbar at I'm not going to give the spot away because I live nearby there, but it could happen to any of us, and I think that's one of the biggest things to remember, is that a lot of these athletes have suffered injuries through sport, and instead of giving up, instead of saying, you know what, I'm gonna chill at home, I'm not gonna go outside anymore, I'm not gonna go back in the water, he did, like you're saying, the opposite. He said, I want to surf Sunset, I want to get back out there in big critical waves, and the guy has just changed so many people's lives. It's amazing. So now you're seeing a replay of the action from Tyler Dixon from the USA. Up, and Adam just pops up for a second, and is going to try to put some points on the board. That's Tyler Dixon from the USA. In yellow, we have Aitor Francesena from España, and Marcus Sincili, in blue from the USA. Andre Sux from Brazil in white. And a little paddle battle as we have up and riding Marcus Cecili from the USA, taking the left attack and going all the way down here. We're seeing Andre busy and getting some points on the board as he paddles back out to the lineup.
A little bit about Tyler Dixon, the 34-year-old, local, La Jolla, Reefs, Blacks Beach, some of his favorite spots. Placed second this summer at the 2015 Surfing America. That's the U.S. National Championships in the adaptive surfing division. Tyler was born without a leg, and even though born without a bone in his leg, to be more specific, he has overcome that, and he goes snowboarding. He has gone to college in Utah. He has worked at Park City Mountain Resort as a snowboard instructor and changing lives. He's also associated with the National Abilities Center in Park City, and also has taken to surfing. He has surfed the North Shore. He has surfed in Bali. He has gone to Nicaragua, and with the help of the Challenge Athletes Foundation, this is the first time that he is being able to compete in an ISA World Championship, and he has been featured on TV commercials. He has also has a job where he directs and produces TV commercials as Doritos and Quiznos and Samsung, and had a Super Bowl commercial in last year's Super Bowl. So multi-talented Tyler Dixon, and he's leading in the seat in the red jersey with a 5.24 two-wave total.
Pretty awesome. Well, yeah, and no doubt he has a leeway being a local. His favorite break is Blacks Beach, but La Jolla Reefs, he is out here all the time. So this is an easy day for him, as the swell is a little bit smaller, but he knows the lineup and he knows where to be and which waves to go for. So leading the pack right now with 2 scores on the board is Tyler Dixon, again, La Jolla resident, and he has 10 years of surfing under his belt. He also was second place in the 2015 Surfing America Championship, and he is just a busy guy up and riding as he's taking this next wave. A little stylish, little twerk knee on the back. That back knee is pretty sweet. You got to be careful there with most knees when you're tweaking and moving that, that knee around. It can be really sketchy, but hey, if you got a prosthetic, stoked. You can get as, tweaked out as you want. So pretty cool to see these guys are just having at it, and it's all style points. I think that big smile on their faces is gonna add up with the judges, but the judges are really looking for commitment, degree of difficulty, as you see on the screen. A legendary pack here with Mike Coots on the right, our president of ISA, Fernando Aguirre, and the legend and icon Rob Machado on the left. Down here to support the crew, and it looks like everyone's having good times.
Oh yeah, the camaraderie and the stories that are being shared by all these athletes and dignitaries is can't put a price tag on it. It's amazing. And we're seeing a new change in the leader. We got our Spanish surfer, Aitor, in the lead. He's a 45-year-old, surfs Mundaka, rides a shortboard, made by his shaper, has been surfing for over 30 years. In this stand division, and the biggest event that he's competed in, he was top 16 in the European surfing circuit back in the 1990s, as we're seeing Tyler Dixon just finishing up his wave. And a little bit about Aitor. He's known for surfing throughout the world, and of course he was a surf coach, and he was a part of the first surfing school, which Ritz Aran Baru, a former WCT surfer who has been on the CT this year, Neko Aserio, and other great national surfers out of Spain, a national coach for himself, associated with the Spanish Surfing Federation. And he was having problems with his eyes, and 15 years ago, he lost vision in one eye. He has 50% in the other eye, and 3 years ago, while surfing in Spain, he lost vision in the other eye. So, he has partial vision in just one eye. I stand corrected there. But, an amazing person as being a coach of Spain's top surfers, still being involved and still surfing well here and leading in his heat.
Yeah, what a role model for, strength, professionalism, and just hard work. He's stoked to be here at the ISA Adaptive Surfing Championship. And as you saw, up and riding, Tyler Dixon going to try to put some more scores on the board for Team USA. We want to know who you're cheering for. So go to ISA Surfing on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook. Tell us who you're cheering for. Go team, go. Let us know. And you might just get a retweet if you're lucky. But we want to know if you're watching, so definitely shout out to who you are cheering for. We have Spain in first right now with a 3.67 and a 2.70. That's Aitor Francesena. Tyler Dixon in second in red. And we're going to see some points coming in hot, as that might get swapped up.
Yeah, Tyler on this last wave, definitely his best ride, this wave right here. Gets a 4.2, retakes first place. So Tyler Dixon determined here, surfing in his backyard, wants to do well. And right now in the lead with just about 9 minutes remaining. Many mahalos and thanks going out to our major sponsors, Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. We are being supported by the San Diego Tourism Authority, Autobach, San Diego 2024, Wahoo's, Freedom Innovations, Suja, and Rancho Valencia Resort and Spa. Our media partners also include Surfers Village and Granddad Zero. So many thanks to everybody making this all possible. The very first ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships Day 1 competition. Day number 2 will not be tomorrow, but will be on Sunday. Happening tomorrow will be a symposium of gathering of minds of the world of adaptive surfing. Mark Marble will be speaking tomorrow afternoon from Access Surf. Portugal, France, the United States, Brazil will also be giving speeches, and it is the coming of the minds of everybody from around the world, sharing what they do in their country, and maybe coming up with a uniform contest, a uniform type board. It's going to be an amazing symposium coming up tomorrow over at the Challenge Athletes Foundation address.
Yeah, so you called it. We have a little swap in the leaderboard as Tyler Dixon takes first place with a 4.20. Tyler, again, he was born without a fibula. So when he was 11 months old, they actually removed his leg. And now he's with a prosthetic, and it's shaped him to be the person he is today, and drives and motivates him. So pretty awesome to see all of these athletes just overcoming these incredible feats and leading the board now with a 4.20. Aitor is gonna just be neck and neck. He needs a 4.01.
Yeah, they're only separated by 0.23 right now between Tyler and Aitor, a 7.67 for Tyler and a 7.3 for Aitor. So doing very well out here. Now remember, top 2 surfers do not advance into the next round. What advancing is their 2-wave total. They're going to combine all their 2-wave totals after qualifying round number 1 and then reseed them in qualifying round number 2. And then after that second qualifying round, they'll take the top 16 surfers advancing into the quarterfinals coming up on Sunday. As we see surfer in blue, Marcus, finishing up on his ride from the United States. Surfer in blue.
That was a nice long ride there from Marcus. And Marcus is from Phoenix, Arizona. But here, pretty cool. You have, athlete from Arizona. It's almost like the North Shore film. We have just incredible stories from all around the world here. He's 28 years old and has been surfing for a long time. I would love to know where, and because he's obviously got this down. And just pumping, as you can see. It's pretty cool how he's, a lot of surfers would kind of pump with that front foot and almost like a skateboard, but he is using the rail really just to go back and forth on his board. And it's really, really amazing to see how these guys are getting enough speed, power, and flow to make it all the way to the sand. But we've seen plenty of them in the small conditions today make it all the way to the sand to their team flag. So pretty awesome to see, as you see up and riding Aitor Francesena from España.
Yeah, an amazing story about Marcus. He is a wounded warrior, served in the United States Marine Corps for over 4 combat tours. He stepped on an IED. Those are those hidden bombs that people in the world want to do destruction to other people in the world. And as the result, an amputee of his left leg above the knee. And Marcus spent 2 years recovering in the Naval Medical Center here in San Diego. Has been a part of the Wounded Warrior Battalion, offering a recovery service members in the United States Marine Corps. Soon after that, Marcus' main form of rehabilitation was his spirit, his mind, his body, his soul, and the ocean gave him that outlet. And Marcus has come to Southern California, to the beaches here, to develop his love of surfing and showing others that they can heal through the sport of surfing. And there goes Marcus jumping off his board. Now, that was Tyler Dixon, but Marcus is in the blue jersey out here competing, and just an amazing story. And, our thanks to all of our service members who serve, and especially our wounded warriors out here competing today.
Up and riding Aitor Cesena, who needs a 4.0 from Spain, trying to get the that first place position. But again, we're gonna actually take the 2 best waves from the first 2 rounds. So say this round 1, the athlete didn't have the ocean working with them. If they are able to find 2 great scores in the second round, they can move on. So again, these first 2 rounds, no losers. We're looking for the best 2 waves to make it through.
Yeah, right now we can tell you Anthony Smith from South Africa has the 2 best wave scores coming in heat number 4 at a 16.77 with an 8.0 and an 8.77. Time remaining in this heat, 3 minutes, 40 seconds counting down. These heats are all 20 minutes in length. There's a switch stance. Going back to his original stance as Aitor tried to throw some spice into his last wave.
Yeah, wow, that is spicy hot. I can't believe these guys are just blowing my mind today. Aitor is, as we were talking about, he's, been dealing with a really severe eye injury and lost his vision kind of over the years, has been gradually getting worse. He actually even had an accident in the surf where he lost vision in the other eye. So pretty amazing that he's down here charging today. All these guys, look at that, walking the nose. Are we going to see a hang 5? Barely, but you could see it in him. He's, I'd love to see him on a reeling right-hander, maybe at Malibu, see what he could do out there. But, walking up to the nose of the board is not an easy feat, and especially in the smaller days. So Tyler Dixon showing all that he has got, and winning now by just 0.37 Aitor Francesena from Spain in yellow just behind him. He needs a 4.0 to take that leader spot.
Well, Tyler being his snowboard instructor up at Park City and placing second recently at the Surfing America U.S. Championships, taking his surfing knowledge here and doing quite well. And the battling back and forth, and Aitor is now taken back over the lead by 0.17. So an exciting heat between red and yellow. And there's Tyler again coming up on the inside with just 2 minutes remaining in this heat.
And ISA's overall mission is to develop surfing globally. So we are here today to do just that. It's all about the love. It's all about the aloha. No losers in these first 2 rounds. And we are just getting to know these adaptive surfers. We have on the beach tons of support, everyone from fans to family to other adaptive athletes. And surfing is taking a big leap today. We are presenting the first ever Adaptive World Championship thanks to ISA and thanks to the ISA president, Fernando Argueri, and everyone who's on the ISA staff working hard to make this happen and open up some opportunity for adaptive athletes. It's not only about the exposure of the story, but, you know, how rad to have social media nowadays where you can have a kid like David who's 10 years old from Brazil, and every top professional surfer in Brazil knows the guy. You know, it's about those, you know, that storytelling, even if it's 15 seconds. I love 15-second videos. I don't think people really have much time for much else these days. But it's those stories that can really inspire and change people's lives for the better.
Well, we've had 10-year-olds to 64-year-olds competing at the World Adaptive Surfing Championships here put on by the ISA. And those are the stories we're going to try to reach out and touch you with. And just see Jesse Ballard now coming to the beach for Team USA. And all the gathering here from Rob Machado to Fernando Aguirre to all the international acclaimed athletes from around the world competing for a world title. Team awards will not be given out in this inaugural event. We have adapted the World Adaptive Surfing Championships. Why? To include all those who wanted to compete. We just didn't want to limit it to 6 per country. We wanted everybody to come to compete.
That's right. As we see a replay of Aitor Francesena, who has taken the lead. If we're seeing this correctly with all the scores coming in, we have Aitor who just barely by 0.03 took the lead over Tyler Dixon.
No, by 0.03. That's right.
0.03. So pretty awesome. You know, what I love about Tyler surfing, how light he is on his feet. Did you see how featherly light he was able to, you know, crawl up to the nose and just, it looks like he is, you know, it's just born longboarder, you know, pretty rad. And when do you get to see shortboard and a longboard in the same heat?
Well, that's what we're all about. I'll tell you what, we're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have heat number 7. You're watching the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships live from La Jolla Shores and La Jolla, California. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championship presented by the Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance Socks, and the City of San Diego. This is Shannon Marie Quirk with Simone Salazar. How's the beach going today? You're interviewing Robert Chotto.
Yeah.
I mean, big things going down.
Yeah, thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Shannon. Nice to be working with you once again on an ISA event. And yeah, I was at the beach, and yeah, I was interviewing Rob Machado. How right was
Are you
that?
starstruck a little bit? You sweating?
Yeah, totally. Is it hot here? We are around 100 degrees here in La Jolla. It's getting even hotter. And the warm, it's hot as well. So thank you, everyone, for watching us. Stick together with us because we have a lot of things going on today.
Yeah, and right now we have round 1, Heat 7 in blue from Australia, Mark Stewart. In red from Costa Rica, Ismael Araya. Victor Flores in white from Mexico, and Ismael Guirit, excuse my pronunciation, from Australia.
Guirit, I think.
Yeah, let the Colombian guy say it.
Okay, thank you so much. We are here in the Adaptive Surfing World Championship. It's where everything happened. All the countries, we have 18 countries around the world charging in the waves of La Jolla. We have right now Ismael Guidotti from from Norway. He's from Norway, he's from Norway, and we see this guy on the yellow jersey with a long board having a little wave here at shores, but actually it's getting better.
Oh, that was pretty rad. I like that grab rail. You know, he kind of looked like he was going to come up in the pocket and just unfortunately kind of caught the other rail and went over the falls, just off the board. But pretty cool to see. Yeah, that definitely looked like it's picking up. Good things to come. As you know, you surf here a lot in San Diego. You're kind of a local. What's the La Jolla shores on like a better day? Bigger day?
It's A-frames all the way to shore. It's unbelievable. But right now we're having kind of good conditions for these athletes. Look at this guy from Norway. This guy is representing for the first time the Norway country. Remember that Norway is the last country to join us as a federation. So we're super stoked to have this guy here. We saw trying to switch food, going backwards, doing weird stuffs in the way, trying to get more scores on the board.
This is definitely the most exciting ISA event I've ever seen because everyone's doing such cool, different stuff, and we never know what's going to happen. It's like, you know, you have a shortboard and a longboard together. You have just everyone is totally different styles and different approaches to the surfing, different ways to get up on the board, different maneuvers. Like, I don't know that many people that can even ride stance, let alone without one leg. I mean, this is cool. This is pretty rad.
Yeah.
Today.
And actually, it's a different way to judge this competition because remember that they're judging attempts and what they're doing in the wave. So it's not that if they're not complete their maneuver, they're going to have less score or not enough score. So right now it's more like they're awarding if they're having fun or not. I think it's more in that way.
Sure. And, you know, the judges were talking about that as well. Since everyone's on different crafts, how are they going to do this? It's the basic level of judging where you have commitment and difficulty on that wave scored. So you're going to see these guys giving it their all. And as you said, Simone, it's all about the smiles. You see the beach crowd down here getting ready and prepped. And full day of action at La Jolla Shores. This is the first ever World Adaptive Surfing Championship. Thank you so much to ISA for making it happen. And up and riding, blue, Mark Stewart from Australia.
Oh, we see this guy using his rails, trying to make it happen and of these little closeouts here in La Jolla Shores. And we see right now the guy in yellow, he's been kind of busy right now building his heat. Look at these guys, super sharp. They are in a really good fit. They look really, you know, they have that hungry of competition that, I don't know, like, if you're gonna come here, if you're gonna go to another country and represent your flag, you need this. You need this commitment. As we see right now, this guy from Costa Rica trying to get a little bit of floater at the end, but it's kind of hard to maneuver those boards. Remember that they need a little bit more, they need a thicker board, maybe a wider board in order to maneuver, in order to get the wave a little bit easier or better for them. So it's kind of harder to make those closer. So it's so cool how they surf. Look at this guy. It's the guy from Australia, Mike Stewart, using his rails. This guy looks sharp. This guy, I think we're gonna see this guy a lot.
And
at
you
this
might
competition.
know him at home as Mono Stewart. He said nobody calls me Mark except my wife since 1976. So he was amputee in 1976. Lost his leg, and he currently resides in Byron Bay at the age of 52. One of the older surfers in the event, more experienced, excuse me, not old. That's the wrong word. Experienced surfer. 35 years of surfing under his belt. He is sponsored by David Parks Kneeboards. He loves surfing and fishing and representing Australia here today at the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. He's leading the scoreboard right now with a 7.0 and a 5.83, winning by 8.3s. You know, Mark and Ismael from Costa Rica are really the only two competitors to put some big scores on the board, but Mono, just totally taking the crowd by storm. You could see he was really able to get some big turns off those last waves here at La Jolla Shores, and Ismael Araya from Costa Rica coming in hot behind him, just trying to put something else. Ismael from Norway, also in the water in yellow, and Victor Flores from Mexico in white.
Yeah, as we see the guy from Norway, this really cold country, coming here in that really warm weather, trying to get speed in that way, walking the longboard, going to the nose and back, trying to ride it all the way to the shore till get to the beach. That was a really good ride for Ismael. He's leading, I think after this wave is going to be like leading this heat, but Mark Stewart, the guy from Australia, we saw this guy before on your screens trying to make it happen using the rails, trying to make it with flow, speed, and power. That wave, I think, that 5.83, I think it's one of the best waves of the heat so far. It's gonna lead. He only need a backup wave. When the guy from Costa Rica, he started surf when he was 80 years old and down in the Caribbean side of Costa Rica. So he's used to heavy waves. Salsa Brava, it's one of the best waves in the world, I think. And this guy has a little problem on his left leg, so he cannot stand totally, so he's gonna go like drop knee. So, but it's on the stand division, so we're gonna see a lot of this guy around. The guy from Mexico, the Mr. Victor Flores, we saw that guy in the wave, and here's the Norway. Living, I think it's catching the hugest amount of waves. He only watched this guy surfing. Where are the other ones?
Well, Victor Flores from Mexico is up and riding. He's 25 years old and on a shortboard. He is also a skateboarder, bicyclist, a climber. This guy is super active. He's born in Guadalajara and currently resides in Zapopan in Jalisco, Mexico. And he was born without his left hand and decided to take surfing up about 4 years ago and has done big things for his life. We're so stoked to see the crowd down here. You know, the vibe is great. I've never seen so many people so stoked to see a lot of the athletes that, you know, maybe they're not familiar with them. You know, there's a couple guys out here that are pretty big celebs, but pretty amazing stories down here today. We're going to learn a lot. The stoke is high. I don't know how we're going to be able to deal with this much energy. We're, you know, no coffee today. I think we've got to,
Yeah.
I'm going to hold off. I'm too excited. This is just so cool. It's so fun. And, you know, these guys are just showing us all of the incredible talents that they have despite any disability, and just not taking no for an answer, out there using surfing as their therapy.
That's true. I was talking with several guys down at the beach, and they were just like telling me how they handle like all of that thing to get into the water, like after they had I don't know, an accident or something. Oh, nice turn for the guy from Australia. Unfortunately, he couldn't handle that hollow part of the wave and dig his nose in the water. But it was a really nice ride. decent ride. I think he's building his heat. He's trying to build his confidence. We're gonna have the replay right now. Look at the flow that he has. He goes so neat. Look at that. Nice turn, going vertical in that section. That was actually a really nice section to hit. Right?
Really well surfed, and unfortunately just pearled at the end there, but pretty awesome. You can see the crowd just going nuts for Mono Stewart up there, and flags are going wild. This is the place to be right now. If you're around for the weekend in San Diego, come by La Jolla Shores and see it live, as we have a packed house just even Friday afternoon. I can't imagine Sunday is going to be fun.
Wow, it's going to be amazing. I think the beach is going to be packed of people just watching these athletes doing everything to get the gold medal to back home. And I want to talk about how is this competition going on here, like what it's about, because this is not a normal competition, because we're going to have the first 2 rounds, there's no elimination, so the competitors, they have a second chance to jump in the water and do their best in order to get a bigger amount of points in order to advance through the next round. So they have another opportunity. Remember, it's not about if they're first, second, third, or fourth. It's more, I think, to the amount of points that they made. They're going to start to compete, and the best 16 surfers going to make it through the third round.
Pretty awesome. And you see Mono Stewart with the leaderboard right now. His scores of a 7.0 and a 5.83. Pretty big score. 7.0 is going to be hard to compete with, as you can see the other competitors are, looking at 2.87 is the second highest score to Mono's waves. So it seems like he is just leading the pack. As you see, up and riding. Yellow is male from
look at
Spain.
That. Doing like a headstands. And I think we're going to have an interview at the beach with Bo in a few seconds. But as we see right now, all the guys down in the water, looking at them, so stoked. I think Bo is ready. Let's go to an interview with Bo at the beach.
All right, thanks a lot, Simone. Down here beachside with a good friend of mine, Rich Julian from Honolulu, Hawaii. And Rich started Access Surf with Mark Marble, almost 10 years ago?
Yep, March 2006 was our first day at the beach. Yep, so it's been almost 10 years now.
How did the idea between you and Mark, you being a former surfer and being adaptive, and Mark being a therapist, how did all that play an effect in growing Access Surf?
We were sitting on the beach one day, and we kind of met down there, and we were talking story about Hawaii and the accessibility down there and the programs down there, and there really was no programs for people with disabilities down there. And, I just been off of a tennis career and was done with traveling, so we just said, hey, wouldn't it be great if we had a program here in Hawaii, that we could, run adaptive surfing with. So we started it that way, right there on the beach.
How many people first came out, and how many people do you see now with Access Surf?
Our first clinic, we had about maybe 5 to 6 people in chairs come out, and that was the very first one. And now we have over 80 participants every day at the beach and thousands of volunteers.
And I know, talking with you, surfing with you back in Hawaii, that one day you knew this event was going to come, didn't you?
Yeah, we've been doing Duke's Ocean Fest here for the last 9 years and doing a competitive surfing competition there alongside Duke's Ocean Fest, and growing the divisions and getting new people involved in the sport. And we were just waiting for the day that the ISA would take us under their wing and we could go global with it. And the day is finally here. It's just an amazing thing to see all these different countries here and see all the different abilities from all those different countries out here showing what they do in their hometown.
Now, right now we're in the stand division. You're going to be in the upright division. Talk about that division.
Yeah, the upright division has grown tremendously over the years, and now we've got people from Brazil, Puerto Escondidos, California. There's a ton of guys. So the division is growing. The competition is getting stiffer and stiffer. The equipment is getting better. The level of surfing is getting way better, and we're just all stoked to be able to show what we can do, and then also share that with people who are newly injured. Maybe they, were a surfer before as well, and we tell them right away, hey, look, man, you can go back and surf right away, So.
Where do you see the future of all this with the ISA possibly going into the Olympics, surfing and adaptive surfing? What do you see the future in adaptive surfing?
Yeah, I would just love to see, all countries field a team, get athletes out here to the ISA, and just have all the countries represented, and have events around the world for us that we can actually compete in. We're so stoked to be here at La Jolla Shores, and yeah, hopefully it just gets bigger and bigger. Yeah.
Anybody want to say hi back home too?
Say aloha to my family and friends in Hawaii, and mahalo to CAF and mahalo to ISA. It's an incredible day with incredible people, and just can't wait to see what everybody can do here in the water.
Rich is getting ready. His heat's in about an hour, so less than an hour from right now, and good luck to you.
Right on. Thank you, Bo. Mahalo, bro.
All right, back to you guys in the booth.
Okay, we're back for that awesome interview with one of the guys from Hawaii. As we see this guy from Norway switching their foot, crossing foot, and it slides their front foot. I think there's more nervous on that way.
You know, I wonder if the prosthetics, I want to know like the details of the wax. They put the wax on the prosthetic, is that, or on the board? What if you had like little, some kind of extra grip? I think there's a lot of,
a lot of things.
A lot of things you could do, which is pretty cool to see because this is new. This is new for the sport.
Yeah, but this is new for us. They already know how to do it.
They already know. We're learning.
Yeah,
We're learning how to do it. So you see the replay now of Ismail from Norway, how phenomenal. You know this guy, he's trying to walk the nose and just barely had it. Looks like he just lost balance there when he was, cross-stepping, and just so phenomenal to see. Cross-stepping is probably one of the most beautiful things surfing has to offer, and how cool to see adaptive surfers do it.
Yeah, that's true. It's so cool to see these guys trying to surf the same way as, surfing just like natural, surfing without any problem, just enjoying the ocean, having that hungry of winning that you need to do if you're going to compete. As we see right now, Fernando Aguirre with Lucas and the Chilean team talking about, I think they're stoked about being here. They're going through a really hard situation right now, and as I'm saying all the time, I'm sending the best of my vibes to them, because I know it's hard. It's hard to go through a really bad thing, and I know that the material is not important, but it helps a lot. And when you lose that part, it's only you with yourself that can make it through that situation.
Well, and we just heard that there was another earthquake today in Chile, I believe a 5.6 or something around there. But, no joking matter. And with just 15 seconds left to go.
Oh, look at this guy.
10. Give it a 10. That is
no way. Oh. That was a long ride.
I would give it a 12. I don't know about you, but that was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. What a handstand, or a headstand, excuse me. And
look at the guy from Costa Rica just clapping behind a wave. Look at this. Perfect balance. He almost loses at that moment, but he recovered from that. Everyone at the beach was cheering at them. And then when he was trying to finish that wave, I think he saw that seaweed in front of him. So at the end, he just got a little bit nervous about, but hey, it was an amazing ride.
Oh, super fun. Really cool. You can obviously tell he is having fun. And we are going to go to a quick commercial break. Come right back for more action at La Jolla Shores.
Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by the Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. You're watching live action here from La Jolla Shores, and we are into heat number 8, round number 1 of the qualifying of the stand division. In the water right now, 2 surfers out of France, 1 from South Africa and 1 from England. And in this heat, we can tell you, it is Benoit Moreau from France in red, Maxime Caban from France in white, Bruce Campbell from South Africa in yellow, and Scott Leeson from the United States in the blue jersey. My name is Bo Hodge, along with Simon Salazar from Colombia, and Simon is my counterpart, usually on the Spanish version of the ISA webcast, and this year we're just doing an English version here in La Jolla. And Simon, welcome to the English side. I know English is not your first language, and you have recently moved down to San Diego. And how is now going from Colombia to the United States for you?
It's been so good, actually. It's kind of different because, I don't know, everything happens so fast here in the United States. But I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be close to the ISA headquarters. And I'm glad to be working once again and taking one ISA event to all of you guys that I'm watching these kind of competitions. I'm so sorry if I said something wrong, but I'm trying my best in order to give it to you all this information. I want to talk about this guy from France. He lives in the vast country and he surfs all day. He actually, their type of waves allows him to try different kind of boards. He goes through paddle board, long board, short board, like single fin, twin fins. So he enjoy a lot the ocean, but he loves as well the snow, and he does snowboard during the winter season. He's 36-year-old, and actually he loves rip breaks and really nice waves. And depends of the conditions. He said, "Hey, I don't have like a preferred spot. I just like chase the best wave." So I think that's the perfect meaning of the if someone asks you about which one is your best spot, I think it's about the conditions. Doesn't matter the spot.
You know, this is called the World Adaptive Surfing Championships, but these surfers are, you know, inflicted whether an injury from birth, from an accident, from work, from any type of situation. And when you talk to all these athletes, they don't talk about their disability. They always talk about their abilities, and that's what we're here to celebrate. And the ocean, such a healing force of nature, they have taken to surfing. They have taken to ocean sports. They have taken to this outlet. And thank you to the ISA, to the International Surfing Association, Fernando Aguirre, the president, for bringing the very first annual, and we'll hope to see many more, of the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. This event could be every other year, could be every year, could be going to different places around the world. In fact, this year, they have opened it up to all athletes and did not require only the 6 maximum per country. The United States has 18 athletes. Hawaii has 10 athletes. Only 3 teams have a full team of the 18. Some countries just have 1 athlete. So Fernando just wanted to open it up as the first year. Hey, we're going to be adaptive and we're going to be ever-changing here. I want to include and not exclude participants.
Okay, I think that's how it starts. You know, like those countries like Hawaii, those places that serve, that recognize around the world, Australia, United States, Hawaii, I think they already had that adaptive culture. Yeah, the adaptive background and culture. And I think this is a call for all the countries that maybe don't have one or maybe just have a little one to call all those surfers or call all that people that wants to surf but they think they can't. So it's just, hey, come to surf, enjoy it, and you can be representing your flag in one of those events.
Yeah, this is an amazing event. The adaptive world is so excited. Every athlete we've been talking to is just so thrilled to be back here competing in their very first event. And here we go, surfer in yellow, Bruce Campbell out of South Africa. And, of course, we saw his fellow compatriot in heat number 4, Anthony Smith, with the best 2-wave total of a 16.77. Here we go, surfer in blue. This is from California. This is Scott Leeson.
Yes. Scott Leeson got in a wave, just a little one, a little close out. I think he's going to try to look at the shore to see where is the best place to catch a wave. We'll see this guy paddling right here. Oh, okay, he couldn't make it. Remember that this guy, he is blind. So there's a certain type of things that needs to have down in the water. So he needs extra coach.
Well,
Or
you can see he's in the blue jersey on
Yeah.
the board, and just to the right of him is his handler telling him which way to paddle out and let him know that a wave is coming. Here we go. This is Bruce Campbell in yellow.
wow, this guy from South Africa trying to do the same thing as her teammate. Trying to do the same thing as his teammate, trying to get as much waves as he can and try to make as much as maneuver that he can. We see this guy trying to get speed, nice flow. I like the style. Just try to stay tall all the time to maintain the speed and try to make a little bit floated at the end. I think he's gonna have a nice score of this wave.
Yeah, Bruce Campbell, 44 years of age, from South Africa, has been surfing nearly half his life for 20 years, competing in the stand division. His hobbies include obviously surfing, whitewater rafting, kayaking, mountain biking, rides motorbikes, goes skydiving,
Wow.
and skateboarding and gardening, and just to list a few of his hobbies there. So a very active individual.
Wow, that's sick. I mean, I think I was talking with Shannon about, and I want to have your point of view of this. What I'm seeing about all these people is just they just want to do more, and what they give the 110% of them in order to, I don't know, do it better, do it faster, do it more radical. So it's kind of like it's inspiring me a lot because sometimes you start to think about too much about what's going on in the water, about, I don't know, your life, and you forget what it's all about. That it's all about have fun, it's all about to enjoy the ocean, it's all about to connect with the earth. So at the end, these guys are just teaching us a good lesson that it's just go ahead.
Well, our heat leader right now, Benoit Monroe, has only been surfing for 3 years.
Wow.
He is missing his right upper arm. He lives in France. He likes to surf reef and sand breaks. He is currently not sponsored. His other hobby is snowboarding, obviously, a sport related to surfing. And it's great to see an individual who's only taken up surfing in 3 years to do quite well.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. I think it took me for at least like 1 month to stand on my board when I was learning. Just imagine this guy just trying their best all the time in order to get to this level, because I think I've been seeing most of the surfers, and I saw this guy from France, and he has a really good style. You can see like going really radical and try to improve their maneuvers, try to hit the lip. So I think it was awarded in his second wave. There was a 5.10. I think was a really, really good wave. So I think we're going to see more of this guy.
Yeah. Scott Leeson also in this heat. He's in the blue jersey. He's currently in third place right now. He's competing in the stand division. Scott, as we told you earlier, is another blind competitor and being helped coached out there by an assistant. Now, the assistant will not push him into the wave. The assistant just will tell him.
Just talking to him, right?
Wave is coming. You are pointed to the right. You are pointed to the left. You are pointed straight, and that's the only assistant. He is 59 years old. He's riding a longboard, and it's great. He's being sponsored by the San Diego Surf Academy. I believe we got Shannon back on the beach. Shannon, what's going on? Okay, we'll take it back to the booth here. Back in blue, here is Scott Leeson, our blind surfer from the
Wow.
United States.
I want to know how they feel the wave, because like you need to see where are you going, and he's still like maintaining his balance till the end of the wave. I want to know, like, after this hit, if it's possible to know how they work on of that feeling. You know, like how do they feel in order to maintain the speed and the balance of the
Well,
wave?
I'm sure being blind, your other senses are multiplied.
Yeah.
You know, your hearing, your sense, your taste, your smell, especially your hearing for a blind person. I'm not speaking as a blind person, but I'm just assuming that. But, you know, watching Scott here, let's watch a replay of his last wave. Watch his arms, his balance, because that's what he has to rely on. He's reacting to Mother Nature. Now, he can't see the bumps and the lumps on the wave, but
He
he
just
is
need to
feeling
handle it.
He's feeling it. So balance is a major factor that Scott has to adapt to. And there's his handler.
I think they just hear when the wave is coming, and they just hear like when the board is bouncing in the water, and I don't know, like when you feel the breeze on your skin, they just realize that they're going in fast enough, or they need to maintain their speed. So I'm not speaking as a blind person, but I think they just like take the surfing on the next level, because sometimes you become mad because you couldn't land a maneuver, or you don't want to paddle back out because your party the spot is too crowded, and you forget at that time what it's all about, the surfing, that it's all about enjoy, that it's all about having fun. So here we are, 7 minutes remaining of this heat. We're having scores on the board, and the guy from France, Benoit Moreau, with a total score of 9.67, is going to maintain the lead of this heat. I think it's a really solid score to make it through the third round. Remember that in this competition, all the competitors has two opportunities to advance to the third round. The first and the second round, it's only to get scores, and then your best scores, they're gonna fight each other between the other competitors in order to get into the third round, and then you're gonna keep going, the semifinals, quarter, everything. It's all about. It's not about first, second, and third on your heat. It's more about the score that you have, the score that you got, and then you're gonna make it through.
Yeah, so coming up at 11 o'clock, we're going to be switching over to the upright division.
Okay.
Upright division will be going out, and we'll be seeing the likes of who I just recently interviewed, Rich Julian, Jeff Munson. We're going to see Mira Va'a, Diane Whitcomb, Mark Thornton from the United States. A lot of great competitors. We have 3 heats coming up in the upright division, and after that, we'll move into the prone division. So a little bit of variety and action we're going to be seeing out here today. Not only just all stand division, but prone assisted, and the upright or the sit division, as you may.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, what is that upright division? How they surf?
How do they surf? They surf on what we call wave skis, surf skis, an adaptive board where they are either mainly paraplegics, meaning they are paralyzed from a spinal injury from the waist down. They can sit on their board. They have use of their upper arms, but a lot of them cannot have the upper body momentum to push themselves up on a board. So they can surf better sitting than lying down prone.
So like it's like kayaking, right?
It's like
looks like
surf kayaking.
Okay, nice. And do they have any assistance down in the water, or they just go by their own? How
They
the
go
thing
by
works?
their own propel. They have a paddle.
Yep.
Which they blade, and they use that like a kayak, like the whitewater kayaking or K1 in the Olympics.
Oh, that's great. And the guys with the prone, they're gonna be assisted to get into the wave, to get out, and then they're gonna surf by their own in the wave.
Yes and no. We have one division called prone,
Okay.
which they are unassisted.
Oh.
And then we have an assisted division, which they are assisted. So we have a variety, 4 major calibers, and there we are. I'm Bo Hodge, Simone Salazar, and welcome to the ISA World Championships here on La Jolla Shores. This is the very first ISA World Adaptive. And how is our artwork here, Simone?
It's
Isn't this
so great.
amazing?
Yeah, it's totally great. It totally shows what is this contest about. Totally. I'm so glad. I'm so impressed about this guy. Like most of these guys surfs, most of these guys just improve their surfing, because I don't know. I think for some of them, they're just like they had an accident, so they had like a low on their lives, and then they just took the surfing as as an escape to keep it up.
Yeah, we just saw Max Mean in white, and we're seeing Bruce Campbell in yellow finishing up his way. But Max Mean, you're saying, well, this is a stand division, but he looks like he's kneeboarding. Well, he is an amputee, he's a paraplegic, and thus doesn't have the lower body. So he can get up on his lower body, and you're going to see some double amputees in this division. So even though one may be standing upright with a prosthetic leg, you may see others in the. Let's watch this replay. Let's watch Max Mean here.
I think this is kind of advantage in this type of conditions because they have like a lower center of gravity, so they can make like really close turns. They can hit the white water maybe a little bit harder because they gonna use shorter boards. So maybe that's kind of advantage than the guy that stand up like tall. So we will see about this type of competitors. Right now is the guy from the USA, Scott Listen, trying to get that wave, doing his best. I think it's kind of hard for them try to get the wall, so they just go straight. But at the same time, just congratulations to everyone who make this happen, because I know that take this guy out, take these guys, build their confidence. It's pretty hard because they just fighting against something that they cannot see, something that they don't know. They just need to feel what they're fighting against.
Yeah, and whatever abilities that they have left, they are using towards their advantage. So
Totally.
they don't talk about their disability. They talk about their abilities. And surfing and ocean sports giving them an outlet to express themselves. And, of course, everyone loves to surf. Everyone loves
That's
to surf.
true. As soon as you surf once, you want to keep surfing your whole life.
Well, and that's what yesterday was all about. Yesterday was about including not the athletes yesterday on the first day of the World Championships down here, but it was taking people out for their first surf session ever.
Wow.
I took a girl out from Huntington Beach yesterday. Her name was Abby. She was 15 years old, and her goal was to stand. And she has a paralysis where sometimes she tightens up and things like that. And I said, okay, let's just get to our knees first. And we got her to her knees. I said,
No
okay.
way.
In the afternoon session, we took her back out. I said, okay, this is how we're going to stand. And we taught her the process, and she was standing. She was going, oh, my God, I want to compete now. I mean,
No
her
way.
goals went from, I want to stand today, till after
I
the
wanna
session,
try.
I want to compete. And next year, she wants to be able to come back here and compete, whether it's at La Jolla Shores or if the ISA takes this around the world.
Wow.
So
That's amazing.
From one surf session, you've got one person hooked on surfing, not only hooked on surfing, but wants to compete in a world championship event hosted by the ISA.
That's unbelievable. I think it's all about the surface. That's all about the surface. Just share the stone, share all your feelings. I think when you paddle out with someone that you're teaching and they stand for the first time, you feel it. Like most of the people, they think like, the guy is just out with the other guy, just pushing him in the whitewash or whatever. But what they don't know is like we really enjoy, we really get impregnated of that stone. So I think we all share the same. We share the same thing, and we are right now in the water with this guy. This is the heat number 8. 2 guys are friends, one from South Africa and one guy from United States. It's almost finished, and as we see the guy from France, Maxime Cavin, with not a good selection of waves. So I think they're gonna try to improve their surfing for the next heat.
Well, there's the horn unofficially. France, Benoit Monroe takes first place. Bruce Campbell currently in second place from South Africa. Maxime Kevan in third place. And Scott Leeson from the United States in fourth. We're going to take a quick commercial break. And when we return, our final heat in the stand division. Stay tuned. You're watching the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to beautiful La Jolla, California for the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. We are currently in our final heat of round number 1, the qualifying round for our stand division, heat number 9. And let's introduce our surfers for you. 2 from France, Eric Degart in red, and Pierre Pouchat in the white jersey. From the United States, it'll be Drew Dellis, and also from the United States, Daniel Burt. So 2 French surfers, 2 American surfers. And welcome back. My name is Bo Hodge, along with Simon Salazar from Colombia on the American and English-only translation here. And Simon's usually my counterpart for the Spanish translation. And Simone, the ISA has a big event coming up 3 weeks from now.
Yeah, I know. It's the World Junior Surfing Championship. It's going to be insane. Actually, it's the biggest event of the ISA that's going to be happening just a little bit northern from here in Oceanside. So just wait for it, because we're going to have 2 podiums. We're going to have more than 27 countries coming up, almost like 200, more than 200 competitors. So it's going to be really, really good.
Here's a shot of Jeff Munson. Jeff is competing in the upright division. Jeff recently is the winner of the Dukes Ocean Fest sit division, and Jeff is an amazing athlete on the wave ski, and he's coming up in the next heat.
Nice. As we saw the flags from France, because they have 2 competitors out in the water. This is France against United States. Look at that, Bo. 2 competitors from France, 2 competitors from United States. This is going to be really, really good. As we saw, the guy from United States got the first wave. Just a little one tried to get in the rhythm of this type of conditions. It's kind of small right now, but I think it's going to be a little bit better along the day. So just wait for it. And but beside that, we're going to have those competitors that are going to try their best in order to get a really good scores on their boards.
Yeah, let's talk about the French competitors here. Our French competitor, Eric, in the red jersey, as we're watching in blue. This is Daniel Burt. And there's red. There's Eric, 38-year-old, a femoral amputee. His board of choice is a short board. And there's surfer in yellow, Drew, from the United States. Eric's been surfing for 26 years.
Wow.
Loves surfing, skating, snowboarding, and enjoys the ocean. And as we know, Team France, always very competitive, whether it's SUP, whether it's their junior. They actually have the 16 and under World Junior Champion last year from Ecuador.
Yeah, that's true. It was unbelievable. France always trying their best in order to get a really good competitors, taking them to represent France on this kind of events. As right now, the guy Pierre Pouchat trying to get a wave. He got it. He's kind of like not very happy with that ride, but he was just taking the bet out of his mind. Okay, Bo, I'm seeing a girl right now surfing against men's. How does things going on in this event?
Well, right now, the ISA has not divided the World Adaptive Surfing Championships into male and female. They're being inclusive. They're just keeping it as divisions in the stand, in the upright, in the prone, and the prone assisted. Places like Hawaii, when we have the Dukes Ocean Fest and the Adaptive Surfing Championships, we've actually divided up men and women into separate divisions. But the ISA wants to be inclusive and not exclusive. As you see, a switch stands there for our surfer in yellow. That was Drew Dellis.
Yeah, there was a replay from the guy of yellow. It was a really short wave, but I think these guys are just amazing about what they are doing. I want to talk just a little bit about the guys that are in the water. The guy from United States, it's just I think they are doing a really, really good job. Drew Dellis, he just stands. He has an amputation below his knee, and he's been like surfer from 7 years, and he's been an athlete all his life. In Starlight, he's been an athlete doing different things. He's a member of the Costa Rica Adaptive Sports and Recreation and Adaptive Surf Project. So most of these competitors, they're not just competitors or surfers or whatever, or sport guys. They always try to put a little bit of their knowledge in order to teach to another people about the sports and teach another people that maybe has the same disabilities or to make it better.
Well, what happened with Drew was introduced to surfing because he was from North Carolina, from Jesse Ballard's group called Life Rolls On.
Okay.
And that's how he got turned on to surfing. And I challenge you, Simone, to go to the next Life Rolls On demonstration here in California with Jesse and company and volunteer and have you take out a person with a disability and share your enthusiasm of surfing with them, and your life will change.
Yeah, for sure. That will be amazing.
So here is an example of a participant that goes to Life Rolls On and now has been surfing for the past 7 years.
Wow. I think it's just like one click. I think the live, it's before you surf your first wave and then after that. All the people that surf at least once, they just love it. They just want to keep doing it. They just want to go to the ocean. They don't see a beach as the same as a normal person. They just look at the ocean to see the waves, to see the way that the waves breaks, and they just want to be outside. They just want to be surfing. They just want to be enjoying this awesome weather, the awesome water. We have in the replay right now, he's the guy in red, the guy from France, trying to get a floater there, and he nailed it. He claims it, like putting his arm up. It was a really nice wave. Let's see how the judges gonna award this guy from France. I think it's gonna be a really good score. Let's see what the judges says. But right now it's the guy from United States leading the heat, and the second is the guy of red that we saw in our screen, and third right now it changes a little bit.
I got to correct you. Not
Sorry.
the guy leading from the United States, the lone girl.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Danielle Burt. Danielle was in a motorcycle accident back in 2004 and resulted in the loss of her right leg above her knee. She also suffered some fractured neck and broken ribs, a ruptured spleen, a collapsed lung. She was on code 3 times, was in a drug-induced coma for 45 days.
Wow.
She has since come out of that, recovered from that, and now has taken to surfing. And Danielle looks forward to competing here at the ISA World Championships. And Danielle placed third at the Dukes Ocean Fest some time ago, and has taken to surfing competition.
Oh, that's great. How rad is like they just from a really bad situation, they don't give up and they just take advantage from it.
Well, that's what all these athletes, you'll see their advantages, their abilities, not their disabilities. You know, they're here to shine because they can do things, and
they are here to shine. I like that.
And they want others too, and
that's true.
And that's why there's groups like Access Surf Hawaii, Adapt Surf in Brazil, Life Rolls On in the United States. Jesse, Mark Marble, and all these people have introduced ocean sports to the physically challenged people and saying, hey, you can come out once a month and enjoy surfing, or you can take it to the next level.
Or you can come every day.
You can come every day.
That's awesome. We're seeing right now the girl from the United States, Danielle Bird, that Bo was talking about here just a minute ago, and she's having a really, really good session right now. But the guy in France with with the last waves dropped the scores. A really nice floater. We saw this guy trying to get to his nose at the end. He digs it down in the water, but I think the work has been done. All the damage has been done. So right now I think he's in the first place. So remember that how this thing works, how this competition is going on. This is not about if you get first, second, third, or fourth on your hit. It's more about the scores that you made on that hit. So they're doing their best all the time.
Here we go, surfer in red. This is our French leader right now, Eric D'Argent. You can see his left leg amputation. He's got the prosthetic on the left leg. And you'll see some of these surfers, they adapt to their style, whether they're regular foot or goofy foot. So you'll see some amputees with their prosthetic on their back foot, some on their front foot, because they're not using their prosthetic to always be their front foot. They're surfing to their natural stance, their natural surfing stance.
That's awesome. It's like nothing happens. That's so inspiring. Actually, I can even describe. I came here yesterday and I saw you, Bo, with all the custom, with all your things on, just out in the water, going with the kids and with all the people that was trying to share that stoke about what it's surfing about.
I believe we have Shannon back on the beach. Shannon, are you there?
Hey guys, yeah, thank you so much. We're here with Scott, aka Mad Dog, who's in his first event ever, his first surf contest. What did he think?
It was awesome. It was awesome. It wasn't in my dream bucket, but we threw it in this year, and it was awesome.
Well, there's a lot of communication going between you and your coach. Can you introduce us and tell us what the relationship is and how he helps you?
Well, this is Coach Pat Weber of the San Diego Surfing Academy and Team USA, and it's all about trust. So I trust him with all his verbal cues, and I've just got to execute. So he's got certain vocabulary, just one words, and I'm listening for it, and I just to trust him, and I got to execute as soon as he tells me to do something.
Very cool. Well, there was some strategy out there today. Let me know a little bit.
Give it away. Go ahead, Coach. Tell him our strategy.
It's kind of a secret, you know, but it is that just worry about your first wave, because you can't get two scoring waves without one scoring wave. And we got that pretty much out the gate, which was wonderful. And, you know, so no, that wasn't really, you know, a secret. It's just, you know, common sense.
It worked, though.
But what's funny,
It had me fired up.
There was a competitor from France. You don't know this, Scott, out there in the water, and he asked me how much time was left. And so in the spirit of sportsmanship, instead of saying, get your own watch, I said 1:12, Vive la France. That's what it's all about.
Really cool. I want to know about some of your other hobbies. You said this is your first surf contest, but what else do you do in your spare time?
So I am a competitive water skier and trick skier at the national level. I've been to 4 disabled water ski nationals. I'm a silver medalist in those, in slalom and tricks, and I've got a gold in the regionals. I do a triathlon every year to benefit Challenge Athletes Foundation. This will be my 5th year. And I threw in another dream that wasn't in my dream bucket, where I'm going to do an Ironman in November for the first time.
So I'd like to make this official and nominate him for Challenge Athlete Foundation Athlete of the Year.
Yeah. But
Do I hear a second?
Yeah, second it. No, I wish. And then I've got a Facebook page called Never Lose Sight. It tells my whole story, how I was blinded, and has videos and all that stuff. So, but I've been surfing since I was 10 years old, and when after I was blinded 22 years ago, I met Pat Weber here 15 or 16 years ago, and was able to start surfing annually after being blinded. And then we saw this come up, and we both kind of like contacted each other at the same time and said, let's do this. So.
And they had us. You know,
And
they let us in, and
had
we're
us.
very thankful to Team USA
Yeah.
and for the honor and the privilege of representing our country. And it just couldn't have been a better experience, you know. And everybody's so cool. We can't wait to visit them at their home break, and that's what it's all about. I mean, just so much love here.
Yeah.
And thank you, Fernando Aguirre, International Surfing Association. I mean, the vision is really happening.
Hurley, Stan, City of San Diego.
Absolutely. And,
My hometown.
And mom and dad.
Yeah.
Very cool. Everyone, I'm sure, is watching at home or here on the beach. What an incredible story. We'll go back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Shannon, and congratulations, Scott. Even though Scott got 4th place, it looked like he had won the heat, you know, and that's what this event's about, you know, getting to participate. Here's a guy, he's blind. He is a accomplished, award-winning para-water skier, champion, a triathlete, going to compete in his first Ironman, and CAF got him involved in surfing and with his coach. How happy is he?
I can't even describe. I mean, I just got like, I could feel it through the screen. It was unbelievable to see the smile on his face, to see the way that he was talking, to see the way that he was just telling to us how was that experience for him to being out in the water. And okay, he's kind of like used to compete. He's used to represent the United States. He used to this to have this type of pressure on his back, and it's unbelievable. It's so rad the way that they just pick certain words like keywords in order to this coach told him what to do, where should he go, and I don't know. And then all the situation with the French guy, it was kind of funny the way that the coach said it. It was, I don't know. At the end, it's all about fair play. Remember that one of the main goals for the ISA, like National Surfing Association, it's to get the surf in the Olympics. So right now we are allowed to be on the Pan American Games in 2019. So it's like we already done a lot of work on that thing, and we are just allowed on the Pan American Games. It's the first time on the history of surfing to being allowed at one of the Olympics, in one of the Olympic events, Olympic format events, and the ISA has been working their competitions with that Olympic format without money awards. You know, it's only you only fight, you only compete for a medal to bring it back to your country and to be proud of representing your flag and like give a goal for them. We're on the screen now.
I'm Bo Hodge. Simone Salazar. Welcome to the broadcast, day number 1 competition, live from La Jolla Shores. You're watching the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. Our day number 2 will not be tomorrow. It'll be on Sunday. Sunday will be day 2 competition down here at La Jolla Shores. So we invite you to tune back into the broadcast. We are being brought to you by the following great sponsors, including Challenge Athletes Foundation, CAF, Hurley and Bob Hurley and Company, Stance, and the City of San Diego. We are being supported by Denton's, Endotech Designs, Northern Trust, Natural High, and also Oliver McMillan. Our media partners include Surfline, Surfos Magazine, and Passion Extrema. And without our sponsors, we would not all be able to get down here. And I found another interesting note about our lone female competitor in blue, Danielle Burt. Let's watch Eric, who is pretty much leading in this heat here, and he has a stiff leg amputee stance there, but he's still able to turn his board.
Yeah, I wanna know the difference between some of the competitors. They had different types of I don't know how to say it. Different type of prosthetic leg, prosthetic instrument, because some of them, as we saw the guy from France having like a stiff prosthetic leg. But the guys from United States or another guys just prefer maybe like one that bends as a normal leg. So maybe I want to know like a little bit more about, maybe later, about how this thing works in order to improve their performance down in the water. So Bo, I'm so stoked to be here once again. It's been a while since the last time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the ISA for giving me the opportunity for the first time to be in the English booth. It's been hard. I've been like a little bit on the background about all these events that are that's gonna make it through on the United States, and I know how hard they work. I know how hard they are working in order to make all these events happen. So congratulations to all the ISA team. Congratulations to Fernando. Congratulations to the event directors, the judges, to everyone, the webcast managers, to they're doing an amazing job in order to make through the different events.
Yeah, it's amazing. This event is has been years in the coming.
Yeah.
It should have been done many years ago, but you know what? No better time than the present, and that's why we are here down at La Jolla Shores. Another interesting fact about Danielle Burt. We talked about the horrific accident that she was in where she lost her limb, but she is the WSA, the West Coast Surfing Association National Champion in her division. She is the first paraplegic to surf Mavericks back in 2008. Now, how can you say a paraplegic can't achieve their dreams? She is a national champion. She is a first paraplegic, amputee to surf Mavericks.
I want to go to surf there.
And she's sponsored by some major sponsors like Volcom, Electric, Visual, Buell wetsuits, GoPro, Box wheelchairs. It's amazing.
Oh, okay. Like I'm glad that all the surf industry it's getting into the adaptive world. So congratulations to all these guys that making this happen. And hey, just keep going as this girl, as Danielle. You know that it's a bright future coming up. So just keep pushing it because if you want it, you can make it happen.
Yeah, it's amazing. 18 seconds remaining in this heat. And coming up next, we're going to be having our upright division, the sit division, as you may want to call, but the ISA is entitling it the upright. These are athletes you're going to see in surf skis coming up next. So our final heat here in the stand division. You can see the beach announcer, Rick, counting us down here. 2 horns ends a heat. 1 horn will start a heat. And unofficially, Eric D'Argent from France in first, Drew Dellis from the United States in second, Daniel Burt in third, and Pierre Pouchat from France in fourth place. These are unofficial results.
Okay, remember that it doesn't matter if they are first, second, third, or fourth on their hits. It's all about the scores that they made, the total scores of their 2 best waves. They're going to fight against that total of the rest of the competitors, and then the best 16 scores gonna make it through the 3rd round. So they kind of have 2 chances to get a really nice score.
Let's take a short break. You're watching the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surf Championships live from La Jolla Shores, presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to La Jolla, California. You're watching the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, CAF, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. We are on La Jolla Shores for the inaugural ISA World Championships, and we have now switched divisions. We are into the upright division. Round 1, heat number 1. Jeff Munson from California will be in red. Mira Va'a will be in white from Hawaii. Diane Whitcomb will be in yellow from Hawaii, and Mark Thornton will be in the United States in blue. And I can tell you all 4 of these athletes competed at the Dukes Ocean Fest just last month on the beautiful shores of Waikiki. Now you see the people in the orange.
Yeah.
They are water safety and assisters. So if someone falls off their board, because a lot of these competitors are either paraplegics or quadriplegics, and they need the assistance sometimes to get back on their equipment. So they're not there to push them into the wave. They're there to help them get back on the board. So the people in the orange jerseys out in the water are water safety and for crews to help them get back onto their equipment.
That's great. It's I think it's really, really nice the way that they just are taking the paddles and the boards, trying to make it out the back. I think it's kind of hard to maintain like that board straight. We're gonna see, as you said before, those competitors, they were at the contest down in Hawaii back in like last year, right?
Last month.
Last month, sorry. So they are just with that hungry of winning. So they're still feeling it.
Well, the winner of the sit division, the upright division at the Dukes Ocean Fest is in the water right now. That is Jeff Munson. He has won the last 2 years. And there's Jeff riding now. And he has the ability of going straight vertical off the lip
Oh,
And
I
in
saw that
fact,
picture.
I showed you a picture of that earlier. And in fact, during his heat in the water in Hawaii, he got barreled and got his head ducked and got into a barrel at Queens and Waikiki.
Wow, that's amazing. So I want to know more about how the judges go through this category. Is the same as a stand? We're gonna have the same judge criteria uh, as they had it on the stand,
Yeah,
or
they are looking for the surfers to do multiple maneuvers, to
All right.
do execute what they can on the wave. So are they attempting maneuvers? Are they just going straight?
Okay.
Are they riding the open face of the wave, which is more scoring potential than a whitewater closeout wave?
Okay, and there's any rule that they need to put? They need to use the paddle,
They
or
can
it's
use,
just
just like an SUP, use
Okay.
their paddle in a progressive fashion.
sick. So we're gonna have like a really good competitors down in the water.
Yeah.
As we see, oh, the guy in red made it a floater, trying to slide his tail a little bit, and he right now is trying to get more speed at the end. That's a really good beginning for him.
Well, I tell you right now, this is one of the top-rated surf ski adaptive surfers in the world right now. Jeff Munson, a former lifeguard at Puerto Escondido in Mexico.
Wow.
The Mexican pipeline before his injury. Had years of water safety and surfing ability. And then upon his injury, taking that not as a disadvantage, but as an advantage and adapting it to surf ski, wave ski competition.
Yeah, this guy is 47-year-old. Actually, it's 47-year young. I
Yeah,
think.
watch him. A nice carve there going vertical on the whitewater, and he's able to turn in the whitewater section, which is hard to do as a surfer.
Yeah, that's true. Try to just to put your tail on a different direction. As I think that's the hardest part of surf. And this guy, this Mr. Jeff, just nailed it perfectly. We see this guy going left, going vertical. Oh, he falls that last maneuver, but it wasn't really good. If he land that, I think he's gonna it's gonna be securely going through the next round. He didn't need any assistance. He just jumped on the board by his own. But next to him is this guy with the camera gear, trying to ask him about if he needs something or if he needs anything, and he just said, "Hey, give me my paddle bag. I got a paddle bag."
Jeff is very self-sufficient. Let's watch him here. Trying to get that board vertical. I mean, he has the ability to dig in. And if you see these surf skis, a lot of them will be a lot weighted in the back. They'll be foamier in the back because that's where they want the buoyance.
Okay.
And so up in the front will be lightweight, but in the back will be more buoyant because that's where they lean. And a lot of them will have backrest. As you see surfer in blue there, that is Mark Thornton from California.
Okay, I got it.
Let's watch Mark here. Mark was out yesterday competing, and Mark likes to use his hands to guide.
Yeah, because he has a little fin at the end of the board and ropes to the sides of the chair, so he guides the board with that fin. So he used his hands in order to maintain the direction of the board. Right now, yeah.
In the water, that is Diane Whitcomb. Diane won this year's women's surf ski and upright division. And her competitor, Mira Va'a, in this heat, as you see maybe on the screen as Duarte, but her last name is Va'a. She went out for a free surf at Canoe Surf Break right before her heat and had a wipeout and had fiberglass stuck in her nose and had to go to the hospital to get it removed.
No way.
I am serious.
Okay.
And so she couldn't compete. And there's Mira right now.
They're radical.
Oh, Mira is gung-ho. And at the opening ceremonies yesterday, Mira was the sand pourer who gave that Hawaiian chant as she was giving the sand into the Sands of the World ceremony. And it was a moving moment.
Remember that the sand ceremony is like the torch ceremony of the Olympics.
Right.
We are taking the sand from all over the places, from all over the countries that they are assisting to the contest, and pour it on the same container, and made that really particular pattern that actually it's pretty neat. I love it. I love the way that looks, and that shows that all the people around the world, they're all together for the same object, that it's just surf.
You can see Mark Thornton falling off his board, and there's the staff and crew, and here's Mira Va'a. And a lot of these surf skis are having a trouble after the wave closes out. On the open face wave, they're in control.
Okay.
But once the wave starts to close out, it kind of, as their board is sideways, it kind of pushes them down the rail. Let's watch Diane Whitcomb here. And Diane is an accomplished outrigger canoe paddler and paddles for a group called, it's escaping me right now.
No worries.
But a Pure Light. And the Pure Light team crosses the Molokai Channel.
Wow.
So she has been an outrigger canoe paddler. So when Access Surf found her, they was going, you can go surfing. She was like,
what?
I can't go surfing. And
What do you mean?
in 2 years, she has won the Dukes Ocean Fest in the women's upright division.
That's awesome. And now she's representing Hawaii right here on La Jolla Shores. That's a really awesome place in southern San Diego. So I'm stoked to have all these people here just representing the countries, like bearing their flags, cheering their teammates. I think it's all about the ISA. It's just share the way that you enjoy the ocean, share the way that you enjoy the beach, and share with all the people around the world about what these guys are doing, that it's going through their limitations sometimes, but they don't take it as a limitation, they take it as an advantage all the times, and they are just an inspiration for us, because actually it's really good. Look at this guy. Oh my God, he made an off the top turn, digs his nose a little bit, and the Mayra Duarte, what is her last name? Sorry.
Mira Va'a. She
Mira
has Duarte.
Va'a.
I think that was her previous name from either a past marriage, but she wants to go by Mira Va'a.
Mira Va'a. Okay.
V-AA.
Okay, we saw her riding that wave. I don't think that we're gonna have that interference situation right now in this contest. Like, we're gonna update that information when we're going through the contest. But right now, I think with that turn, the guy in the red jersey is gonna take the lead.
Yeah, Jeff Munson. He's the man to beat at this competition here in the upright division. He is a very accomplished surfer. The past two winners, the last year and this year, currently at the 2014-2015 Dukes Ocean Fest in Waikiki for the adaptive surf division. So keep your eyes on Munson, and he's already got a 6.17 and a 4.33. For Mira, she has competed in the Paralympic Athens Games in 2004 as a paddler, and she has also competed in wheelchair marathon. She is a very type of competitor, and she sets examples for her kids. She is a mother of two.
That's awesome.
If mommy can do it, you can do it.
Yeah, totally.
And that's her motto. And Mira is just a bundle of joy. She is a paraplegic. She can walk with crutches. And she has been surfing for 3 years, and some of her hobbies include shell finding, shell jewelry making, paddleboarding, surf skiing, and surfing, and of course marathons. And here's Mark Thornton from the United States.
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of hard to get into waves because look at this guy. Sorry, look at this
Mira.
girl that she was just laying a little bit forward on her board, trying to maintain the nose down to gain speed on that tiny wave here at the Hawaii Shores.
Yeah, and Mira paddling back out, and mostly what I'm seeing in these athletes right now, Simon, is they're trying to avoid that wipeout.
Yeah, right? They totally try
as
to.
in surfing, you want to be able to kick out of your wave. Well, Mira here, she's doing everything she can to stay on the open face, to get down the wave, and then she kicks out before that whitewater section moves in.
Yeah, because she needs to maintain her balance all the time, and it's going to be faster to recover if they kick out, besides maybe get a wipeout that takes maybe a little bit longer to paddle back out and maybe be prepared for the next wave.
Well, Jeff Munson there in red, our heat leader. Let's watch Mark here. So 2 Californians up against 2 Hawaiis. So you got all the United States in the water right here. An all-American heat, as you call it. And many people ask me this all the time. Why is Hawaii separate from the United States?
Oh, okay. It's a good question.
In surfing competition. And it all goes back to Duke Kahanamoku. Duke, probably the most famous surfer in surfing history.
That's true.
Introduced surfing to Australia, introduced surfing to California, introduced surfing to around the world. When Duke won his first gold medal in swimming, when the king, I forget what country it was awarding him, the king was standing on the podium and the athletes were standing on the ground. It has since changed.
Oh.
And the king goes, "You are amazing in the water." And Duke goes, "Well, thank you, but this is not my best sport." And the king goes, "What is your best sport?" He goes, "Surfing, Your Honor."
Wow.
And the king goes, "Surfing? What is surfing? Come to Hawaii and I will take you surfing."
Wow.
So that's what Fernando Aguirre is trying to do. He is trying to achieve Duke's dream of getting surfing into the Olympics.
That's great. Taking all the people that don't know about what surfing is, taking it wherever, and taking them to surf and share that stowed. And as we are saying all the time on this webcast, as soon as you touch the water, as soon as you got your first wave, you always going to be hooked with the surf sport.
Here we go, Diane paddling on the inside. She's catching a lot of whitewater waves, and the scores are reflecting her scores right now, currently in fourth place. So Diane needs to get more on the open face waves. And you're seeing Jeff and Mira charge out on the outside, and Jeff and Mira are in the lead. So the judges are rewarding the surfers who are catching more of the open face wave than the whitewater waves.
Yes, there it is. The girl in white, Mayra Va, has an interference against red when we saw that wave when the guy, Jeff Manson, was hitting the lip pretty radical, actually, but he couldn't land it. But I think it was more because the girl on the white jersey was on his way.
Yeah.
So remember, they need to respect the right of way of the surfer.
Right. So both took off, and the judges deemed that wave a left, and probably on the first portion of that wave, Jeff was on it first.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he was attacking the wave. He had the right of way first because he was already pointing the face of the wave.
And he already made his first maneuver.
Yeah, that's true. So 4 minutes remaining. We're already past the 5-minute mark. Remember that when, if you don't know, yeah, at the beach they have a different flag. They have the green flag or the green light or the green square that seems, okay, we are competing right now. The competition is on. And then they have the yellow mark that says they have 5 minutes remaining. Here he was the guy on the red jersey getting a floater down there. Really, really good wave.
Well, before the floater, did
Yeah.
you notice how he was using his paddle to make his turns?
Oh,
He
yeah,
was
that's
very
true.
precise, right to left. And every time he was switching balance and his paddle, he was able to make fluid turns. Let's watch the replay here, Simon. And watch the takeoff. Committed, right here. Digs in, paddle. Digs in, turn. Paddle,
Paddle.
turn. Paddle, turn. Open face, top to bottom, bottom to top, and then the floater. And then
He just tried to kick out.
he hooies on purpose.
Oh, okay.
What we call hooey in Hawaii is flip over. He hooeyed on purpose because he likes to get in a position where he can get back up on.
Oh, okay, that's true. That was actually, I think that was the best wave of the heat so far. He made 3 turns with that wave. Sorry, like 2 turns with that wave, and then finish it with a floater. And I think it's gonna be really, really good awarded by the judges.
Yeah, an 8.17 there
Wow.
for Jeff Munson. So, yeah, he has taken full command. Let's go down to the beach and check in with Shannon. Shannon, who do you have this time?
Hey guys, I'm here with Danielle Burt. Danielle, you have an inspiring story. You actually moved out to California and were in a motorcycle accident, lost your leg. Tell us a little bit about how surfing has helped you come back.
Well, surfing was the one thing I really wanted to do. Well, getting into the water was the biggest thing. And I used to bodyboard back in Jersey growing up as a little kid. I just never surfed. And then me and my prosthetist put together this leg. It's all duct taped up. And it got me back into the water. And I met some friends that surf. And then we just started surfing. And it's meant the world to me ever since. Yeah.
You're also a physical therapist. Tell me a little bit about your work and how you are helping the local community.
So I work at Sharp Memorial Hospital, and that's actually where I was a patient for a bit. So I discovered physical therapy through my own rehab, and they helped me get my independence back. So I decided I wanted to do the same thing for others, pay it forward. I went to school at SDSU, got my doctorate, and they hired me. So I get to give back to other patients.
What are you most excited about at this event, at the ISA Adaptive World Championship?
To inspire other people, because you go through an accident like that and you lose a piece of you, you have like the darkest days ever, and to be able to go out there and like be quiet and just get to be athletic again, it's just very empowering. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, really cool to hear that you're empowering other people to do the same. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. And Danielle, as we told you, the first paraplegic, or the first amputee to ever surf Mavericks. So how inspiring is that? Here we go. Diane Whitcomb from Hawaii.
I totally want to go to Surf Mavericks.
There you
After
go.
seeing Danielle, because sometimes you heard scary things about the different spots, or maybe like really bad stories and that kind of stuff. But listening to all these stories, listening to all these moments or different guys' life, so gives you I think the conscience to realize that it's all by your own. You only need to beat your mind in order to achieve whatever you want.
Well, that's why they talk about their abilities, not their disabilities. Sound of the horn rounds out. And Jeff Munson, an 8.5, a 6.17, has dominated in this heat. Diane Whitcomb currently in second, Mirava in third, and Mark Thornton in fourth. These are unofficial results. Let's take a break. You are watching 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by CAF, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. When we return, round one, heat two in the upright division. Welcome back to beautiful La Jolla, California for the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by CAF Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. From La Jolla Shores Beach, this is the inaugural ISA World Championships. We're into round number one qualifying in the upright division, heat number two. Let's introduce our surfers in the water. Two from the United States, one from Brazil, and one from Hawaii. From Hawaii, Rich Julian in white, Felipe Lima from Brazil in yellow, and from the United States, Charles Chaka Webb, a local surfer in blue, and Chris Orbel will be in the red jersey. So another four-man heat. And again, these guys are in the upright division. So a lot of these competitors are paraplegics. That means they have suffered spinal injuries where they have lost movement and motion from the waist down. And these are your wheelchair athletes, and they have adapted themselves into the surf ski, wave ski portion of ocean sports here. And they're able to paddle and use their hands. We do have water safety out in the water, assisting our athletes when they wipe out and flip over to get back on their boards. A lot of these athletes can get on their board by themselves. Let's watch here. He can flip his board over, but the water safety there is to help to maintain stability. And it looks like Chris there. Chris likes to pull himself back up on the board. Here we go. Surfer in yellow, up and riding. This is a Felipe Lima. Nice carving turn on the open face, and that's what the judges want to see.
That's true. Sorry for that. Yeah, actually, I want to Actually, I think what the safe patrol is right now is to make it faster.
Yeah.
You know, because they need to be out the back like as quick as they can. As we see now the replay, we see the red jersey right now. The guy from
This is
United
Chris.
States, yeah, getting a right hand wave, trying to get into the vertical to hit the white water, and then he just pushed the brake down with the paddle, but unfortunately the wave doesn't offer that much wall to make it maneuvers.
Now watch Philippe. Good bottom turn. Sets up his next turn. Gets speed.
Oh!
And flow there. And gets the maneuver of the off the top lip there. So
That's true.
That's going to be a good scoring wave for Felipe Lima out of Brazil.
This guy, who's born in 1987, Belo Horizonte, spends most of his life on the quiet streets of the neighbor where he lives, exploring the woods and making collection of all kinds. He was introduced in the sport when he was 4-year-old, so he's been like surfing his entire life, and he just called Panda. They play together by the roads and close homes, and what started to join extreme sports until he was an adolescent. At the age of 8, he joins the car with some friends for a few years and get it pull and encourage his father and learn like the adrenaline and the competition goes to his body. So it's amazing how all these guys, they are involved on different kind of sports, not only surf, they just go through karts, bikes. Some of them just get into the cars accident and motorcycle accident, but they don't quit it. They just keep doing it because, I don't know, it's what they like. We saw this guy on the red jersey, this guy from United States. Let's see the replay right now. He's getting a speed, flying down the line, almost get stuck, made a flutter, rock and roll it, and then another like slide there to try to smash the white water from the second time. And I think it's a really good way for this guy from the United States to maintain.
Chris definitely with his best wave opened up with scores at a point and below, and this one in the average range in the 5 to 3.5 range, and the scores are coming in slowly. Amazing. Felipe Lima from Brazil, you were just talking about him. First place in the kayak surfing division in Brazil just 2 years ago.
He's just 28.
I know, and he is really taken to the upright division here, and as in Brazil, they are calling it kayak surfing.
Okay.
So as you were trying to call it kayak surfing, that is maybe a Central or South American type translation for upright or surf ski or wave ski.
Yeah, I think so. This may be the best way to call it. But actually, I'm going to congratulate all these athletes because actually it's pretty hard to manage this type of boards, this type of ships. I don't know how to call it. But yeah, you know, it's like longer, wider, like they float a lot. You can flip over that you see right now because they have their feet attached to the board in order to like don't lose any of their feet. Remember that they don't have control of
Well,
the
here with Rich
underwaist.
Julian, Rich not only has and a lot of these wave skiers will have a belt, a Velcro belt that goes across. And what Rich is doing now is he's putting his legs in position, and he has foam cutouts.
Okay.
So his legs, because he can't move his legs will flop off. So he has foam cutouts right around below the knee or beyond the knee. And a lot of these wave skiers will have that. Here, let's watch Chris again. And again, getting tangled up in the whitewater, these guys are finding themselves in the whitewater. They're able to maneuver on the open face, but in the whitewater sections, these wave skis are being challenged. So Rich Julian and Chris on their last two waves there. And we're seeing Felipe. He had 2 6-point rides.
Yeah. We're watching at the shore the guy from Brazil, the team coach, trying to tell Mr. Lima where should he goes, where should he be at the beach, because actually it's really, really hard to understand this type of shores.
There's Chris Courtois, one of the co-captains for Team Hawaii, cheering on Rich Julian. Rich, we interviewed earlier, one of the founders of Access Surf Hawaii. He teamed up with Mark Marble, who was a therapist locally, and they put together an amazing program that takes disabled people out surfing. And right now, our Brazilian in command with a 6.83 and a 6.33 with a 13.16 total. Chris from California in second place. Charlie Chaka Webb in third place, and Rich Julian from Hawaii in fourth place right now.
I think that score, it's a really solid score. He's going to be kind of calm. He don't need to be that aggressive on the next heat, the second round. I think Mr. Lima right now, it's on a really comfortable position. When we see the guy on the on the blue jersey, the guy from United States, Charles Webb, trying to get a little slide there. Wow, that was kind of rad. I think he's got a sponsor. You can see it on their board, and he's trying to handle the board in order to maintain their stability, to point his nose to out the back, to point it like looking at the ocean in order to go out the back again. I will see a split in the peak. Wow, that was a really good maneuver for the guy in the red jersey, the guy from United States, Chris O'Barr, who's just like smacks the lip and landed backwards, almost backwards, and slides back to take to have the board pointing to the beach. I think it's going to be a really nice score. Let's see how the judges going to score this wave. Only one maneuver, but I think it's a really, really, really good one for part of the guy from the USA, United States of America.
Yeah, so we're awaiting updates there for those scores. And Chris trying to get back into the ball game, and he had a couple of low-scoring waves. He's got a 4.67 and a 3.83. And Chris comes out and competes at the Dukes Ocean Fest, makes the trek every year. He's been coming out for the past 5 or 6 years. And we had Charlie Webb, Chaka as he's known. Chaka's been coming out last couple of years, and an avid surfer up from the Huntington Beach area, and enjoys riding his wave ski. And he's a motivation speaker. He likes to go out and talks to people like himself in wheelchairs and get them back onto life and get them back into the water. And, of course, we told you about the story about Rich Julian. He is the surfer in white representing Hawaii, the founder, one of the co-founders of Access Surf Hawaii.
Okay, I want to tell you about, like, Rich Julian. He actually burned in Texas, but he moved to Honolulu a long time ago. How long ago, actually?
Oh, he's been there a long time. He was actually a professional wheelchair tennis champion.
Wow. So they just jump between different sports?
Well, Rich kind of got burned out. Been there, done that, achieved that, won this, and all of a sudden,
let's go for another thing.
He was in a car accident, and he wanted, living near the ocean, he wanted to get back into the ocean.
Yeah, that's true.
And he had boards designed for his abilities. The wave skis, he's the man in the center there in white, and about almost, coming up on the 10th anniversary, him and Mark Marble founded Access Surf Hawaii, where they started out with 5 wheelchair athletes. And now we have up to 80 to 100 participants come every month to go surfing, whether it's on the wave ski or the tandem surfboard.
That's
or
awesome.
Sometimes we bring out the old bully board, the oversized boogie board, the rescue boards on the back of the jet skis. We take people out and enjoy the water. And you see this adaptive wheel bicycle ramp that we use to get these wave skis out in the water while the participants are still on it. Here we go, Chris kicking out on his wave, and that's what the judges want to see here, is the surfers able to get into their wave on their own and get out on their own.
Yeah, that's true. That shows control, and that shows how they can maneuver those type of boards. I want to keep talking about Rich Julian, this 43-year-old guy. It's so funny when a surfer said this, like, which is your favorite spot? And they said, dude, it's a secret. I love that.
No, but he's actually talking about a spot called Secrets.
Oh, really?
It's on the South Shore. It's called Secrets. It's located next to Toes, in between Aina Hainas and Ledge. And it's right there. The guy Sully Sullivan, who founded Foodland Supermarkets, has a house right out in front of Secrets, and that's the Rich Julian's favorite surf spot.
Awesome. I thought it was a secret spot.
No, it's actually called Secrets. It's on the South Shore.
So, okay, guys, every time we're learning something about the different places around the world, who's better to tell us about Hawaii? This guy, Bob Hodges, a legend of the surfing and the announcement on the surfing. You will tell me about, a lot of years ago that you start to make beach announcing on the Triple Crown, right?
Right, right. Got my start with Randy Rarick. Randy called me one time. I was working on the radio and said, "Hey, what are you doing tomorrow?" I'm going, I don't know. Why? Why are you calling me? He goes, "Well, you want to work the Billabong Pro." I was like, do I want to work the Billabong Pro? Of course I want to work the Billabong Pro. And got to watch Sean Thompson surf in his last professional contest on the North Shore. And one of my idols and one of the honorary chairmen of this event, Sean Thompson.
That's awesome.
And, a former lifeguard myself in Honolulu, working on the city and county beaches. Let's watch yellow here. This is Felipe Lima just dominating. And look, he's having a great time. Full control.
He's enjoying.
Yeah. And you notice the shape of his board, the buoyancy in the back here. Here we go. Let's watch yellow. This is a replay last of Felipe Lima, and he's going down on that wave.
He's just getting one wave for another one. So he's been kind of active. Oh, a little crash there. I hope everything is all right.
Yeah, it looks like
for sure.
he crashed into Rich Julian paddling back out. So that is surfer in blue. That is Chaka. And that's why we got the water safety out there for the safety of these athletes. So Chaka gets back up on his board.
Nothing happened, bro.
And Rich Julian back up on these. And these boards are made solid.
Yeah,
Can they
true.
ding? Obviously they can ding up. Let's watch the replay here. Great guys in the booth. And Chaka definitely on the wave. And Julian, he was kind of sandwiched. He was,
totally.
by surfer in red, that was Chris to his right, and he had nowhere to go. So it wasn't a deliberate interference. It was just he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
But remember that as a surfer that is spotting out, you always need to be out of the way of the surfing that it's riding the wave.
Yeah, but Rich was kind of boxed in there.
Yeah, I know.
He had nowhere to go, and I know
That's
Rich
true.
very personally, and I know he feels bad about that situation, but he's going to try to overcome that. Still plenty of time. 6 minutes remaining in this heat.
Yeah, and remember they have a second chance on the second round. They can jump in the water again. Remember that this is like the first and the second round is like a non-elimination rounds. They only gonna serve to get the best scores in order to make it through the third round. So we only gonna have guys out of the competition on the second round. So stick together because all these guys gonna surf again later this afternoon. So just enjoy the view. Look at this guy.
Here we go, Rich back into the action, and Rich actually likes to surf waves with more of an open face on the South Shore. He's out at Secrets. He's out at Rock Piles. He's out at White Plains. He's out in Waikiki at Queens.
All of us want to surf.
He
open
surfs.
face.
He surfs a lot of on the South Shore, and with Reynos Hayes coaching these guys, they were having a lot of training up on the North Shore.
Oh.
And this summer, we've had quite a few North Shore swells hit. They were training at Howbush. They were training at Sunset. They were training at different locations on the North Shore.
I want to know what is the best training that these guys need to have in order to compete in the water. I really want to, I'm going to have some research maybe later about, because I really want to know, the way that they train in order to come here or in order to as a normal surf day.
Well, there's Team Hawaii on the beach there, the supporters, the Access Surf Group, the competitors. See Mike Kutz. We can see Diane Whitcomb there in the red jersey. We can see Buster. We can see Reynos Hayes on the sand there, cheering on Rich Julian out in the water right now. So you're asking the best kind of conditions. And Reynos will tell you, you train in all conditions.
Okay.
Because you never know if you're going to Ecuador or Nicaragua, you're going to get onshore winds.
Okay,
You're going to
that's true.
get
Offshore.
offshore winds. You're going to get sloppy conditions. You're going to get clean conditions. So what you want to do is train in all conditions.
To be prepared for all.
As you know, growing up in South America and surfing a lot in Central America,
Yeah.
you have a lot of clean mornings and windy afternoons.
That's true. I think you don't even know. You cannot even predict what's going on. You just need to go to the beach and see what's going on. I will see this guy in blue, Charles Webb from United States, trying to hit the white water. That unfortunately at the end of that maneuver, I think he just got stuck. His nose just got stuck on the water and he falls. But I think he's just need to be more confident about. He only has 5.23 on his belt. So if you want to make it happen, he needs to like make it better. If you want to make it happen, he needs to serve the way that he normally serves and show to the entire people this guy from the USA has a better serve. This guy from Brazil, Felipe Lima, with his last wave, for his third last wave, he just improved his situation with the last one. That was an 8-point ride that we saw that was like 3 turns and finish it. It was a really nice wave.
Yeah, he had a good exit to that wave too, and the judges really like that. Here we go, Julian again taking off here. Nice carving turn on the open face, and his board just seems on this shore break to just pearl right on the bottom of the board. And surfing with Rich all the time, I know he's much better at this. He's having a shocking heat. And he's a lot better than he's performing out. Here we go, Chaka Webb up and riding. This is Charlie Webb, and a local up here in Huntington Beach, and adapting here to the conditions here.
He just drove a couple of hours to get here.
Yeah.
Besides this guy from New Zealand that flew like, I don't know, 100 hours to get here. It's kind of far. All the people, they are making their own effort to get here. There are I don't know, some of them, as I was saying, this guy, Charles Webb, just drove a couple of hours to get here. But, like, the guys from New Zealand, Hawaii is kind of far too, Australia, and
South Africa,
Norway.
Europe,
Norway. We have a competitor from Norway.
European competitors, and France and Great Britain.
And the
Denmark,
Norway, it's
Switzerland.
Norway is the last country to join the ISA as a federation. We are right now 97 countries. They are working together in order to improve the surf, to develop the surfing around the world. So the ISA is making a really nice job, and I think we're going to reach the 100 countries pretty soon.
Well, that's the goal for the ISA and Fernando Aguirre. He wants 100 surfing nations. He wants more than 100 surfing nations.
Yeah, totally.
But right now, 97 surfing nations, and a couple of these surfing nations don't even have oceans.
Yeah, that was what I'm trying to say. It's like they don't even have an ocean. You need an ocean to be a surfer, to have a surfing federation, as we have Switzerland, we have Germany. So the only need to have is that the only need that you need to have is those surfers that want to represent your country, those people that want to push into the surf industry, into the surf world. So you only need to have, it's like, you need to want it. That's it. That was the guy of Hawaii just following that wave. Here it's yellow Felipe Lima, our hit leader, chasing that white water, trying to prove his situation right now. I think it's more into that victory lap. He had a really good scores under his belt. Just 14 minutes remaining, Bo.
Yeah, here's Chris. This is a good way for Chris. Nice carving turn. Floats it out the back. Rebounds off that leaning backwards. And then here goes Rich Julian. He gets one good maneuver here. Banks it off the white water and then goes down. So the sound of the horn rounds out our second heat for the upright division. And right now it looks like Felipe Lima with a commanding score of an 8-0 and a 6.93 in first. Chris Obre will be second. Charlie Webb, Shaka will take third place, and Rich Julian from Hawaii in fourth place. We're going to be right back. You are watching the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. Coming up next, our third and final heat in the upright division. Stay tuned. Let us know when we're live. Welcome back to the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, live from La Jolla. We apologize, technical difficulties with our power situation, so this is the second time we have been depowered and unable to broadcast and working out through those kinks, so we apologize for that. We missed the last heat of the upright division, which Freddie Carrillo won. In the yellow jersey, Marcus Thompson from New Zealand was in second. Elena Nichols, the two-time gold medalist from the Summer Winter Paralympic Games, was in third, and Elias Briones was in fourth place. Now we're going to switch over into the prone division, and in the prone division, and we're in Heat 1, round number 1. We have Dries Millard from South Africa in red, Francis Brown from Great Britain in white, and Alvaro Banyana from Spain in yellow.
Yeah, Alvaro has a pretty incredible story, leading the board right now with 3.17 and 2.83. He's 31 years old and was an ex-mountain guide. He was actually in an avalanche while snowboarding in 2010. He suffered an accident during the avalanche on his snowboard, and now, 5 years later, he's taking the disability to just push himself, you know, to overcome some challenges, and now he's here at the first ever ISA adaptive surfing event. He's also skiing free ride. He loves alpine skiing, kite surfing, supping, wakeboarding. I mean, what an incredible story. It's pretty intense, you know. That's an avalanche. That's, you know, thank goodness he's alive, let alone with this great spirit here today to compete in the water.
I mean, we when we were off here, we were talking to a number of athletes that came by our broadcast booth. We were talking with Eric Welton from Hawaii and learning more about the prosthetic leg that he works on. But yeah, I mean, imagine these athletes either being born with an affliction or going through a horrific car accident, motorcycle accident. We're reading over and over the individual stories, but an avalanche. I mean, people don't survive avalanches. And here's an individual surviving an avalanche and still doing kite surfing and other activities.
Oh, definitely the deadliest part of snowboarding in general. But you know, if he's a mountain guide, he's probably going to
off
the
trail.
backcountry.
Yeah.
Really dangerous conditions, and you know, that's a very sad story. It's an emotional story. It makes me want to tear up, but at the same time, like, look where he's now. He's, you know, he's on the beach, like, he's getting assisted, right? But he's still out there.
No, this is the unassisted. This is the prone.
Excuse me.
These guys in the water right now, even though you see a bunch of orange jerseys, the orange jerseys are water safety, okay? But primarily, these athletes, they can paddle for themselves. They can get into the wave. Sometimes they need assistance to get back on their board. Coming up in our next division will be the prone assisted. So they are unable to paddle, but they can surf a wave, as we're watching here. Surfer in yellow. This is our Spanish surfer, the one we were just talking about. And he's got a quad board. I mean, he's got it like a fish. It looks like a fish. And you can see him watch him as he back paddles back out to the lineup. Here we go. We got surfer in red. This is our South African surfer. And he totally paddled himself into a wave. He's even got a GoPro registering his competition out here. And he's able to get off his board And there's the water safety giving him assistance. And right now, he's fine to get up on his board on his own, but water safety is there to take directions from the athlete. And if Millard wants to use the water safety, he'll use it. And an amazing story about him, 25-year-old from Cape Town, has surfed for 11 years. And we were talking about the make of his surfboard with silk, with hemp and bioresin.
So
And he
rad.
rides a Wavejet pod. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with the Wavejet, but the Wavejet is a motorized surfboard. Is the motorized surfboard in his use here today? No. He has the stationary pod, the non-motor pod underneath his board. But a lot of these adaptive athletes will invest in the Wavejet, and unfortunately, Wavejet went out of business last year due to just the high cost of their equipment. An average Wavejet SUP board, longboard, $5,000, and I don't think they could have made it. But a lot of benefits of the Wavejet technology were with our disabled athletes.
Yeah, and we're just learning, today about all the costs that these athletes are having to incur. Like, say one little piece of that knee busts out, and you're like, I need the new screw. Well,
you can't go to City Mill or Holmes or Lowe's and go get a screw for a prosthetic leg. These are specially designed, sometimes one-of-a-kind apparatus for these prosthetic legs. We were talking with Eric Welton from Hawaii. He was telling me his foot alone cost $5,000.
just the foot.
Just
and
the
if you
foot.
get the whole apparatus, maybe $12,000 to $16,000. That is serious. And to have, a sponsor that's a prosthetic company, I mean, wow, these are serious medical bills, So this, we were just talking about Dries Millard from South Africa. He is complete paraplegic, paralyzed from the chest down. So as you saw him, trying to get back up onto the board, he's not using his legs to stand on the sand. I mean, this is another level of athleticism with they are adapting to their specific disability.
You see Dre's right there. He's in the red jersey and the green pants. Currently in second place. His last wave, a 2.1, matched his first opening wave of a 2.0. And in second place, and he's chasing our Spanish surfer. And also out in the water is from Great Britain, Francis Brown. And again, these athletes have some boards that are just stock type boards off the racks, and some of these boards are specially designed for the infliction of the current athlete.
Yeah, pretty amazing story. Francis Brown is in white. He's from Cornwall, so he learned to surf at about 12 years old, and he had a spinal cord injury, an accident at work, but he decided he wanted to continue surfing, and with a little bit of trial and error, he's become a great surfer, an adaptive surfer with his disability for about 5 years, and he's traveled abroad to numerous breaks, and just what an incredible story from the UK. And he's on a shortboard. He's been surfing, I believe. It says 18 years with I don't know if that adds up. He looks young for 18 years of surfing, but definitely an athlete. He's, loves music as well, drums and percussion. So pretty amazing stories. I love you.
Wait a minute, Janet, you're forgetting he's a paraclimber. He's a para-triathlete, besides his drums and his music. And we're finding out about all these athletes. They have multiple sports. It's just not one ocean activity as surfing. I mean, they're into climbing, they're into triathlons, they're into marathons, they're into climbing. We talked to you were talking to our blind competitor from the United States. He's a champion para water skier, national, international champion. I mean, these guys have taken multiple sports and mastered, and that's just great because they are human too, and they're like all of us do multi-sports. We cross-train. We do other sports besides surfing, and that's what these guys are. A lot of these surfers you're seeing here do multiple athletics.
Sure, and just like in big wave surfing, I think the majority of what's going on out there in the water is mental. I mean, there's no reason a 10-year-old Grom and a 45-year-old expert level vet of surfing, they're paddling for the same waves, sometimes in the same conditions, experience levels, despite where they're at physically, the experience, just knowing that you can do something or trying to overcome that challenge. I think it's showing the human condition. It's showing what humans can achieve when they are faced with a challenge. And these are just the most inspiring stories you'll ever hear in a surf contest.
And a lot of these athletes are telling, why are you doing this? I'm inspired to inspire others. And it's amazing. And we have 18 countries being represented at the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. And I wouldn't be surprised if we double that in the next few years. We have nearly 80 athletes competing in the 4 different divisions. I'm sure if this event was held next year someplace around the world, we would have over 100 competitors competing at the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. The ISA was blown away by the amount of attention from the adaptive community. If they hold this event, they will come, and they're finding that out.
And, you know, as soon as word got out that there was going to be an adaptive surfing event, all of a sudden, you know, big-time sponsors coming in and saying, we want to support, we want to be there. The city of San Diego, the tourism board, just a huge support down here on the beach, letting us take over La Jolla shores for the weekend. And with just a minute left, 40 seconds on the clock, Alvaro Barona from España, from Spain, Bayona, excuse me, this 31-year-old is in the lead. Again, a incredible guy. He's competing in prone right now. He's from Barcelona, and he, you know, proud Catalonian. He's also a survivor of an avalanche. So what an incredible guy. This is a pretty and phenomenal athlete, as all of these guys are in the water today. But Alvarona is taking the lead right now with just 2 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a very impressive heat by Alvaro, and he's going to use this in momentum, and we're going to see him surf in the second qualifying round. The sound of the horn rounds out our first heat number 1 qualifying round in our prone division. Unofficial results: Bayona from Spain in first, Millard from South Africa in second, and Brown from Great Britain in third place. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, heat number 2 of the prone division. You're watching the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by the Challenged Athletes Foundation and Hurley and Stance and the city of San Diego. Stay tuned. More exciting surfing action live from La Jolla coming up next. That was perfect.
Come with me now. Come with me now. Come with me now. I'm gonna take you down. Come with me now. I'm gonna show you how. Come with me now. I'm gonna take you down. Come with me now. I'm gonna show you how. Come with me now. Come with me now. Come with me now. I'm gonna take you down. Come with me now. I'm gonna show you how.
Welcome back to beautiful La Jolla, California, site of the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the city of San Diego, live from La Jolla shores for the inaugural ISA World Championships. We're in heat number 2, round number 1, qualifying round in the prone division. Christian Bailey from California in red, Zach Tupak from Hawaii in white, Bruno Hansen from Denmark in yellow, and Ryan Baker from the United States in the blue jersey. Actually 3 Americans, and as we told you earlier, Hawaii is a designated surfing nation. Why? Because of the the great amount of surfing from Hawaii and because of Duke Hanamoku introducing surfing to the world. There is such great surfing talent in Hawaii, professional and amateur, that the ISA has designated Hawaii as a separate nation. But if and when the Olympics do happen in Tokyo for surfing, the United States will have to consume Hawaii as one superpower team in the sport of surfing. Can you imagine that?
I can't imagine the U.S. flags being flown anywhere on the Hawaiian Islands. But if there's a reason for it, it'll be the Olympics.
Yeah. The Olympics will merge Hawaii and the United States together. Only the Olympics in the surfing world. So Ryan Baker from the United States opened up with a 2.5. Hansen has a 0.68. And we're going to tell you a very interesting story from the man in white, Zach Tupak from Hawaii. Just about 18 months ago, Shannon, Zach was not surfing at all. He's 37 years old. He got involved with Access Surf. Access Surf took him out surfing, and he caught the bug. Immediately had boards designed for him. And this year at the Dukes Ocean Fest, he won the prone division. So within just over a year span, from not going from surfing at all to going into winning a division, and Zach broke his neck in a diving accident in a swimming pool back in 1995. He fractured C6 in his spine. He was playing rugby, and he continued playing adaptive rugby for 16 years on the Olympic level. In 2013, he had 2 additional spinal surgeries where 2 vertebrae were removed, losing all functions and sensation from his chest down. And in August of last year, 2014, Access Surf took in Zach because Zach wanted to go surfing. And now Zach is sponsored by Eric Arakawa from HIC. And Eric is a famous shaper in Hawaii who designed surfboards for the likes of Andy Irons, Kalia Moniz, Josh Moniz, for world champions around the world. He has also picked up other great sponsors. But his story is one, and here's a quote from Zach that he told me. I wish for nobody to wait that long to enjoy healing waters of the ocean. What it does to the mind is undescribable. And what it does to your body is no medication exists, unquote. And that's the healing power of the ocean.
Oh, I believe it. If there's anything that is more therapeutic, it's definitely being in the water, especially here in San Diego where it is warm. It still feels like summer, and everyone is having a great time, spectators alike, on the beach, just to be here amongst this great energy. I am so honored and thrilled. It's a historic day.
Yeah, surfing's been needing this for a long time. The ISA has known they wanted to do an adapting surfing event for many years, because I've been working with the ISA for some time now. And Fernando goes, one day I'm going to have an adaptive surfing event. I go, Fernando, we're doing it in Hawaii. We've been doing it for 9 years. You've been doing it for 9 years. We have to have one now. And sure enough, 2015, we saw the very first ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. I'll tell you what, let's take a break right now. Let's go over to the beach. Simon, who do you have?
Okay, hey everyone, I'm here with the team coach of France that he was talking to me about how was all the process to take the guys here to compete here. I wanted to talk to us to tell us the story about how's all the preparation that the kids had to come here and represent France.
Okay, first of all, they were selected. We make a selection with the French Federation. And then we got 7 guys. And then when they get selected 4 months ago, we made many meetings where we were surfing with coaches, with guys who help us. And we try to do it every week. We try to make them train for surfing, because we know what International Surfing Association needs to compete correctly. And also we wanted to build the team, to make team building. So we make them meeting very frequently, because some of them, they don't know each other. So at the end, after 4 months, they could surf many times together. They had mental preparations with a coach, mental coach, who is there also today. And at the end, we hope, but we are sure now, they are living a very good time. They are very happy to be there. They don't know what they will do. They want to do well, but they are very, very happy to be in California. Very nice place. Thanks San Diego, thanks the weather. to meet the people from the International Surfing Association. They met Fernando Aguirre yesterday. They were very happy to meet this man and to see the event. They were very pleased. And now they are very happy to compete. And they are very concentrated. That's nice. So we are very happy for this.
Okay, thank you. And you were telling me that you're a competitor too, and this is your first time coaching this team. Tell us about how is that role play that you're having right now.
Okay, so as coach now, I'm trying not to get to be too much stressed myself. I know how the stress can make you make bad things, and so I'm looking at them, trying to give them the good stress, just to be the good focus, not to be disturbed by anything. So I don't know, but I am maybe more stressed than them because when they go in the water, I am very stressed. And I don't for 30 minutes before they go in the water, I don't speak to anybody. Okay. I understand. I'm living this with them also.
Okay, that's cool. And you want to say something back to France?
I want to say many people in France, like Amandine Sanchez, Gauthier Garanx, Julien Cast, many people, they help us to be there. So thanks to them. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Francois. Have a good day. We know that you have a kid upcoming.
Yes. So I'll be there. Thank you.
Okay, bye. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Simon, and a little bit of perspective there from Team France, and we're learning that from a lot of these countries where they do have to qualify through their local federations. And the French surfing community, very huge. Antoine Deperro, an ISA World Longboard champion, also an ISA World SUP surfing champion. France also with the defending ISA Boys under 16 world champion in Ecuador last year. Their surfing community is always huge. And of course, Jeremy Flores in the WSL and Joanne Defay, the winner of the US Open this year at Huntington Beach. I mean, the French surfing community is huge.
Massive. And yeah, pretty incredible. Thanks, Simone, for that interview. Speaking of European surfers, we have Bruno Hansen in yellow leading this heat right now with a 3.77 and a 3.2. Just behind him, Christian Bailey from the USA needs a 4.14 to take that top spot. But Bruno Hansen, I mean, 44-year-old, born in Zimbabwe and resides in Truro. But he loves surfing in Bali. It looks like he's on a fish today, and also enjoys sailing, freediving, chess, and life. Awesome. These guys are like the biggest stoke, like frothers. I mean, Fernando, the president of ISA, just was saying this is the capital of stoke here today at La Jolla Shores, and it really is. You can't help but smile, and just it just radiates. Radiating happiness down here. So definitely want to check it out if you have the opportunity. Bring your family. It's a family affair down here. All love for surfing and love for the ocean. As you see Red take another try. Probably not going to be one of his top scores, but he's looking for a 4.14 to take the #1 spot away from Bruno Hansen.
Well, I tell you what, Bruno yesterday was in his wheelchair, being the lone member of Denmark, was the flag bearer carrying his flag behind his wheelchair, was the sand pourer for the opening ceremony. So he was doing multiple tasks. And when he was up there, he was just looking at everybody out in the audience. And the biggest smile from Bruno was just, to capture that moment. He has achieved so much, and now here he is at a World Championship event.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. He's a paraplegic with a complete spinal injury, so he has paralysis from the waist down, and that's not going to stop him here today, folks. That is only going to push him harder to overcome all of these challenges. What an incredible story is. It's just so, I just want to create some documentary film on each character here. They're just the best stories in surfing history.
Okay, that's a great story. I'm going to try to top you, all right? Are you ready? Christian Bailey. He's a rock star in the Paris surfing world. He's from Santa Cruz. He's 34 years old. He rides a bat tail quad fin. He's also got an 8.6 gun. He's been in the water for 29 years. He's the WSA, the Western Surfing Association, national champion in adaptive surfing back in 2009. He's the first paraplegic to surf Mavericks.
Oh, man, is that an accomplishment. Mavericks is not only one of the most terrifying places on the planet, it also happens to be a big wave spot that we have lost, a couple huge Hawaiian Chargers, Cyan Malowski and Mark Fu, and that place is serious.
It is serious.
It's
I mean, just battling the cold, the temperature of the waters in there is just a fright alone. And here is his nickname, Otter. Christian Bailey going out to Mavericks, the first paraplegic to surf Mavericks. Otter has been blessed throughout his life traveling, surfing, skating, exploring. He crushed several vertebrae during a filming of a skating video back in 2006, had a promising skateboarding career. It has made him a better person, he said. It has given him some killer instincts and some opportunities to meet some fantastic people. I mean, these are quotes from Otter. Nowadays, he spends a vast majority of time traveling, the tour with the professional surfers. Christian is just an amazing person, trying to push the limits of whatever is possible. He has done exhibitions at WQS and WCT events. Otter is also the CEO and executive director of Ocean Healing Group. Now, Ocean Healing Group is a nonprofit organization that provides surfing opportunities for surfers in Costa Rica based upon adaptive surfing adventures to wheelchair-bound youngsters and their parents. And not only is it great fun, but it has really allowed the adaptive world to share their love of the ocean and other adventure-type tourist activities. And it's amazing. His ultimate goal in life is to help and empower other disabled youngsters. And he's really primarily focusing on the young crowd, and it's so great in their situation to pursue their dreams, despite whatever challenge they have in their lives that's thrown at them. Christian was, again, a professional skateboarder on a promising career. Surfing was his alternative. You live in Santa Cruz, you're involved in the skating and the surfing atmosphere there. And surfing has just been a great guide. He's been all up and down the Central America coast, even surfed in West Africa. And that skateboard crash while shooting a video may have paralyzed Christian from the waist down, but his lifestyle, he says, has even gotten better. Again, we told you he was the first paraplegic ever to surf Mavericks at Half Moon Bay. And in 2010, Christian, along with his friend Aaron, were selected to the International Olympic Committee to showcase the sport at the WCMX during the Vancouver Paralympic opening ceremonies. And what an honor that is. And if you want more information, you got to check him out. He's got a YouTube channel. Look up the handle of Santa Cruz Soul Surfer, and you get more information about Ocean Healing Group. It's a nonprofit group out there, and he's got some major sponsors: Volcom, Electric, Visual, Buell wetsuits, GoPro, Box wheelchairs. I mean, Christian is just an amazing person.
What an incredible story. I mean, and yes, we are talking about Mavericks as in the most challenging wave on the planet, I would argue. I mean, that's huge. That's so incredible. No wonder he has all this support. It's at 34 years old. The guy's a legend. This is absolutely incredible. I can't even believe it. He says, great, and I quote Christian, "It's how a person chooses to face the challenges that defines them as who they are." Roger that. So on point.
Yeah, and in the adaptive world, in the adaptive surfing world, Christian's a rock star, with Jesse Ballard. They are rock stars of this sport, and it is so great the ISA is giving them this platform, and Christian's out there currently in second place behind Bruno Hansen from Denmark. Bruno electrified the wave of a 7.33, has him in the commanding lead, but don't count out Christian Bailey. He's got some couple of good scores, and he's trying to get back in the game. He's got a 3.2 and a 2.83. Ryan Baker, a fellow American in blue, with a 2.13 and a 2.5, and Zach Topak from Hawaii with a 2.3 and a 2.23, and he's getting another score. And looked like being the range as one of his keepers. But, I mean, the story of Christian Bailey, when I was doing my research for this event, just, amazing. You talked about Mark Fu. You talked about Cyan Malowski. I knew these surfers. I was actually on the plane with Mark Fu heading over to visit my mom for a Christmas trip in Reno. And Mark was on the flight. Kent Bradshaw was on the flight. There was a pack. Brock Little was at the airport picking up the boys. And Mark was kidding me. "Come on, Bo, let's go to Mavericks." And I go, Mark, you know me. I can't handle that surf. He's going, come on. It's not a big day. It's not a big day. And unfortunately for Mark, he got knocked unconscious by his board and drowned out at Mavericks. And it was just a gut-wrenching feeling for everybody back in Hawaii, everybody back in the surfing world when Mark died out there, because it was Mark was a legend in big wave surfing. He did professional contests. He was working as a commentator, as you and I, at events on the ASP World Tour, and he had such a bright future ahead of him. And he was on the ground floor of what big wave surfing is today. Makua Kai Rothman from Hawaii, the WSL world champion of the big wave tour, would not be there today without the likings of Ken Bradshaw and the likings of Mark Fu and the groundwork that they set for chasing the big waves around the world, and Mike Parsons and all of them. And it's just an amazing feeling. And here, Christian Bailey, first paraplegic ever to be out there.
And it shows you, too, like what NorCal really has to offer, because it's not just Mavericks. There's tons of coastline that, and I definitely will not name any spots, where you can surf by yourself. And it's pumping, and the water might be a little bit colder, but guess what? Right now, with this global warming we have going on, it's still 70-degree water up there. So pretty awesome. Everyone from Santa Cruz definitely taking a look right now as Christian Bailey is in second with a 3.2 and a 2.8. He needs a pretty big score to take that first spot with 7.9. Looks like Bruno Hansen from Denmark, of all places, is killing it right now with a 7.33 and a 3.77, but it's that 7-pointer that's really got him up high. It's going to be hard to take him out of that first spot.
Yeah, but remember, first and second do not advance. And what excuse me about that. What the ISA contest is doing here is taking cumulative scores. They're giving these surfers 2 opportunities to surf in their qualifying rounds, and then the surfer will keep their best 2 waves of their best 4 scores that they got from each round 1 and round 2, and then the prone surfers here will elevate themselves into a semifinal coming up on Sunday.
That's right. So it's 2 rounds, best of 2 waves, no losers, all for the love, all for the Aloha spirit, and pretty cool to see ISA today. What you may not have seen at any other surf contest is all of the flags. These are surfers representing their country, so they come together and really support. You know, a lot of surf contests you'll see as soon as the athletes are out of the event, they'll just leave and bail, and not here. Today we have tons of support and fans down on the beach.
Yeah, right now on screen, talking about a rock star, there's the inventor of Life Rolls On, Jesse Ballard. We talked to Rob Machado earlier, and Rob talked about the first time taking Jesse back out surfing. Jesse suffered a broken neck injury in a surfing accident and has turned that into a positive. And Jesse is now the founder of Life Rolls On, and up and down the California coast. He has Day at the Beaches out here, taking disabled people surfing for the first time of their lives. And we did that clinic yesterday with Life Rolls On and Access Surf Hawaii, a combination of both. And we were out here with hundreds of volunteers, and we had about, I believe, 79 first-time participants ever catching their wave out in the water here. And Jesse is an amazing person. We talked about the rock star of Christian Bailey in this heat. Well, Jesse Ballard is also another rock star in the adaptive surfing world.
Definitely. I mean, he's a legend in the surfing sport. Before his injury, he was an amazing pro surfer, and even after, he is still charging. He's charging Sunset, and we have so much more to tell you about Jesse Ballard right after this commercial. Don't go anywhere.
How long shall the wicked reign over my people?
Welcome back to beautiful La Jolla, California, site of the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, CAF, also by Hurley and Stance. and, of course, the city of San Diego. We had the mayor at the opening ceremonies yesterday, and he's so proud to be hosting this event in his proud city. And we thank the mayor, Kevin Faulkner, for having the ISA and the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships in its inaugural year. We are now into heat number 3, round number 1 of the prone division. And let's introduce our surfers out in the water. We have Matthias Bonich from France in red. From Argentina, we have Nicholas Galacos. And from Hawaii, we have 2 surfers. We have Jimmy Collins and we have Jesse Delmar. So Jimmy will be in the yellow and Jesse will be in the blue jersey. So another 20-minute heat. Surfers are in the water competing for a world championship. These surfers are not competing for a world title, as we see Jimmy Collins here. Jimmy in the yellow jersey was not even surfing a year ago. And Jimmy's got a great story, and I'll tell you about it as he finishes up his wave here. And I remember taking Jimmy out surfing for the first time with Access Surf in Hawaii just about a year ago. He read about Access Surf and Life Rolls On the internet, and he was going, that is something I want to get into. And for Jimmy, he made the trek to move him and himself and his family. And he lives out in Kapolei in Waipahu on the island of Oahu. He is 63 years old. He is our oldest competitor. He's in the prone division. He has got a custom designed board made by Robin Johnston, one of the great shapers in Hawaii. He's got an 8-foot board, 10 inches by 23 inches, 4 inches thick. And he is so proud of his designs. He has special fins on the back of the board that are extra large fins, kind of like sup fins, that help keep his legs in place. You can see those yellow fins you see his blue wetsuit. You can see those yellow fins on the back there. That's keeps his legs in place because he is a paraplegic, unable to move, and that just keeps him stable. And he has handles all up and down. He has a little elevated pad underneath his chest. And you see Jimmy having problems with that white water. He kind of turned him sideways. And just like any surfer, if you're not pointing straight into the wave, you will fall off your board. But there, with the handles and with the help of assistance from water safety, Jimmy is able to get back on his board. He first took his first wave about this time last year, September time, at Access Surf. And then after going over there, he moved his family and started surfing. And he's got yoga blocks that he uses to help support himself on the surfboard. And he's just an amazing surfer. So here is a guy in the water, in the yellow, from Hawaii, moved to Hawaii because he wanted to go surfing. And within 1 year, now he's competing at the Dukes Ocean Fest, and now he's competing at the ISA World Championships.
Those guys are just having such a great time here, and I'm impressed about the speed that they just like learn how to surf, learn how to read the wave, learn how to like manage the tides, manage the water. You know, it's kind of hard from all the people that if you've never been in the water, it's so hard to just, I don't know, just to be comfortable with it. Because sometimes, I mean, if you get a wipeout, you can be a little bit scared. When we see here is the guy of France, he is Mathis Bonic, getting a really nice left hand wave, trying to improve their surfing, trying to go down the line. We saw this guy like putting his left hand in the water, try to get up and, you know, maybe score a better wave.
Let's go down to the beach and check in with Shannon. Shannon, who do you have?
Awesome. We're here with Heitor, España from Spain. We want to know a little bit about your teamwork together. Queremos saber un poco de tu equipo y cómo funciona.
Vale, bueno, pues yo soy Héctor y nada, soy ciego desde hace 3 años y bueno, a surfear, pero bueno, con la ayuda de amigos como él y otra gente, pues sigo practicando lo que más me gusta, ¿no? Que es hacer surf, ¿no?
Yeah, so he's saying he loves that he's able to continue to surf, but it's only because of friends and support that he's able to do it. And we were talking about your home break. I want to know about where you train. ¿Dónde entrenas en tu casa?
En mi casa. sitios de rocas de olas buenas que hay allí cerca. Y nada, pues normalmente en mi playa, ¿vale? Y este verano, como hay mucha gente haciendo surf, a las noches he solido estar surfeando, porque como no me hace falta luz, pues suelo surfear a la noche. Y nada, pues ese es el entrenamiento, ¿no? Más intentar estar físicamente fuerte, y entreno físicamente pues en mi casa con la mountain bike, o sea, con la bici estática, o en la piscina, o así. Cuando puedo, todos los días si puedo, surfeo.
Really cool story. So he said that he actually, to beat the crowds, is able to go surfing at night and just eliminate that aspect, so he's not bumping into anyone, and he's training as much as he can. He swims in the pool and does a lot of work outside of the ocean to train inside out. Right? Awesome. Anything you'd like to say back home y para tus amigos y familia en casa? ¿Decir algo?
Pues sí, Shue, que nada, que a ver si llegamos a la final y lo hacemos muy bien, y por supuesto saludar a mi madre, a mis hermanas y, como no, a mi novia Idoia también.
Awesome. So all the family back at home, mom, girlfriend, everyone, a big saludos, and thank you guys so much. Muchas gracias y buena suerte. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. And Team Spain, always great group of guys. Whether it's supping or longboarding or the junior team, now the adaptive team, I mean, they got such great spirit.
Yeah, that's true, Bo. And I'm so impressed about the story of Gallo. He just got blind 3 years ago. I don't know even how to explain it, but just imagine just one day to another, you cannot see anything, and you need to keep going with it. You need to keep your life going. You need to keep doing all the things that you love. So I appreciate this thing. I'm impressed. This guy is inspiring me so bad, because going through a huge thing like this, it's kind of hard, but they actually totally looks like it's so easy. Right now in the water, we see the low tide that it's right now with my watch. Yeah, it's totally low tide. Let's see when the tide starts to push in, it's gonna be way better than this. We're having a little close out, so the wave selection, it's super important in this time of the event.
11 and a half minutes remaining. We have our French surfer out in the lead, Matthias Bonac. He is 15 years old. He surfs barits. He rides a fish. He's been surfing for 2 years, and he's leading in this prone division in this heat right now. This will be his first ever surfing competition.
Wow.
And Matthias is a very active young teenager. He enjoys playing sports, and he isn't able to practice a whole lot of time, but he likes riding, he likes swimming, he likes surfing now. He's discovered surfing 2 years ago by meeting a fellow competitor, Adrian Darnett, on the team, and he is often involved in his other hobbies, he says, and it's great to see such a young teenager as this age, Matisse, right here on screen and competing such well.
Yeah, right. I mean, for being the first time in the water competing, I think it's the hardest part. It's to get comfortable with the time, to get comfortable with the crowd, can get comfortable with your coach that always is telling you and is screaming to you, and maybe whistling or bearing your flag on the direction that you need to paddle to get the best wave in order to get a better score. So he's doing it really, really well at this time. It's the first hit that he's been on his entire life. So maybe he's going to do it a little bit better, or maybe way better on the hits that are coming. But I want to talk to you about this guy from Argentina, Nicolas Gallegos. He's 36-year-old, and he's on Miramar. He lives in Miramar, and he serves there all the time. This is her category. This is his category. It's prone, and he always serves an 8-foot long board. He's been 3 years surfing, and actually his hobby is like the automobilism. It's like cars, like racing cars. So it's so cool to see those guys that actually just love the way that they live. They actually enjoy every time. Like every time of their lives, they are enjoyed to the max, surfing or racing or hiking or I don't know, whatever they want.
Yeah, and there's Nicholas on screen right now. You're watching them paddle back out. And just the difficulties that these prone paddlers have because their lower body is paralyzed. So they have to depend not only on their shoulders, but their core. And a lot of their core is missing from some of these competitors. And here's a shot of Jimmy Collins from Hawaii coming in through the white water. As we saw our other surfer that was in blue, that's Jesse Delmar, the other Hawaii surfer out in the water. And Jesse used to be a surf instructor before his accident that left him in a wheelchair. And then Jesse comes out and participates every month with us at Access Surf. And he has a designed specially Access surfboard that is concaved on the inside where he can rest his body. He's got handles up in the front. And he was unable to bring his specially designed board to La Jolla, so he's on borrowed equipment out here. And knowing Jesse, he likes his own specially made board that's the design for him. But
maybe he feels more comfortable with it because he made it for him.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So all these stories we're telling you, and we're spending a lot of time telling you the stories of these athletes because that is the bigger story than the 2.7 and the 5.7 and the 3.37 and all these dissections of how the heat works, because for these guys to just be able to go out for a free surf is a huge accomplishment.
That's true.
These guys are coming to San Diego and to La Jolla, specifically La Jolla Shores, to compete for a world championship. And that is a huge accomplishment, and they have made their trek, whether it's their home break or this halfway around the world. They are here in La Jolla for their very first inaugural ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships.
I think this is the beginning on something huge. I think the ISA doing this first contest of the Adaptive World Surfing Championship, it's just the beginning of insanely huge stuffs. Because actually including the adaptive into one of the ISA events, it's one of the checkpoints that you need to reach in order to become as a Olympic sports. So you need 100 nations being part of your association, and you need to have this type of competitions on your schedule. So I think the ISA is working on a really good way. He's just looking forward in order to get to the surfing to the Olympics. So I'm glad. I'm impressed about the work has been the ISA doing.
That's what we call teamwork right here. Teamwork.
Totally. Actually, it's super hard to take those wheelchairs right down to the wet sand.
Unless you have one designed by Jesse Villar, which is like a half tank, half Middle Eastern sand wheelchair apparatus. And, of course, we have the adaptive chair, so you're seeing all over that the athletes are using to get in and out of the water, the big yellow wheelchairs, the big blue wheelchairs. But these guys are using some of their normal wheelchairs to wheel themselves through the hot sand.
Yeah, because sometimes, we're trying to get these facilities to all of the athletes, but sometimes it's just to get into the water. So it's by their own kind of. And most of them, they don't want to be helped when they are going to the going out from the water or coming from the wet sand to the dry sand. They just want to do it by their own. So that's kind of cool. I like that because they always want to be one of the best. They always want to succeed. They always want to be they don't want to depend of someone. That's the thing. So Jesse Delmar, this guy from Hawaii that was in on their screen, he just needing a 3.37 to get better as the first place. That is the French guy, Matthias Monique, who's really, really young. This guy, I just talked to him before. He was a really cool guy. He doesn't have one leg. He's amputated one leg, and he decided to compete on the prawn category. So I think maybe this guy from France doesn't have an advantage, but maybe he has a facility to take being on your board easier.
Okay, let's go down to Shannon and see who she has next.
Hey guys, thank you so much. We're back here on the beach with the Spanish competitor. Tell us a little bit about where you learned to surf. ¿Podrías hablar sobre dónde comenzó a surfear?
Surfear, ¿eh? Pues empecé a surfear con 10, 11 añitos en mi pueblo, en Mediterráneo, en la costa, cerca de Barcelona. A partir de allí ya, desde los 10, 11 hasta el día de hoy que tengo 32.
¿Y vas al norte también? You go to the north and surf up there when there's no Mediterranean surf?
Sí, como Mediterráneo solo tenemos olas en invierno, in the winter, en verano subo al norte, Cantabria, sobre todo Cantabria, y algún día me escapo para el País Vasco para ver a todo el equipo, a los amigos. Pero Cantabria, de momento nos quedamos por Cantabria.
Okay, so he's from Barcelona. He likes to surf there when there are Mediterranean waves, but he also goes north in the Basque region. You were saying earlier that this has been an incredible event to see all of the different competitors trying sport. How important is that? Es muy importante para entrenar y deportes nuevos, crecer.
Sí, a ver, para todo el mundo que quiera estar bien físicamente y mentalmente, muy importante practicar deportes, no cerrar puertas, ¿sí? Y abrirte a practicar todos los que pueda, sobre todo el surf.
That's awesome. So yeah, I was saying, in order to not shut doors, it's really important to push yourself, to keep trying new things, and a sport like this, like surfing, is going to do that for you. So we're excited. Y let's go to the next round, huh? Para la próxima.
A ver si llegamos a la final. A ver. Okay, thank you.
Hope to see you in the final. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. How inspiring is that? Spanish surfer winning the first heat of this round earlier up against Francis Brown and Dries Millard. And so what was he talking about?
Okay.
The different places he likes to surf?
Yes, totally. He was saying like he's from the Basque country. Most of the time he spends, he surfs there, but when it's, they only have waves at winter. So they need to go up north when it gets in the summer because he wants to surf all year long. So there's no reason to just surf in the winter. And he just traveling around, and then sometimes he just travel to the Basque country to meet those guys, the whole team, and maybe work together. And yeah, I'm super stoked because of these guys are doing their best. This guy from Spain, I was just talking with a media manager from the team Spain, and he was just telling me about how is the background scene, because we know how is all going on with the athletes, with the team coaches, with team managers. But these guys, the media managers, they go like chasing them, like try to get that history, trying to get that video to upload it to the next day. And I was like, he was telling me how is all the feelings that they're around, because yeah, the competitor is excited about, but the team manager or the team coach is just worried, because sometimes the team managers or the team coaches, they are more worried about what's going on in the water than the competitors. So like we were talking about, and it's kind of rad the way that they see the sport, because they always want to tell a story about the sport. So like our sport, it's just like a story maker, kind of. I'm stoked to be here. Actually, we're seeing the replay with the guy in yellow, Jimmy Collins from Hawaii. He's wearing a helmet. Remember, safety first. And as we see, like, this guy has a little, like, handles.
He's got handles all up and down this board. He also has surf straps. He also has 2 SUP fins, large fins that help support his legs. He uses yoga pads. I mean, Jimmy has really put a lot of thought and prestige into his board design. Eric Arakawa helped him design this board. And Jimmy, a year ago at this time was not even surfing in the water.
Okay.
So he is on the verge of, he's definitely got the bug. He's got the ocean bug. And in the years to come, you're going to be seeing more of this guy. Okay, we're going to take a short break. You're watching live the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by CAF, Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. More exciting surfing action coming right after this. Welcome back to beautiful La Jolla, California for the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by CAF Challenge Athletes Foundation. Hurley, Stance, and the city of San Diego, live from La Jolla Shores. We're at the inaugural ISA World Championship, and we are moving on into a different division right now. We are in the prone assist. We are in the prone assist, or just known as the assist category. In the water right now from the United States, in the red jersey is Patrick Envision. Spike Kane from Liverpool, Great Britain, now resides in Seattle, is in the white jersey. And Juan de Posadas from Uruguay in the yellow jersey. Again, these competitors are lying down. They are paraplegics, quadriplegics, and they need assistance because their paddling power is not up to par to our prone paddlers. So this division is called assist. Now you'll see their partner paired up in the same colored jersey. Their partner will be able to assist them, pushing them into the wave.
Okay, and who's like, as soon as they finish the wave, the caddy should like run?
Well, some of the water safety in the orange may be assisting the surfer back out into the lineup since it is a beach break and it's not too far for them to paddle.
That's good.
And let's go down to the beach. We got Shannon. Shannon, who do you have this time?
Hey guys, I'm here with Nancy Reynolds, Director of Business Development. Director of the Business Development at Challenge Athletes Foundation. And we were talking earlier, this is not just a surfing event, this is a movement.
Absolutely. Today is the start of what we hope is going to create a movement around the world to create universal access for surfing. So we're really excited to partner with the ISA and help promote that around the world.
This is awesome. How has the vibe been around here? You said that the athletes are not just here to get in the water, they're here to win.
The athletes are definitely here to win. And although many have told me that the waves aren't the biggest right now, one of them reminded me that it's not about the waves. So it's really an even playing field. They're all competing on the same field out there. So, they're competing and the best ones are going to win.
You must hear some incredible stories, any that shine particularly bright in your eyes?
Oh my, yeah, there's been so many. I know you just interviewed Bruno, and I think I got to know him yesterday, but I think the thing that he lived in a treehouse in Bali and how he spent his life down low in a wheelchair, and now he decided to spend the rest, live his life above everybody. He created his own little pulley up and down the treehouse, and it's like so, unique and just such a great way to live your life.
Well, how can people at home get to know more about the foundation and possibly volunteer their time?
So I think there's a couple of things important to know about Challenge Athletes Foundation. One is that we provide grants. So we actually funded half of the field to come travel grants. And so this is a part that a lot of these surfers are really going to benefit from because our grant season is from September to December, so it's open now. So they're all going to be able to apply to come next year, or if they need a new adaptive surfboard or a special wetsuit. So anything to really, provide access to the sport. And you can also find out more about us at www.challengeathletes.org. And really love to have people know more about the grants and how they can get involved.
Awesome. Thank you, Nancy. We're so stoked to partner up ISA and the Challenge Athletes Foundation. We'll go back to you guys at the booth.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. And our hats off to CAF. In the beginning when they announced this competition, CAF was the first sponsor to step in, Simon. And they were going to sponsor, let's say, 16 athletes to the event and cover their costs, their travel, their accommodations. And they were so overwhelmed with entries, they covered a majority of the participants that are here competing today.
Wow, that's unbelievable. That's amazing. I think that is what the sport needs.
Yeah, and by CAF doing that, and as Shannon was saying, this is a movement.
Totally.
Today is history. They are trying to create what they have done with triathlons. CAF has sponsored many triathletes in their quest to compete nationally and internationally. And now we're seeing these athletes compete as we watch Surfer in Yellow. This is Juan from Uruguay. Nice attack on the wave as he went across that wave there. And then remember, these are surfers in the water that have a hard time paddling for themselves. And they need assistance, and that's why this is called the assist division.
Yeah, that's totally true, Bo, because that's why you're seeing like the guys with the same rash guards, the same jerseys, the same colors. It's because one of those guys, the guy that is not laid down on the board, it's helping. It's just assisting the way that the surfer get in the wave. But remember, as soon as the surfer gets in the wave, he's bad his own. So like yeah, they're just a little bit assisted.
Yeah.
So at the end, it's just all the merits go with them. Okay, this guy from Uruguay, Martin de Posada, he has a surf accident like 11 years ago. It was on his birthday, and the bad thing about that, it was like he just get underwater a lot of time, and he just realized when he was underneath the water that he couldn't move. So it was kind of like hard for him, and he just only can move. He only was allowed to move the head and his arms. So just imagine that feeling. Just imagine like if you're a surfer and you like fall from a wave, like a wipeout, and you could hold like more than 10 seconds, you still feel that little, scary thing that, all right, should I get up now? Like, should I paddle up? Should I paddle down? What should I do? And this guy was, okay, I cannot feel my legs. I can only move my arms and my head. Okay, let's get out of here. And then 3 months after the accident, he was stable enough to travel and to start to surf again. So only took him like 3 months to start the rehab and start to get in the water again. How rad is that?
All these stories are just so heartwarming, and they're touching, and seeing these guys overcome their infliction or their accidents or their involvement here, and to come to La Jolla to compete is just is a huge task to overtake. And now these guys are in the water competing for a world title. One day they'll be introduced as, I want you to meet my friend, Martin Posadas, world champion.
Wow.
How amazing would that be if he won this event, or whoever? As we watch Spike Kane, on his wave right here, and Spike's got a specially designed board. Spike originally from Liverpool, and now lives in Seattle, Washington, and you see a lot of these assisted prone athletes here coming in on the inside and digging in those rails and flipping over, but the water safety crew is there. The assisted crew is sending them back out in the water, back out to their pushers on the outside, and it's great to see these athletes compete.
Yeah, totally, Bo. And just compare, like this guy from Uruguay, Juan Posada, he's only 19 years old. He's been surfing for 6 years, and he's still want to become one of the best surfers around the world on his category. So it's amazing the way that they just take their situation and make it like an advantage from it. But this guy, like the guy from Great Britain, he's 52 years old. He gets second place in the Dukes Ocean Fest Hawaii Prone Assistant, and he's sailing, kayaking, skiing, snowboarding, and he likes to travel as well.
Yes.
So he loves to do everything.
Spike is infectious with his smile and his talk. His son's in a rock band. He's proud of his son. Spike is just he is one that you meet certain people.
Yeah.
And then you go, this guy is good people.
Okay.
Spike
that's
is
cool.
good people. Simon, you're good people.
Oh, thank you. You're good people, Bo.
That's good.
Shannon's good people.
Yeah. You meet certain people and go, I want to be a friend with this guy. And Spike is infectious. I mean, his attitude towards life is amazing. He comes to Hawaii every year and competes in the Dukes Ocean Fest, competes in multiple divisions. In fact, he wanted to compete in the upright division on his wave ski, but under the rules of this adaptive format, he was only allowed to enter in one division. So Spike has pushed his limits not only in the prone division, but also in the upright surf ski division too.
Oh, okay, that's awesome. I mean, it's the ISA format of this event just allows to all the competitors to come here. You don't need like to have a certain amount of competitors to be on a category. Beside that, you cannot compete twice. So how rad was that? Like he was just like split between two categories. And I think he's going to do his best on all of them, and we're going to see more of this guy around.
Yeah, and let's talk about another surfer out in the water, the man in red, currently out in the lead, Patrick Envision, a 21-year-old from surfs out at San Onofre. He is currently riding a 7.6 Mayhem board. If you know anything about Mayhems, quite a few of the WSL pros on the CT are riding some Mayhem boards. He's been surfing for 13 years. He's in the assist division. He is a 9-time participant in the U.S. Open Life Rolls On Expression Session down at the U.S. Open. And on September 24th, 1995, almost exactly 20 years, this accident happened to Patrick a day before a competition. Patrick's mom and himself were grocery shopping, and he was 14 months old at the time. He could already walk, so he was walking next to his mom, holding her hand, and they were in a parking lot outside their house, and when a distracted, angry driver backed up without warning and checking in his rearview mirror, the passenger side bumped Patrick and pulled him underneath the tire. Now, a witness was able to say that they were able to lift the car enough for Patrick's mom to pull Patrick underneath the car. He had stopped breathing and he was turning blue. A second witness came over and started giving Patrick CPR and revived him. He spent the next 2 months at a children's hospital at Rady's Children's Hospital here in San Diego. And 2 years later, Patrick's mom's friend told her about a sports camp for kids in wheelchairs. And she got the information. She told Patrick, well, you got to be 5. And he wasn't 5 yet. But the mom said, we'll tell him you're 5. But Patrick told him, I'm not 5. I'm not 5. And he was able to get into the children's camp, and it pretty much changed his life. He was introduced to surfing after watching the movie Step Into Liquid when he was 8 years old. And he saw Jesse Ballard surfing and immediately told his mom, Mom, I want to go to Life Rolls On. I want to be a surfer.
That's good.
And he teamed up with Life Rolls On and another group called They Will Surf Again, and just has not been out of the water ever since. That's been 13 years ago. He has only missed a handful of Life Rolls On events. He has all these amazing opportunities and sponsorship from like Lost and Burn and Colors Wheelchair and Pretty Hurt. And he's taken 2 trips to Costa Rica. He's been with the group Ocean Healing Group, which is Christian Bailey's group. He's been in a surf documentary, Charlie Doesn't Surf. 9 consecutive years at the U.S. Open at the Expression Session for adaptive surfers. His goal is to be going to USC, and, I mean, he's just an inspiration, isn't he?
Totally. I mean, he's just, like, nailing more achievements that I had. Like, totally, I have a lot of dreams going on, and he just got it. I mean, nothing stops these guys.
And here's Patrick right now, just on the backside of that wave, just could not get into that open section. And there's the water safety assisting Patrick back on. And look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, even 5 guys right there to make sure Patrick is upright. Some of these competitors are wearing life jackets.
Yeah.
Some of them choose not to. Some of them have the ability to I wouldn't say egg beater kick because they're paralyzed from the way down, but they use their arms to help them keep afloat.
Yeah, that's true. And we're watching right now the guy from Uruguay getting a really nice wave and then kick it out from that one. It was a really decent wave. I think it's just leading the heat, and we're going to have a lot of these guys around. Remember that this is the first day of competition. Yesterday we had the clinic and taking a lot of people for the first time ever to surf. So that was amazing, and all the people was super stoked about just watching all the adaptive surfers, just enjoying the water. So they said, hey, why not? I want to do it as well. And they jump in the water. I think we're going to see most of those guys in the water again, as the same as the story that you had with the little girl, that you were a step at a time, and at the end of the day, she just wanted to compete. That's amazing.
Yeah, her dad was on the beach, and Abby comes rolling up. Daddy, 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 we got to get a hard board because she had a soft board. We got to get a 9-footer. I was telling her the difference between her board and a board we were using from some of the adaptive schools over here, and I was saying, you are ready for a hard board. You are ready for a 9-foot board.
Nice.
You are ready for this. And her dad was like, Whatever my daughter wants, we're gonna get it. So Abby's on her way, and maybe on Team USA next year, and competing out here at the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. We just never know. And yeah, yesterday's clinic was headed up by Mark Marble and Kara Short from Access Surf Hawaii. We actually had 15 volunteers fly themselves over from Hawaii to help coordinate not only the surfing clinic that was out in the water yesterday, but they are some major speakers in the symposium tomorrow, and they are part of the water safety crew out in the water right now. And these people are not paid. They're taking their own time vacation. They're taking their own transportation out here to La Jolla because this is a very historic event. What Fernando Aguirre has said many times, and what the lady recently, the marketing director at CAF, just said, you know, this is a life-changing experience. This is a movement that is starting, and we are only touching the surface of this. It is going to grow and get bigger and bigger and bigger every year. I wouldn't be surprised if we had more countries. We had over 100 participants even next year at this event, wherever it may be. It may be back here at La Jolla Shores. It may be somewhere in Europe, maybe in Central America, maybe in Colombia where you live.
It will be great.
We'll stay at Simon's house. Food for
yeah,
all.
Totally. All invited to my house. Totally. And I don't know, that's one of the main things that's one of the main goals of the ISA. Just develop the surfing around the world. So, like, we're super stoked about being here, taking to you all this information, all this action down in the water here in La Jolla Shores. This is an amazing place. The summer, it's over right now. Supposed to be.
Well, it's officially fall.
It's officially fall, but this is like endless summer.
Yeah, we are in the endless summer. Thank you to El Nino. Thank you, El Nino. You have created warm water conditions, not only in the Pacific Ocean, but around the world. And thus, where temperatures average here in San Diego this time of the year, maybe 66 degrees, we have water temperature 73, 75 degrees, which is, you see many competitors out in the water, no wetsuits.
Yeah, totally. You don't need it. I mean, you will melt your body.
Look at the scenery. Not a cloud in the sky. Even the wind is light. Usually this time of the day, we get an onshore hard breeze here.
That's true.
In San Diego. And it's still almost light and variable. Flags barely blowing. It's just a beautiful day. As you said, low tide conditions. Welcome to La Jolla Shores. That's where we're at.
It's one part, like this is the south part of La Jolla Shores. We have the northern part that we can see the script. You know, the script pier, the International Olympic Committee needs to reach to every association reach to being an Olympic sport. So,
and that'll be huge. You know, Rio is introducing golf to the Olympics coming next year at the Brazil Summer Olympics coming up. And then, as you said, Simon, that coming up during next year, they will announce the new sports coming in because every host city gets to introduce new sports into the Olympics. There was a great uproar that wrestling was being exited, but they brought wrestling back into the Olympics. And for the Summer Olympics, surfing is on the short list. And hopefully by Monday, coming up this Monday, the 28th, Japan in Tokyo will be announcing even a shorter list coming out. And Fernando Aguirre has good vibes, and he has people in the works, and he's doing all the paper and the financials and everything that's getting involved with the movement of pushing Olympics into a possibility of being announced, and we could be hearing some words coming up this Monday. So it's great. You know, the ISA, their ultimate mission is to promote surfing globally and to develop surfing globally, to crown world champions, to advocate surfing as an inclusion of the Olympics, and to educate programs with scholarships, with surfing clinics, with training clinics and judging clinics. So I tell you what, let's take a break right now, and when we come back, more exciting surfing action. You are watching the 2015 ISA World Surfing Championships being presented by CAF, Hurley, Stance, in the city of San Diego. Stay back. We'll come back right here for more exciting surfing action. Welcome back to beautiful La Jolla, California for the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by CAF, Challenge Athletes Foundation. Also by Hurley and Stance, and of course the city of San Diego. We are live at La Jolla Shores for the inaugural ISA World Championship. We are in heat number 2, round number 1 of the assist division. In the water right now, we have Frédéric Biscara from France in the red jersey, Buster Kawasaki in the white jersey from Hawaii, from Pearl City. We have Brock Johnson from the United States in yellow, and Davy Texura from Brazil. And
Wow.
he is one of the most celebrated rock stars in surfing, and this 10-year-old is taking surfing by storm, isn't he?
Davizinho.
That's what you call him?
That's what all the people in Brazil call him, actually. Davizinho, this little kid it's so stoked to jump in the water that you don't even need to explain it. Actually, you just see his face, see his smile, and that's it. It's all that you need. But it's it explains all about what surfing is. It explains what about the ISA is, and it explains what about this event is. So it's all about share the story. It's all about to show to the people that you never give up. You always need to be going through your dreams, going to chase your dreams, going through a lot of things to make it happen. But at the end, it will worth it. At the end, totally worth it.
And Davey here, he's had multiple inflictions at birth. And Simon is gathering up information from Davey right now. And he is just, you see him. He's smiling. This morning, he was waxing up his own surfboard. He was scraping, with a surf comb. I mean, these are things you think other people do. No, at 10 years old, he is doing it himself.
That's awesome.
And he is in tune to what he is. And yesterday during the opening ceremonies, he got one of the biggest applauses as he was hitting the stage.
Way.
And he had the honor to pour the sands
Wow.
for Brazil into the sands of the ceremony.
That's awesome.
Sands of the world.
Yeah, I saw just Gabriel Medina posting on his media a lot of beautiful things about this kid, about David and Adriano de Souza. All the people, it's just being with it. They are supporting this team. They are supporting what these guys are doing. So I don't even have words to explain how I feel right now, because it's just amazing and unbelievable to us. All these guys just represented their flags for the first time. Most of them they lost their thoughts about representing their flags to be in a national team surfing. But at the end, this event shows up, and you tell me, this guy from Hawaii, Cotton, that he says when this event shows up, he just was just jumping and super stoked about. And I think all the competitors were like that when they heard that they can't compete.
Yeah, I told Fernando, if you build it, they will come.
That's true.
It's the field of dreams. That's the famous line from the Field of Dreams. If you build the ball field, they will come. And they came from all directions, and they came from around the world. And sure enough, they put out a video, the ISA, promoting this event, and they thought they would get a few thousand hits. They had over 100,000 responses from the adaptive video promoting this event just about 2.5 months ago. And they realized, oh my God,
this is going to be huge.
This is huge.
Yeah.
CAF says we have started a movement. They are committed.
No way.
They are committed. They were only going to sponsor 8 to 10 to maybe 16 athletes and their accommodations and their travel costs here. They have sponsored almost over half of the athletes coming and competing at this event. They are committed. Hurley stepped in. Bob Hurley and the Hurley Foundation, amazing support. The city of San Diego is over their heels. They want to host this event yearly and around the world.
Wow.
And Stance, the famous socks. I mean, they are our major
Awesome
sponsors.
designs.
Some of our supporting sponsors include Denton's, Endotech Designs, Northern Trust, Oliver McMillan, Natural High. Our media sponsors include Surfline, Surfos Magazine, and Passion Extrema. I mean, without these supporters, we would not be able to have these events like the World Adaptive Surfing Championships. And this is a very historic event. as we're watching Surfer in Blue. This is Davi. And
Yeah.
watch Davi. I mean, he pretty much uses his right arm for stability, and his left arm he uses for mobility to get him rocking up and down the side of the wave. And I tell you, he's going to get a good score. That's his second wave ridden. His first score, we're waiting for one more judge, is just a below-average wave score, but really good. Here we go. Surfer in white. This is Buster Kawasaki from Pearl City, Hawaii. Buster won the assisted division over at the Dukes Ocean Fest this year.
Wow. So most of the competitors, they have experience doing that, right?
Yes, and especially some of these in Hawaii for 9 years. Access Surf has teamed up with the Duke Foundation to put on the Access Surf Adaptive Surfing Championships.
That's awesome. I mean, it just needs to begin. You just need to begin a movement to make it happen. As you said, if you made it the scene to them to show up, they will come as their own, and they will come and show up, and they will just represent their country. So I'm super stoked. We're watching the replay from David Zinho, this guy from Brazil, just flying down the line, just right to the shores. He just jumped from his board to the sand and just wait from the rescue team to take him back to his board and push it back out.
Well, I tell you what, Davey is up there with a 3.0 and a 2.9 in the lead at this time. But let's tell you about the other competitors. Let's talk about Brock Johnson, the surfer in yellow. 38-year-old from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, currently living in one of his favorite surf spots is in Puerto Rico.
Oh,
he's been
nice.
surfing for 17 years. He's in the assist division. He is the NSC East Coast Surfing Adaptive Champion from last year. He has been a quadriplegic for 4 years, a surfer for 17 years. So he was an able-bodied surfer before becoming an adaptive surfer, and he has just had a new passion in life with surfing. He is a board member of the Coastal Carolina Adaptive Sports and Recreation for Adaptive Surf Projects. He was inspired by Jesse Billar and Life Rolls On, the project. So a lot of great things have come out from Jesse and Access Surf and Life Rolls On and all these organizations in Brazil and Adapt Surf by exposing events. And down in Myrtle Beach, they host an event called Wheel to Surf. So the organizers of the Carolina Coast and the WSL have teamed up with a thing called Ocean Cure that runs Life Rolls On in Wilmington, North Carolina. That makes it all happen. They have 100 to 150 volunteers supporting 50 surfers that gets into the water, and Brock is all part of that. He competes in swimming and field events. He is also winning and coming in second in some of those events in the past 3 years. He has a national record for the shot put and javelin, and an adaptive surf project, a nonprofit organization that fundraises and helps design boards for him. So he is just, one of the inspiring stories down here.
Yeah, totally. And as well, Frederic Vizcaya from France. This guy is 36-year-old guy from the Basque Biarritz. So that's like, this is amazing. This guy is from Beyond. He lives there, 36-year-old. His favorite surf break is Côte de Basque in Biarritz. And his board is a shortboard Pukas prototype. He's been surfing for 2 years. And one of his hobbies is adaptive rugby and car sports. We have his Instagram, if you want it, Biscote64. So yeah, you can go through the webpage that is going to be the host of all the ISA championships. You go isaworlds.com, and then you can go through home, live, results. You can go through news, see photos. You can go to videos. And I think the best part of this website is the teams, like the team's little square, because you can go there and it will show up all the teams that came here, and then you can press on France, Argentina, Chile, whatever you want, whatever a competitor you want to Google about, and there has the little pictures of it, the little thumbnails about every competitor, and you just click on it, go to info, and it will show up all this information that we're telling to you. So just keep connecting with us, like keep a stick together, because this thing is going to be really, really good. We're almost on the half of the day of the first day of the competition. And what are we having tomorrow, Bo?
Well, tomorrow we're having a symposium. We're having a gather of minds of adaptive surfing from, of course, here in the United States, from Hawaii, from Australia, from South Africa, from Portugal, from France. And we're all sharing ideas, how each country approaches adaptive surfing. Adapt Surf from Brazil will be there. We'll have some Latin American countries also speaking. We'll have Jesse Ballar from Life Rolls On. We'll have Mark Marble from Access Surf, Kara Short from Access Surf, all giving speeches, all giving their interpretation of adaptive surfing, and a meeting of the minds. It's going to be a great meeting. CAF is hosting this event at their corporate offices, and without CAF's support in this event wouldn't be possible. And they are really getting into supporting adaptive surfing as it moves globally, and they have started this event, and they know it's going to be a movement, and it's going to be growing each and every year, and it's going to be exciting. And it's going to be great. And then come back Sunday, we'll have the final, a final day competition, all-day competition of quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals of all 4 of our divisions.
Wow. So I want to talk to you about what are we having right now in the water is the prone division, is the assist division, that as the word says, like the surfer goes into the water without assistance, with a caddy, is the way to say it, and they just push the surfer in the wave. But as soon as they are in the wave, they're by their own. So that's impressive. That actually, I wanted to say, hey, I'm glad, I'm so stoked, I'm impressed about these guys that they're just surfing, they're enjoying the waves, and they're being scores as we saw Mr. Davizinho Teixeira. They're just ripping that wave. We see that open face, and then ripping, just using their arms to maintain the balance and try to pushing it like the forward of his board to keep going on that wave. As we had before, it was the upright division that they're surfers that only go like as a kayak surfing is the way to say it. Maybe the easiest way to explain it. And stand division, they go by their own, and they can stand or just put their knees on the board. And we have the prawn division that there are surfers that are laid on their board, but they don't have any assistance. Maybe we saw on the stand division some caddies with the blind guys, but they don't. They are not even touching them. They're only just speaking to them. Where should they paddle, which wave should they get, or what should they do, the time and everything. So it's amazing the categories that we're having right now.
Yeah, and great description here. Here we see another one of our competitors. I believe this is a surfer in red, our French surfer. And you can see he can get up to his knees, but he needs assistance. And he's got his one good arm on his right-hand side, as he's pushing down on his left arm down on the bottom, and he's able to use both arms to paddle back out.
Yeah.
But he just needs assistance from his lower body. And some of these athletes are paraplegics. Some of them are quadriplegics, and every situation is different. You're seeing some of the paraplegic guys who are able to assist themselves, and they're in the prone division. And those who require assistance, as you described, Simon, are in this assist division. Now let's talk about a man I'm familiar with, Buster Kawasaki.
Nice.
He is in the white jersey, currently in 4th place right now with a couple of 1-point scores. Buster is 52 years old, hails from Pearl City, which is near Pearl Harbor. Some of his favorite surfing spots is called In-Betweens, and we call it In-Betweens because it's located in between Kaisers and rock piles.
Okay.
There's a surf spot located between Kaisers, surf break by the Hilton Hawaiian Village, and rock piles by the old helicopter pad. And they just nicknamed it In-Betweens because it was in between those two. And that was one of his favorite surf spots, White Plains, Ala Moana Bowls. He rides a Stewart surfboard, an S-Winger, a 7.6 model. And Buster has been surfing for a couple of years now. He is the Dukes Ocean Fest 2014-2015 Assist Division first place champion, and really stoked to be here. Really excited to qualify and make the Hawaii team. Buster can walk with the aid of crutches, but he needs some assistance on the pushing part. And once he gets on a wave, he is really demonstrating his knowledge. And here we go. Let's watch here again. This is our surfer in red, our French surfer. This is Frédéric Biscara.
Nice. I mean, they are just like trying to get the hugest amount of waves that they can. And we see the guy from French being held by his caddy, just trying to take him out of the lineup to maybe get a really nice wave. The tide is so low that we're just having like tiny waves, just kind of close outs. But as we saw, like Mr. David Texeira got a really good open ones. And as we saw as well, this guy from France, once again, get another wave, trying to get the better position in order to maybe do a turn, try to go up, hit the lip. So those guys are doing are giving their 110%, I think.
Now you're seeing some of these competitors. You're seeing Frédéric right here in red is riding a soft top. Buster Kawasaki also rides a soft top. Some of these guys prefer some of these soft top boards, not because they're maybe cheaper in comparing to buying a custom made board, but for comfort and lying on the board, for suitability of their surfing. So if this board hits him, it doesn't damage him. So some of these surfers are getting ready. And there's one of the rock stars of adaptive surfing. That's Jesse Ballar, Team USA. He's in his modified wheelchair that looks like a tank rolling through the desert here on the beaches. And there's Team USA, and there's his handlers. And Jesse will be coming up in the next heat number 3 of the assist division.
How much do you think, maybe all the people doesn't know, but this type of gadgets that these people need, they're kind of expensive.
Yeah, we were talking with Eric Welton during one of our technical difficulties when we had the power out. He's the amputee surfer from Hawaii who lost his leg in a motorcycle accident. And Eric was telling us just the foot alone on his prosthetic leg costs $5,000. The whole apparatus of the leg can range anywhere from $12,000 to $16,000. The more whistles, buzzers, and bells, obviously, the more money these legs are going to cost. And these prosthetic legs aren't made for life. They break down. The insurance companies at times will pay 80% of the cost of the leg once every 5 years. And if you need a leg every year, that means, okay, 80% of your leg number 1 is paid for. But next year when it breaks and you need a replacement leg, you got to fork out $16,000 for some of these legs. And I'm sure there are even more expensive legs and more inexpensive prosthetic legs. But this is just one man's story of going through. And one of our sponsors, one of our co-sponsors is Autobach. That makes prosthetic legs. And they are a world-leading manufacturer and supplier of limbs, not only legs, but arms also. And they help support wheelchair athletes and facilities to give them their independence,
That's the best part. I mean, one of the things that the people looks like for when they have an accident or when they lose a limb is just try to get their independence back. And that's the hardest part because they need to recover and then they need to get used to the orthopedic limb. So after a year, maybe I don't know the amount of time, but after a few times that they have the limb back and everything, they just get used to it and get back their independence. And I think that's a huge step. I think that's like 180 degrees, turn, after and before they have, and then get used to it.
Well, I tell you what, if you look on your screen, you're going to see the 10-year-old, the David Teixeira from Brazil, out in the lead right now with a 3.17 and a 3.43. He is followed by American surfer Brock Johnson in second place. Frédéric Biscara, who is out with an early lead, has found himself in third place now, actually in a tie for second. But you break the tie, and Johnson has actually broke that tie of 4.17. And our champion out of Hawaii, Buster Kawasaki, is currently in fourth place, needing a 2.4 or better to get himself into second place. So it's amazing what these athletes are achieving out here today, as history is in the making by the ISA, hosting the very first World Adaptive Surfing Championships. And we're in heat number 2, round number 1 of the assist division.
Wow. So remember that this event, it's different as you usually see on a normal event, that you have like, if you get first and second, you advance to the second round, and the third and fourth, they got eliminated. This event, it's way different than that.
Yeah, usually at an ISA event, Fernando Aguirre has promoted this fact of, if you're going to travel around the world, you're not going to surf one heat and beat one and done if you lost. You're going to get at least 2 chances. And so he has the reprecharge round, the losers round, in the format of all the surfing apparatus of the masters, the juniors, the longboard, the bodyboard, the sup surfing, all the different disciplines. But here, they're kind of adapting the format here with the Adaptive Surfing Championships. Instead of having a reprecharge round, they're giving every division, the 4 divisions, stand, upright, prone, assist, 2 qualifying rounds heats. And after that, they'll take half the athletes and they'll go for a world championship. So out of the stand, 16 will advance to the final day. Out of the upright, prone, and assist, the top 8 will advance into semifinals and finals on the final day. So this is a unique experience. This is a very learning experience, and that is why the ISA decided to open it up to everybody.
That's true.
Not just 6 members from one country. The United States has 18. Hawaii has 10. France has a full team of 6. But everybody else has either 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 competitors representing their team. In the future, I think we'll be more than double the athletes coming up in the future. Just the word is getting out to the adaptive world. And I told Fernando, I said, you have lit a fire in Hawaii with adaptive surfing with this international competition, even though we host our own at the Dukes Ocean Fest. But to claim and to crown a world champion is not like any other.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, being here, you're already a winner if you are here, because you need to qualify on your national country to get here and represent your flag. So actually, you're having the best surfers from all around the world representing the flags. So it's like a show for the people. So what the ISA does kind of is just brings the event to put a show on and then show to the people the most amazing sport in the world. That it's, I don't know, for me it's the surf. Sorry for all of them. But yeah, this one, like, and this special event that is the adaptive inspires me all the time. All the time that I talk to someone, all the time that I interview someone, all the time that I'm talking to you, Bo, and you're telling me what's going on in Hawaii, and with Shannon that we're talking about like how impressed it's to see these people like charging. I mean, because like, yeah, right now it's kind of small, the waves are small, but as you see, most of those guys surf like normal waves as all the guys that surf. So I'm impressed about that.
Yeah, you know, and CAF's earlier in an interview that Shannon did said today is the first day of a new movement. And today is exciting. We're going to take a short break right now, and when we return, we have our final heat in the assist division. You're watching the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by CAF, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. Stay tuned for more exciting surfing action.
ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championship presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. this is one of the best events that we're having this year. We're having in the water. This is the heat number 2 of the round number 1, featuring the guys in right now. I don't have the paper, but we're having more information about what's going on right now. I have it here. Bo is going to help me a little bit. And thank you so much for being here this day. We're having the last heat. Sorry, we're going to the heat number 3 of the assist division. We're having on the red Edward Meyer from Brazil. In white, we're having Evelyn Guimero from Argentina. In yellow, we're having Darian Haynes from Hawaii. And black, Jay-Z Bula from United States of America. To my side, she's Shannon Marie Quirk. Shannon reporting. Shannon, what are you reporting right now?
Right now, I'm just reporting on the stoke factor down here on the beach. I mean, we posted this little video on the inertia of David, the 10-year-old, the youngest competitor here today.
Wow.
And he was just waxing his board, and the comments in listening to, I mean, the Mad Hooies commented, and they're like, well, I'm paying attention, watching this 10-year-old kid wax his board up, and he's just so stoked, and it's really contagious, you know,
That's true.
the love for surfing and the just all, it's so powerful, it's so amazing. It could change lives in so many different ways. So I'm just stoked to be here. This is a really big heat. A lot of people cheering on the competitors in the water right now with especially Jesse Belauer. If you've heard of Life Rolls On, he's the founder. Oh, hey, we're live. What's up?
How are you?
What's up, guys? We're just hanging out in the shade, luckily, back in here on the booth on La Jolla Shores. But Jesse Belauer is a champion.
Wow.
He actually broke his neck in Malibu surfing.
Oh.
Yeah, you surfed right there near Zuma Beach.
Okay.
And he was a pro surfer. Instead of giving up, instead of breaking down and letting it take over his life, he's changed his life for the better and inspired so many others. And now Life Rolls On runs, you know, just absolutely fantastic events. They even started a little skate bowl thing going on with skaters, bringing adaptive skaters into the Venice Park. So a lot of things going on. Jesse's sparked a huge movement. As we were saying with the Challenge Athletes Foundation, this is a big movement. And your round 1, Heat 3, Simon, who we have?
So it's Eduardo Meir from Brazil and red jersey. In white, as I said, Evelyn Guimero from Argentina. In yellow, Darren Haynes from Hawaii. And in black, for us on the paper, but it's really blue, it's Jesse Belauer from United States of America. This guy is a total athlete, so be careful because we're going to have a really, really good heat now going on here in La Jolla Shores. This is an amazing day of, it's not summer anymore, but we're going to call it like the endless summer. It's going to be so sunny those days. It's going to be warm. The water is warm. You don't even imagine how warm is it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and, you know, Jesse is a local to Malibu, but that guy rips everything from big winter North Shore Sunset Beach to right here in La Jolla Shores. He's actually, his favorite event, his favorite break is cloud break. Jesse.
No way.
Yahweh.
That's amazing. And I want to talk to you about the ISA, that it's the world's governing authority recognized by the International Olympic Committee and for the sports of surfing and all other wave riding activities. The ISA mission is to develop surfing globally, to develop surfing around the world, and that's what we're doing. That's what we are doing right now. We just have 97 countries part of the ISA, the International Surfing Association, and we only need 3 more to check that 100 members that the International Olympic Committee needs. And Norway, it's our last country to join us. So we are stoked to be more and more every time. But as soon as we reach the 100 nations, we're not going to stop there. We're going to keep going, keep growing the sport. Remember that you don't need to be an ocean country. You don't need to face any ocean or any water to become as a surfing federation. You just only need surfers that want to compete on the ISA event.
Oh, and if you're checking the screen, Jesse Belauer is just gone from one end of the beach to the other, and it looks small out there, but these guys know what they're doing. They know how to maximize the score. And Jesse just took that ride all the way through. As you can see, up and riding red and yellow, trying to get something on the board with Darian Haynes from Hawaii.
Wow. She's just keep going. She's just trying to keep going to get into the wide water. And then she just put the step out of the board and it was almost in the sand. Remember that these guys that are with them, they caught this, they are just helping them to get into the wave. But as soon as they take off, they just go alone. So it's amazing. Look at this guy.
And here's Jesse Ballauer with the replay right here, that wave we were just talking about. A nice little left, and with not much on offer, he really made the most out of that. So we're going to see the judges trying to score not only difficulty, but the length of the ride and just commitment. So he was obviously committed to that ride, as you saw a few of the competitors going down, and Darian Haynes from Hawaii able to stand on the board for her first ride to put some points on the board.
Yeah, that's true. This guy from USA, it was kind of like Caleb later. He saw something that we don't in that wave, and he was just committed into that little left. And at the end, he just had a really long ride, and I think it's gonna be awarded by the judges. I think he's gonna put a really good score on his board. And 16 minutes remaining, as I want to keep telling you about the ISA, the International Surfing Association, that develops surfing around the world, giving scholarships to the boys and girls under 18-year-old to help them in order to continue with their surf career and help them in order to keep studying. Remember that the only thing that the ISA it's mandatory is you need to be studying to be awarded for one of those scholarships. So I don't know. I'm super stoked about what the ISA is doing. We are on the 2019 Pan American Surfing Games. In the Pan American Games in Peru, Lima. That's gonna happen in the 2019. For the first time, the ISA is gonna be included on the one of the Olympic formats events, and that's a huge step. I think that's huge.
Massive. And here's Jesse Ballauer with the replay, taking his second ride, going right.
Floater.
A little bit more on offer there, and he's going to make the most of that. So Jesse Ballauer putting 2 waves on the board.
I think the judges are taking their time to put the scores on the Jesse Ballauer waves.
Definitely. As Eduardo Mayer also has 2 white waves on the board now with a 1.67 and a 1.23. He needs a 2.53 to push him up to first before Jesse's score come in. But we also in the water yet to put anything on the board is Evelyn Jimeno. Evelyn has a pretty awesome story. She's only 21.
Oh.
She was terrified of the ocean, but recently fell in love. And she's been surfing in Mar del Plata. She's from Argentina and loves going right. She's been surfing for 4 years, and this is, her debut. So
no way.
It's really cool. I've after talking to a lot of the competitors down here, some of them, this is their first surf contest ever.
Wow.
And just a reminder, this is the first ever. This is the inaugural championship, world championship. So sometimes there's some local competitions for adaptive sports, but nothing like this. I mean, look what we got. We have every kind of craft you could imagine.
That's true. All of the surfers, they are adapting their surfboards in order to do their best performance down there.
For sure, and with a lot of different disabilities, and everyone's kind of left to customize. So a lot of these athletes are working with shapers, or I think the coolest thing is a lot of these teams to come finally meet each other for the first time, and they're comparing equipment. That's really big, even in big wave surfing, where you have one leash that someone's riding at Jaws, and all of a sudden that leash is at Mavericks, and it's saving someone's life because it's a lot stronger. I mean, there's so many details with equipment that will change everything about the sport and about how much fun they're having, because you want the fun level just to always keep rising.
Yeah, totally. I think it's all about look at their faces. If you can see their faces on the screen, they're just laughing and so focused on ride the waves and enjoy the this beautiful day here at La Jolla Shores. So yeah, that's what you said. It's just about to share the happiness of being surfing, to share the happiness of being representing their flag, they're representing their countries, representing their people. So it's an amazing day to put on the history of surfing. It's the first World Championship of adaptive surfing, and it's happening here in La Jolla Shores. This is actually, I believe that here in California, it's like the place that a lot of things happens on the surf industry. That's one of the main reasons that I'm here, actually.
For sure, definitely a big hub for the surfing industry, and awesome to see everyone down here today as we are getting the scores from Eduardo Mayer from Brazil is actually moving up to the top spot with a 2.83 and a 1.67. You saw him just taking off on that last ride, and Darian Haynes in yellow with a 2.20 and a 2.0 leading the first and second spots. So what else about La Jolla? You're saying that this is one of the surf meccas, but why La Jolla Shores for this event?
I think it's because it's a beautiful place and you have the facility to get in the water, to be close to the water. Like this part of San Diego doesn't have that much beaches around. So this one, it's kind of like the best place to surf because you have a lot of waves coming in. So that's one of the best things. Like we are not having really good swell, but I think it's kind of like a decent side. It's a good side for this type of competitors. I think for being the first time, I know they are used to bigger waves. I've been talking with a lot of them, and they say like, "Hey, it's so tiny, I cannot even surf." But I don't know. I think for the first time, it's a decent wave to start a contest like this.
Well, you know, especially Jesse Blauer,
Yeah.
you can see he knows exactly where to be on the wave. He was a pro surfer before his injury, and after he's probably even more well known around the surf industry for all that he's achieved. You can see him just taking off on that nice right. But speaking of Jesse and bigger waves, I mean, this is one of the competitors that you will see at, you know, in big cloud break barrels. He's serious, and his positioning is on point. You know, I know he used to use a wave jet. I'm not sure anymore if he's still working with them, but he definitely is one of the competitors that you'll see like barrel shots that you won't even believe them.
That's sick. I think he got like best barrels that maybe I ever got in my life. So actually, congratulations. Just be careful with this guy because he has a really nice score on his board. A really nice score on his belt. He has a 3.77. But we're just waiting for the rest of the scores, and the judges are just taking their time to put the right note for them. So, like, yeah, we're going to have a really good day of surfing. We're seeing right now the girl in white, Evelyn Guimero from Argentina, and has been pushing this wave. Almost hit his nose. Oh, sorry, almost hit her nose. Oh, she falls. But our assistance crew, they just like so focused on the safety of the athletes that it's amazing. As you see like a surfer going left or right, our safety crew, they're already running to chase them. So thank you so much for those guys that are volunteering on this contest. So they're doing a great job.
Really cool. And in first place right now, we do have a little shift change. We got Darian Haynes in first from Hawaii, and Eduardo Mayer, who has a pretty incredible story from Brazil. Just 9.5 years ago, he had a spinal cord injury on his C6 and C7 when he jumped into the beach for a swim.
Oh.
So he hit his head on the sand, and it was it was too shallow, and then now he's surfing again with the Brazilian project called Adapt Surf, and he started to play wheelchair rugby, and now he has 12 and 17-year-old kids. I mean,
Wow.
for sure. I mean, great to hear that he's back in the water, and no doubt an injury like that, an experience like that could be so traumatic that you never go back in the water.
That's true.
But instead, all of these athletes have decided to make their lives so meaningful by not only going out there and charging for their personal benefits, but inspiring others to do the same, to get outside, to go move around, and to make the most of
Just make
your
it through.
circumstance. Sure.
That's true. So I think the same thing. They are just charging their lives. I mean, just recover from an injured, that seriously injured. It's just huge, Shannon. Like being laying on your bed for weeks, maybe months, or maybe years, and then recover from that. And the first thing that you wanted to do is just jump in the water. That's huge. That's amazing. And then they want to serve, and then they want to compete, and then they are here on the first adaptive World Surfing Championship representing the flags. I think they totally nailed it. They're winners already. Like being here, just representing the flags. As we see right now on your screen, he is Jesse Villard. He's in the third place right now because we are waiting for the rest from the rest of the waves. So let's wait for it. 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining of this heat, and after that we're having the second round of the stand division. So stick together because we're having more surfing.
Awesome. And definitely, I'm sure there's a lot of Jesse Blauer fans as he takes off on his next ride. Nice right, and just going to skip over that last little section and just took a spill. But Jesse Blauer, I'm sure there's tons of fans out there. If you are watching and rooting for Jesse, tell us. We want you to go to the Instagram at ISA Surfing and make a comment. Let us know who you're cheering for. We want to hear all of those awesome comments, or excuse me, read all the comments, and been loving all the feedback all day long, especially for one of the favorite American competitors, Jesse Blauer, who started Life Rolls On, a huge movement going on in the adaptive world right now, especially in surfing. What a proud day to be a surfer. This is so phenomenal, something the sport needed for so long. And thank you to ISA and Fernando Aguirre for making it happen.
That's true, and we're having messages from Mario. All those guys are super rad. Respect. Yeah, totally respect that. And Patrick Iverson says, congratulations, grandson. We're having greetings from Rorro from Argentina. Let's go, Argentina. Vamos, Argentina. And Jorge says, hey, this is an awesome streaming. Thank you so much. And hey, it's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, sometimes some people ask me about, what do you talk maybe Hawaii and USA, but they are in the same country, but they are here as a different country. Like the Hawaiian team has been included on the ISA events as their own in order to make it like more competitive. But as soon as the ISA gets into the Olympics, the surf get into the Olympics, it's going to be huge because we're going to have just one team, and it's going to be Hawaii and USA together.
All right, I think Bo is down on the beach with an interview. Bo, who do you got down there?
I've got a rock star down here on the beach. I got Davey Teixeira. We're getting MMA congratulations for Davey. We're getting Gabriel Medina congratulations. Davey Teixeira won his last heat. He is overcome with enjoyment. I mean, he's turning out to be one of the most exciting athletes at the ISA World Championships here. Tell us about his surfing and his accomplishments here in La Jolla.
So let's just give him a minute to process that he just won his heat. He just found out on camera here. Mom's crying over there. Everybody's filled with emotion. Ele está falando que você recebeu parabéns de lutador de UFC, você recebeu parabéns de Gabriel Medina, de Felipe Toledo, de tanta gente super, super famosa. Como é que você está se sentindo agora?
Eu tô me sentindo ótimo, adorei. E eu só vim pra cá, eu agradeço primeiramente e um, dois, Cristal e meus amigos. Muito obrigado.
He says he feels amazing. He wants to thank God first and foremost, all of his sponsors, his friends, and just thank everyone very much for all of the support to have him here. It feels amazing.
This being the first-time event, the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, I mean, the opportunity, I mean, his future has grown so much brighter today. Does he realize the grasp of what he is doing down here in La Jolla?
Davi, ele está dizendo que esse é o primeiro evento desse tipo, é o primeiro evento anual da ISA de surfing adaptativo, e ele quer saber se você tem noção de quantas oportunidades estão à sua frente, de como o cenário do seu esporte está mudando hoje, você vai fazer parte disso.
Olha, eu tô super, ultra, mega feliz que isso vai acontecer. E eu só tô assim por causa de Deus e dos meus amigos, porque sem eles e sem Deus nada disso teria acontecido.
He says he's super, mega, ultra happy to hear that that's happening to the sport, that it's an opportunity for him. And he wants to say again that, none of this would be possible without God and without his friends, that it's only because of them this is possible at all. And he's
super, mega, ultra happy. I love that word and I love that phrasing. And one more question, Davi. What are your goals in the future?
uma pergunta mais. São as suas ambições, as suas metas para o futuro?
Como assim?
Suas metas, seus objetivos. O que você quer conseguir através do esporte ou para a sua vida?
Olha, eu quero brilhar, eu quero ser o campeão mundial em todos os esportes que eu faço. Surf, skate, natação, rugby, surf, skate, natação, rugby e só.
I want to shine and I want to be the world champion in all of the sports that I play. Surf, skate, rugby, and swimming.
My God, this guy has a greater future than anybody. Gabriel Mendina may be the WSL world champion, but this guy is a rock star at the ISA World Championships down here in La Jolla. It is an honor and a pleasure to watch him surf, and all the best to you in your championship run. You just may be a world champion.
Ele quer te dizer que o Gabriel Medina pode sim ser campeão mundial, o Felipe Toledo também, mas que aqui hoje você é a estrela, que você está brilhando demais, você vai ser o campeão desse evento da ISA e pode vir a ser um campeão mundial algum dia, que é uma honra e um privilégio ter você aqui hoje.
Olha, muito obrigado. Tô super mesmo feliz, como eu falei. E é isso, agradeço a todo mundo e quem sabe um dia eu sou campeão mundial de surf adaptado.
He says thank you very much. He wants to thank everybody, and who knows, maybe one day he will be the world champion for adaptive surfing. He wants to really show his gratitude for being able to be at this event today.
Well, he has done that. You want to give a cheer in Portuguese from Brazil?
Você quer falar alguma coisa em português para os seus fãs no Brasil?
Quero sim.
Olhando para a câmera ali, para todo mundo.
Quero sim, eu quero falar para acreditar em si mesmo, seguir seus sonhos e nunca desistir, porque se você não ganhar de si mesmo, você não ganha de ninguém.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Mark Marble over here assisting us and everybody. David Teixeira, back up to you guys.
Thank you, Bo. My goodness, if that didn't put you in tears of joy, nothing will. Because Simone right by me is crying up a storm. He can't even talk right now. The last thing that David said was, if you can't be your best, you're not going to be able to compete against anyone else. So it's just the most amazing. Are you super mega feliz and happy to be here witnessing this right now?
Totally. I'm super, hyper, mega stoked to be here. I'm so sorry. I'm just stoked, like
You need the
these
tissue.
guys, these guys are just showing to everyone that if you want it, you can have it. You just need to fight for it. So just keep going, keep pushing by your dreams. You can just keep chasing it, and who knows? Like this guy is just been so congratulated by so many stars. Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, all the UFC guys. They are just stoked about have one of the Brazilian guys like sharing the waves here in La Jolla.
It's pretty phenomenal that the
That's
youngest
right.
competitor in the contest had the wisest words. I mean, Bo's heart is about to burst out of his chest. This is just the most incredible environment right now. These stories are just too good to be true, and you can just see David stoking everyone out. And like as you said, he knows these superstars Mick Fanning. I mean, you roll down his Instagram if anyone wants to check it out. Go to ISA Surfing Instagram. You'll see a photo of him, and you can check out all of these superstars that David is inspiring. And man, Simone, I mean, does it get any better?
Yeah, but actually, this is just one of the stories that we have to show you. This is just one guy, and we have 18 countries. Just imagine the amount of things that you can feel being here, and you can just know about all these people. I'm super stoked. I'm super, hyper, mega stoked to be here. Actually, thank you so much, David. It's a new word for me. And yeah, totally. I'm super stoked.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to go to a commercial break, and don't go anywhere. We're at the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championship. Welcome back. This is Shannon Marie Quirk and Simone Salazar at the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. This is the first ever World Championship for adaptive surfing. This is history in the making in beautiful La Jolla Shores, right in front of the headquarters for the ISA, who's putting on this event. Right now we have Heat 1 with Marcus Sicily from USA, Anthony Smith in red, and Sean Rengot from Switzerland. And Anthony Smith is from South Africa, so a fully global heat right now, as we only have Marcus with a score on the board with a 1.83 starting this heat off. And you can see him in yellow on your screen right now.
Yes, there was the guy from United States just making his stance, trying to get speed in that way, trying to fit any turn that he can on that wave. It's been kind of hard. The conditions are getting kind of smaller and a little bit close out. So it's going to become harder for the competitors to get really decent scores. But I think we're going to have really good waves on the rest of the evening because the tide is going to start to push in. But as we see this guy, it scores red. That was the guy from the South African Republic, Anthony Smith. This guy had one of the best scores of the entire competition of the stunt division, 16 points, high 16s. So the combination of his two best waves, that was a total of 16. Remember that the format of this competition, it's way different. That's a normal one for the first rounds. So doesn't matter if you get first, second, or third on your heat. What it really matters is the amount of points that you did. So those points, they're going to compete against the other guys' points. They had two opportunities. They already had one on the round one, on the first round. And then this is their second opportunity to make a better score. Or maybe, I don't know if this guy from South Africa can make it better than a 16. I think he can, but the conditions are like not as good as it was in the morning. So we will see. Who knows? Maybe this guy from United States or from Switzerland, they can make it happen and improve their scores and get into the next 16 guys that are going to make it through this round and going to make it into the third one.
Yeah, and we were talking about Anthony Smith earlier. As you said, he put some big points on the board, and he is from South Africa. He's from Durban, and he surfs J-Bay all the time. If
Wow.
you know, J-Bay's been all over the news recently because of Mick Fanning's shark attack during the live competition coverage. I can't even imagine if we saw a shark in this lineup. Don't worry, folks. La Jolla isn't really known for that sort of thing. Obviously, South Africa is one of the sharkiest coastlines in the world, with Durban being a place for hardcore surfers to breed. Really, this guy's pretty intense. He has 39 years of surfing under his belt, and was way. Also a South African Masters champ. So Anthony Smith knows surfing like the back of his hand, and he's showing it today with some big points on the board right now, just with a 5.87. In second, Marcus Sicily from USA, and in third, Sean Regaut from Switzerland.
Oh, Shannon, we're having a really good heat. Those guys, remember they didn't lose on the first round. They just got relocated in the second round. So yeah, they have this second chance, and I think they're gonna do their best. We're having we're gonna explain just a little bit where we are right now. We are next to the main tower, a little bit southern, and watching to the shore. We cannot see that much of surfing like in front of us, because we're having all the teams just in front of us, chilling, preparing for their heats. We have the USA team, the French team, Brazil, and most of them just watching the contest, just watching the waves, trying to get the best timing for the waves, because I think this type of conditions are the hardest ones when you are competing, because you don't even know when the wave is going to come.
For sure. And you can see paddling for this wave, White right out, and you see up and riding on a quick right. He's going to take this as far as he can, and just a little bump of wave to get him something on the board. You know, one of the most amazing stories I think in this lineup is Marcus. If you've heard of Wounded Warriors, it's pretty common here in San Diego, or more well known. But you're looking at a U.S. Marine who was injured in Afghanistan.
Wow.
It was his 4th combat tour, and he stepped on an IED, which resulted in the amputation of his left leg above the knee. So incredible stories. And speaking of incredible stories, Bo has Jesse Blauer on the sand.
That's right, guys. Down here with Jesse Blauer, one of the major adaptive surfer motivators around the world. Jesse, I know unfortunately in your heat, 7 and a 207 taking 3rd place, but more importantly, we're down here in California at the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. I know this has been a dream for you and your organization, Life Rolls On. How excited are you competing here today?
Yeah, it's amazing to be able to be down here in La Jolla Shores and sharing these waves with 18 other countries, and putting adaptive surfing on the map, and just, letting people see that people with disabilities can still have a good time, still get out there in the water and surf. And yeah, it's all about the freedom beyond paralysis, and life rolls on.
Talk about how you formed Life Rolls On. I know you were a professional surfer, and Rob Machado, Kelly Slater, and other pros helped you launch this. And without your dream, I mean, you have inspired so many people, hundreds and thousands of people, to get into the water.
Yeah, I was just and I was just saying, man, look, step into liquid world. I mean, for the people that were here, they're coming up to me saying thanks for, showing me that I could still do this. And it's amazing to be able to be doing this for 20 years now, and just to showcase Life Rolls On and the abilities and all these adaptive surfers. Just couldn't be more grateful for that.
Well, it is guys like you and dreams like you have that we're here today. Adaptive surfing maybe 20 years.
Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championship. Thank you, Bo, for an interview down on the sand with Jesse Belauer. Jesse's a legend in the sport. He has inspired so many people around the world, and it's a big part of why we're here today. You know, he put adaptive. He's saying we're putting adaptive surfing on the map with this event, but Jesse, I would argue, was the first person to really rally the entire surf community and surf media around the fact that he even had anything going on for adaptive surfers. I mean, there are so many options for adaptive athletes to get involved. I think it's just the exposure and like having them even know that there isn't a foundation like that.
Yeah, that's true. So like as we were saying before, like most of these things they are new for most of us, but they're just used to it. Like most of these surfers have been surfing for like 6 years at least. Some of them 12 years with their amputee. So like they've been doing it since a long time ago, and this thing is just shows up finally, but maybe like better now than ever. So like thank you so much, and now they can show to all the people in the world what they are doing and how they just shred the waves, how they enjoy the life as well.
Sure, and you're seeing a replay right now of Anthony Smith from South Africa. He has put another score on the board, leading this heat by a landslide with a 6.77 and a 5.87 in first place. Again, Anthony from South Africa in red. In second, you have Marcus Cecili from USA with a 1.83 and a 1.83 scores, and Sean Regaut from Switzerland with 1.77 and a 1.73. So Anthony Smith coming in hot from Durban. This guy has been leading his heats. We saw him take out the other competitors in his first heat. I would not be surprised if we see him in the final round of competition. And the World Championship today is made possible by Denton's, Indotech Design, Northern Trust, Natural High, and Oliver McMillan. And thank you to our media partners Surfline, Surfos Magazine, and Pasión Extrema. We are so grateful for your support here at the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championship.
And I want to talk a little bit about Sean from Switzerland. He born in Basel, Switzerland, and he actually lives right now in Boca Raton in Florida. That's awesome. Like, they're having a really nice swell, like right now on the East Coast. I don't know. Maybe he's kind of bummed about the waves here today. But, okay, he's 31 year old. He doesn't have any, like, sponsor yet, but, and I prefer, like, point break. I prefer break. So he always says it's all depend on the waves. He's been surfing for 4 years, and he says he's living the life on the edge. Wow. I think that's the best thing. I mean, all these guys are just like showing us that if you want it, you have it. If you want it, you can. If you chase it, you will have it. Just you need to keep going. Don't give up. Never give up. Just remember that all the people that are here, they're being like going through a really hard times on their lives, but they are just right now having fun and showing to the people that what I said, if you want it, you have it.
Oh, and smiles are contagious. And, we were talking about Marcus Cecili from the USA earlier. If you've heard of the Wounded Warrior Battalion, that really was what got Marcus to recover. After his 4th combat tour, he was injured in Afghanistan, and his left leg above the knee was amputated. So he recovered for 2 years at the Naval Medical Center in San Diego. And then with recreational therapists, they came to help him recover, and the service members showed him how to surf as a means for rehab.
Oh.
For the mind, body, and spirit. Totally agreed. It is a therapy. I mean, surfing is one of the greatest things. We're lucky that it's a low impact sport. And
yeah, that's true.
For the most part, a lot of these athletes that do have either serious injuries or, maybe couldn't participate in another sport, surfing's one of the more inclusive sports. And as ISA overall goal to develop the sport, it's all about inclusion. And you don't see the this is the core. We're only going to do shortboard competitions. You know, it's not about those. It's not about the like performance surfing so much in the overall spectrum. If you think about what ISA is all about, it's the development of the sport in all the aspects, from hiring and
Take the
training
sport
judges.
all over the places, right?
Sure, and every part of it, you know, from the lifeguards to the judges to what it takes to, you know, get a sponsorship in a country where there isn't so much support for
That's
surfing.
right.
But the development, like we saw in Nicaragua, the development of surfing in Nicaragua is now their #1 tourism economic value. So
That's true.
the country is bringing in more money from surfing than anything else.
Yeah, so the surfing is becoming as a main activity in the different countries. So I'm stoked about that. But this place, La Jolla, it's just an amazing place. Thank you, everyone. I think California already has that that view of the surfing. They know that the surf is a really good hook to get the people to stick here. Like La Jolla, it's a really nice place. It's like 7 miles of curving coastline along the Pacific side. From the 2004, this place has 42,000 people, but it's only it's supposed to be built only to hold 31,000. It has a little bit of overpopulation right now, but I don't know. I think it's an amazing place. You don't even feel it. Actually, it's the best part to live for like most of the people that enjoys to the ocean, because you're kind of close. You're just 40 miles away from LA, from Orange County, and just 12 miles away from the downtown. So you're in a really good place. You're maybe an hour away from Orange County or 20 minutes away from the downtown. So, and you're just living in front of the ocean. So it's amazing. And right now we are in the endless summer. It's so hot in here.
And it just feels like it's getting hotter. The water's getting warmer.
Totally.
Who knows? This is going to be one crazy winter. And speaking of October up the coast, we have the World Junior event.
That's true.
Coming up, sponsored by Vizsla, so that's going to be really exciting. Definitely tune in. Mid-October, we're going to have all the top junior competitors. It is a shortboard contest.
Yes.
And that's going to be really exciting at Oceanside Pier. So you can tune into the webcast at isaworlds.com. And up and riding,
It's Mr. Anthony Smith from South Africa. As we saw this guy just trying to fit one turn in that tiny wave. We're seeing his board. It's a little bit wide board. I think he just picked this kind of board because it's small. Because I think he has that surfing that allows him to jump into that really, really, really good board. So I don't know. I think choose their equipment. It's pretty interested on these competitors, because that can make it win. Because maybe have if the board is too short or not that thick enough to hold all your weight in the wave, so that maybe doesn't allow you to get the wave, to jump in the wave, to maneuver in the wave. So I don't know. I wanted to talk to the competitors maybe later about how was their decision about the equipment and everything. So like when I take a little break and jump into the interviews, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just talking about the prosthetics, it's really fascinating to hear about not only the prices, which are ridiculous.
The different materials.
But the materials, right. So it's some of these prosthetics are made out of carbon fiber. There's titanium. And it seems like they're pretty much all a combination of, you know, the just technology that's reached another level, which it's fascinating to see all of these countries coming together, and everyone has very different
That's true.
Tech pieces and from their various countries, and so it's really interesting to figure out, like, you know, Jesse Blauer is running this RoboCop wheelchair. Like, I want one of those things. I mean, everyone that's in a wheelchair out here, I'm sure, is looking at that thing, like taking notes and asking him where he got his wheels. So pretty awesome to see Jesse down here. Again, Jesse just surfed in a previous heat. Jesse Blauer, the founder of Life Rolls On, a new husband and overall awesome guy, just phenomenal person. So get to know liferollson.org. and check out their organization. If you know someone that is an adaptive athlete or is dealing with a disability, get them outside, get
That's
them
true.
over to the Challenged Athletes Foundation, and open their eyes to some new activities and new sports they could be doing.
Maybe take him to surf, and he will be here the next year, hopefully. I remember that most of these guys just went to surf in order to recover their, like as a therapy, and then they just realized, like, hey, I'm just having so much fun with my therapy that I want to keep doing it.
And it's probably one of the only healthy addictions, I would say, is
Yeah.
it is an addiction, and it can be a problem, if you're blowing off dates and
Yeah.
other responsibilities. But in general, you're out there in the water. Salt water is good for you. The ocean is proven to make you happy. And so overall, it's all about the stoke, all about the love. Come right back for more of that after this break.
Welcome back to the beautiful La Jolla Shores in California. We are at the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the city of San Diego. As we reset our clocks, and we are underway. We are in round two, heat number 2 of the men's stand division. Excuse me, I correct myself. The stand division. Mark Stewart from Australia will be in red. Ishmael Gallet from Norway in white. Fred Briso Passetti from Italy in yellow. And Sean Whitaker will be in the blue jersey, and he hails from the United States.
Awesome to have you back in the booth. Bo, we saw that interview earlier with David, and I couldn't help but notice the glaze over your eyes as you tried to hold back your tears. Can you tell me a little bit about how that felt to talk to him and the energy from his family?
Well, he did not know he had won the heat, and I told the Brazilian team, and they said, don't tell him until you interview him. I said, are you sure? They said, yeah, don't tell him. I said, okay, your call. You know him better than we do. So we got him up there, got his mom up there, Anna, which is a family friend who was doing the translation for us, and some of his teammates and some of the, I don't know if that was his sister or his good friend, but he demanded that she be right by his side up there. And when we told him he won, he was just overcome. And then the words that he was talking about, he's beyond his years in wisdom, and he is amazing. He is actually. I told his mother he was a treasure. He is special, and he's going to go places, and he's going to lead people. And just listening to the translation of Davi, he is already a world champion. He's achieved his goals, but he could achieve so much more. And that's why when I heard him talk, I going, he's got bigger plans in life. And what can I say? I mean, he said it all. He was amazing. I mean, he's blowing up the internet. You're keeping us posted. Mick Fanning, Gabriel Medina, one of the MMA's best fighters, wished him luck. I mean, he is really electrifying this event. And we talked about how Christian Bailey and Jesse Billar are rock stars in the adaptive surfing world. Well, today we have found a new one, and that's David Teixeira.
And 10 beyond his years. I mean,
He's 10 years old.
He's
10 years old.
pretty wise for
he's
a
a
10-year-old
prodigy.
Grom.
He's a prodigy. And, you know, a lot of times, you know, at events that you've done and events I've done, and, you know, people are saying, well, what's going to happen? And I tell people, I don't know what's going to happen. Let it happen. We'll be standing behind and reporting what happens. You could not have predict little Davi, a 10-year-old, do what he did today. You could not script his words out of his mouth that came out of him because it came from his heart. And that's what Fernando Aguirre and the ISA and CAF and Hurley and Stance and San Diego supported this event, because this event is bigger than itself. We have 18 nations here. We have nearly 70 competitors here. When the ISA announced the event was here in Hawaii, the adaptive world lit on fire. All of a sudden, our participants became competitors. I mean, our weekly and monthly day at the beach at Access Surf just started to blow up. And watching and listening to Davi expresses, if every athlete had his drive, we would have a perfect world.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, working with the inertia, we did a big feature on Mike Coots, and I remember looking at all the stats of every piece of content we'd ever posted, and it was Mike Coots' story as a sharks attack survivor, and how not only is he still out there, he's getting barreled in, like, epic surf.
And Endo.
Oh, yeah. The guy is, like, scoring left and right. And the story, though, you know, is able to reach further than the surfing world. And I think that's really important for the sport to develop, is to reach, you know, fans outside of the coastal communities that can really relate or just understand what this guy's overcoming, what these men and women are doing in order to improve their lives and to empower themselves. And that's going to take them so much farther than, you know, just the level that they achieve in the water. Being a strong athlete is going to make you a better person on land. It's going to make you feel just more confident in general going into anything in life.
You know, David was born with his inflictions, and if you saw him surf today, and you see the freedom in his eyes, and you hear the wisdom out of his mouth, I would say there's no handicap in his life. He is not putting himself behind the 8 ball. He's putting himself in front of the 8 ball. He is leading by example, and there are only a few people in life who can do that, and he is one of them. He is special, and it's exciting to be here, because things like this are happening in front of our eyes, and it's really exciting. And to be a part of history, surfing history, the ISA has done here in day one. Day number 2 coming up on Sunday is going to be more exciting, because we're going to crown world champions in a first-time event. And when you're the first world champion, Peter Townsend goes, hey, mate, I can tell you one thing. I'm the first professional men's world champion, and no one can ever take that away from me. And he's so proud of that, and he's so right. He's so true. And we are going to have 4 world champions crowned on Sunday to be the very first adaptive world champions in their discipline, and it's going to be exciting.
It's super exciting. And, you know, all of those values that we're talking about down here are the true Olympic spirit as well. It's excellence, fair play, respect. Those are all embedded in surfing's culture, and that teaches important life lessons about perseverance, patience, and sacrifice. Those are the values that attribute and make surfing a true sport, and what would help it grow and develop with the Olympic spirit. So that's one of ISA's goals down here on the sand today, is just a demonstration of what ISA is doing for the sport and for local communities around the world.
Yeah, well, the ISA's mission is to support and grow surfing globally. Well, they're definitely doing that and achieving that and progressing that even farther and bigger today. They are giving out scholarships to young athletes, to supporting surfers in their endeavor to be who who they want to be. They're trying to get surfing into the Olympics and inclusion into the Olympics, and we are just steps away from that happening. I mean, the ISA today has grown leaps and bounds from crowning their first champion back in 1964 to 2015 to the very first World Adaptive Surfing Championships in La Jolla. Today is a very historic day, and it's very heartwarming to hear stories like David, and to hear surfers in the last heat, Anthony Smith, on the stand division in his first round with a couple of 8-point rides. And it is motivating to see all these surfers out here competing amongst their peers, amongst themselves. And it's exciting.
Oh, definitely. And as we see the replay here from White, it is Ismail Girjoit, excuse my pronunciation, from Norway, as he takes puts one more score on the board. And we have some difficult conditions, and just, big pat on the back to these guys for going after it. As you see Yellow taking a look. But, down here in La Jolla, it's a beautiful day, it's sunny. Everyone's out on the beach and stoked, and it's great to see the crowd. It's awesome to see the national flags. And we have 18 countries represented here on the sand. So it's not just an individual sport. It is, there's a pride factor, which is pretty cool when it comes to rooting teammates on. And, you've seen a lot of competition in your day. What makes the ISA event so unique?
Well, they bring the team aspect in surfing. And you don't have that on the ASP WSL World Tour. Even though there are a group of surfers from Australia, a group of surfers from the United States, from Brazil, from Hawaii, but they are competing as individuals. Surfing in the professional ranks is very much like golf and tennis. Each man is their own entity. They're their own person they're their own little country, But what the ISA does is turn it into an Olympic sport. You're now a team. Even though you're competing as yourself and competing for yourself to be a world champion, but you're also representing your team. And this year, the ISA wanted to have the World Adaptive Championship structured in the Olympic format, as they do all their other ISA events, but they were just overwhelmed by the amount of participants that wanted to do the event. They decided, you know what? Since this is the inaugural, we want to include as many people as possible. We don't want to exclude and have just the number 6 by each team, by team members. The United States has 18 team members. Hawaii has 10. France has 6, and other countries are either 5, 4, 3, or just one single person. And that team aspect is nowhere in ocean sports but with the ISA, and that's what makes it so unique. We're seeing usually an ISA event has tents for different countries and segregates all the countries with themselves. Today, all the teams are on the beach, on the sand, and sitting with each other.
Definitely cool, and a totally different vibe than any other event. I have to say, I see more smiles on the beach here than any other contest in surfing history. So pretty awesome to see is up and riding. We had Ismail from Norway with a sweet ride here as he's just walking up a little cross step as he falls off the board there, but pretty cool to see him get another ride. He's in first place right now. He has the most waves scored.
Yeah, he's got 4 waves ridden, and Mark Stewart from Australia yet with a wave. I was talking to Ishmael yesterday. He's from Norway. That is the 97th country now in the Federation of Surfing Federations in the ISA. And Ishmael pronounces his last name Gillet. Gillet. Yeah, so a little bit of French history back there with his heritage, and currently a resident in Norway. So Ishmael Gillet in the lead with a 2.0 and a 2.83.
Yeah, so his favorite surf break is, going to the USA surfer, Sean Whitaker. His favorite surf break is in Costa Rica, and he is a local in Oceanside, so I'm sure he's been down here at La Jolla plenty of times. Up and riding, though, Yellow Passetti from Italy with a nice ride, going to get a second score on the board with Sean Whitaker still in second and Ismail in first, leading the charge. Sean's going to need a 4.06 in order to take the first spot. But again, these first 2 rounds, there are no losers. So we're going to take the best 2 waves from today and from Sunday. So the first 2 rounds. So if maybe the first round, the waves weren't in your favor, ocean wasn't cooperating, you still have a chance. So Fernando Aguirre, the president of ISA, wanted to make sure that, you know, if these athletes are coming from around the world to represent their countries, they're not going to just have one heat and then that's it. So this gives them a little bit more experience. A lot of the athletes down here have never competed before. This is the first ever world championship for adaptive surfing. So there's, you know, they're learning a lot right now. And the competition definitely steps up when you put someone that's a little bit more experienced in the lineup there. But overall, I think it comes down to not only the commitment, but really knowing that they have the right equipment. And I think everyone's taking notes down here on the beach. You could see just about every craft you could imagine in the water and on the sand is down at La Jolla Shores right now. So definitely want to come down and see it for yourself. If you're in the San Diego area this weekend, we're going to be running through Sunday, which is going to be the final and last day of competition.
Yeah, tomorrow they're going to be meeting with a symposium over the offices at CAF and kind of a brainstorm accomplishment of different countries and how they approach adaptive surfing in their own country and kind of come with maybe a common goal and where adaptive surfing is going. And I was asking Jesse Ballar, you know, where do you see adaptive surfing 20 years from now? And he was just kind of blown away and saying, you know what, today we have our first World Championship event. Who knows, maybe 20 years from now, there'll be adaptive surfers doing aerials like we're seeing in the pros right now. The sky's the limit because equipment's going to get better, the talent's going to get better, the opportunity's definitely going to get better by organizations like CAF, and the sky's the limit.
It's so incredible. And, you know, Sean Whitaker's story, if you haven't heard it, I think we're going to have to go over it right now because it's phenomenal. Sean from the USA, when he was 16 years old, he was in a car accident. He was in a coma for 28 days, hospitalized for 3 months. They took out his spleen, his liver gave up. He had a 15 to 20% chance of living. He said he weighed about 130 before the accident, and then he was down to 82 pounds in the ICU. His left femur bone was broken in half, and the doctor said he would never surf again, and maybe he meant surf again. I could be reading this wrong. And look at him now. So he has an amputated left leg, and man, this guy is a survivor, you know, and I think that's the running theme amongst all of these athletes is the overcoming a huge challenge that could be a major obstacle and being better people because of it. And
Yeah.
it's really contagious, that energy.
And a lot of these athletes have found ocean sports, mainly surfing, for a healing factor, for a rehabilitation factor, for a competitive factor. And a lot of these athletes are not only surfers, but they're other accomplished athletes. Rock climbing, we're hearing guys are going kite surfing and skydiving. Eric Wilton was telling me that, yeah, his other hobby behind surfing is skydiving. And being an amputee, it doesn't put him back at the plane, it puts him in front of the plane and puts him out there where he wants to do. And hearing stories like Sean Whitaker is amazing, you know, only having 20% chance to live at one stage of his life. Now he's got a 100% chance, and he could be a world champion by Sunday.
Oh, it's so incredible. And, you know, he has 30 years of surfing under his belt. He's a 42-year-old. So just big ups to Sean. What an incredible story. And, you know, that's what we're finding, too, is it doesn't really matter what place, you know, these guys get right now. It's just about the vibe of all being together and having this connected energy of people from around the world that are adaptive athletes finally being able to convene. It's like one of the masters of the minds, or meeting of the minds, excuse me, just to develop the sport and to continue the progression. And, you know, if there are obstacles, figuring out other ways to, you know, solve any problems and just get the stoke factor up. So we want to see more adaptive events like this, and an inclusion in Olympic Games would just be phenomenal.
Oh, can you imagine that? Surfing in the Olympics. And if and when surfing becomes in the Olympics, it will be in a man-made pool. And just a couple of weeks ago, they had the first professional surfing contest at Snowdea over in Scotland at the man-made pool. And Albie Layer from Maui won the event. And just showing, and look at this, headstand right there in the water. And Ishmael Goulet from Norway is having too much fun.
Double claim. I love it. He's got the full froth on. And, before the headstand, I was going to say the control he had as you saw him pumping down the line, perfection. And, just to put an extra whipped cream on the top of the ice cream cone, it's like, that was pretty rad.
Yeah, that's, and how happy is he? He's expressing himself. Let's watch a replay, Ishmael, right here. Look at that. Good stroking. Yellow pulled off. There he goes. Pumping down the wave. He's on the open face. He's scoring. Now's the closeout. What am I going to do here? So he readjusts. He's gonna stay with it. Wait a minute. I've got one more bag of my tricks. Here we go. Headstand.
So awesome. 10 points. If anyone out there is watching and just absolutely love that, we want to hear. We want you to comment. Go to ISA Surfing on Instagram and check out the feed. You'll see some absolutely incredible stories, and you will just be blown away by what these athletes are doing. It's been a phenomenal day of action down here at La Jolla Shores. Thank you so much for tuning in today for the first ever ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. This is Shannon Marie Quirk.
I'm Bo Hodge, along with Simon Salazar from Colombia on the broadcast. Simon usually does our Spanish-speaking broadcast, but he is now relocated from Colombia to San Diego, and he is part of the ISA family, and he is here for the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, and we're proud to be here for a very historic event. And this will not be the last World Adaptive Surfing Championships. This is the first of many more yet to come. The ISA is hoping to grow this into a yearly event, and hopefully to take this around the world. There are other countries that bid for hosting events. This year, the United States is hosting 2 ISA events. Coming up in about 3 weeks, it will be the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships at Oceanside. And then coming up in December, the ISA heads back to Chile, to Enrique, for the ISA World Bodyboarding Surfing Championships. So exciting times are amongst us, and we're glad that you're tuned in.
Yeah, and there on your screen in the bottom right is Danielle Burt. She's a U.S. athlete. We had an interview with her earlier, and she told me she was in a motorcycle accident that resulted in the loss of her right leg above the knee. And she also suffered a fractured neck, broken ribs, fractured spleen, collapsed lung. She was in a drug-induced coma for 45 days. Since then, talk about a success story. Since then, she's competed in snowboarding, in surfing. She's toured the U.S. doing skateboard demos. That's right. This chick rips, absolutely shreds. I remember seeing a video of her on Mafia TV, and I was just thinking about, the fact that she was not only surfing good waves, she had never really surfed before. It was like she was 19 years old after this motorcycle accident. Just more incredible stories down here on the sand. Simone, who are you down there with? Let us know.
Okay, right now I'm here with Mr. Ryan Simmons. This guy is just a legend about the USA surf team. Thank you so much for giving to me the opportunity to interview you. And I wanted to tell us, how do you feel about being the host of this type of events?
Well, this event, the ISA Adaptive World Championships, the first one of its kind, unbelievable. And to be able to have it here in San Diego, I mean, I'm stoked being a Californian myself, and just being able to witness, be a part of, and also help my team here in La Jolla. I mean, I couldn't ask for anything better.
That's awesome. I mean, all of us are stoked to have these competitions going on right here. How do you see your team against the other ones? What are your expectations about?
Well, we have some good surfers on our team. I mean, we have a pretty big team, obviously being the host nation, and some of the other teams don't have as many surfers, but the caliber of talent with all the countries, Brazil, Hawaii, South Africa, I mean, I think 18 countries here. So everyone's got pretty gnarly surfers on their teams. I think we match up pretty good. And I think, this morning in the stand-up, I think most of our surfers are in the top half right now, but they're going to have to get some work done in the afternoon to stay in that top half to advance into Sunday. And then in the other 3 divisions where they have 1 round a day, we're pretty solid. I think we're in that upper 2/3 where they need to be, but they have another round Sunday morning. So we're looking good.
Okay, that's awesome. And you have maybe anything that you wanted to tell all the people that is watching the webcast about this contest, if they want to come, or I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, if you're down here and you're able to come and see it in person, come on down for Sunday, the finals day. I think there's only like 2 more hours of competition today, so you might not be able to make it. But thanks for tuning in, and come down and support if you can Team USA and all the other athletes. It's life changing to witness what's going on here, and I mean, it's a future of this sport, the adaptive. It's rad.
That's true. Thank you so much, and see you soon, bro. All right, bro. Have a good one. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Simon, and congratulations, Ryan. He's got a fantastic team, and looking at his roster for his next event at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships at Oceanside, they're going to be one of the major contenders. I mean, he's got Griffin Colapinto, he's got Caroline Marks, he's got a whole slew of great new athletes. I'll tell you what, let's take a break right now, and when we return, more action with heat number 3, round number 2 of the stand division. You're watching the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships live from La Jolla Beach, being brought to you by CAF, Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to beautiful La Jolla, California. We're at the site of the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by CAF and Hurley and Stance and, of course, the City of San Diego. Currently, right now, heat number 3, round number 2 of the stand division. Let's introduce our surfers in the water from Brazil. We have 2 surfers. In red, Alincio Silva Neto, and in the blue jersey, Paulo de Souza. In the white jersey, it'll be from the United States, Danielle Burt, and in the yellow jersey, it'll be Maximine Caban. So remember, as Shannon, you said earlier, we're keeping the best 2-wave score, and it could be a combination of a wave from Heat 1, or away from, round 1 and away from round 2, or it could be like Anthony Smith, who earlier this morning had a 16.77 in his first round with an 8 and an 8.77. In his second round, he had a 6.77 and a 5.87, which is still an outstanding score, but he's going to keep his 2 best waves from his morning heat.
Pretty awesome. And, you know, Danielle is the lone female in this heat.
In this round, in this whole stand round.
Sure, you know, yes, she is the only female competitor in the stand. And when do you get to see men and women in the same event? You know, there's occasionally a wild card. I know on the Triple Crown, you know, Carissa Moore's been in a contest. I think
Lane Beachley competed against the man. We had Lisa Anderson, Bethany Hamilton. Even Danielle competed at the Dukes Ocean Fest in the amputee division and placed 3rd amongst men.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
This girl kicks butt, kicks booty. Danielle Burt is a serious shredder. She is a skater. She's done exposés, and she also snowboards. She's just a straight ripper, and pretty obvious that she's an adrenaline junkie.
Yeah.
She actually was in a motorcycle accident, which is how she lost her leg, and now she's a physical therapist here in San Diego, putting that energy back into helping others. And you know, when we were talking to her earlier today, what really hit home for me was when she said, you go to a really dark place when you have an injury like that. And I think it's hard for anyone to come out of that kind of hole, especially if you're just thinking about what you can't do. here's the difference is these athletes are out here knowing what they can do and pushing themselves so that any disability doesn't leave them behind. And up and riding, speaking of, Danielle is on this nice little left wave. She's got for her first ride on the board.
Yeah, time ticking down, 13 minutes, 18 seconds. All heats 20 minutes in length. Again, best two wave scores for their final score. And the combination of their best two waves from the morning session to the afternoon session will determine the top 16 in the stand division. So there will be a quarters, a semi, and a final coming up in the stand division on Sunday. And coming up for the prone and for the upright and the assist division, they'll have semifinals and also finals on Sunday's competition.
Well, that was awesome. As you saw from the replay there, Danielle Burt really putting her weight in that front foot, which is, especially on the smaller waves, so important just to drop in. And you could see just her stylish little left as she should just push the weight forward and tried to make the most out of that ride. These are really challenging conditions. You're going to have to paddle hard and make sure there's enough weight forward on your board so that you can get into one of the smaller rides here, as Danielle is going to be up in first place right now, just at 2.33, and we're waiting for Maxime from France to put a score on the board in yellow.
Yeah, no waves yet for yellow. Our two Brazilian surfers with 1-point rides, currently holding down second and third place. That's Alcinho in red and Paulo in blue. And how about Team Brazil? How about little Davi? I mean, he is turning out to be such an emotion and such a spark for Team Brazil. And Brazil always has some great athletes competing, whether it's in the ISA Juniors, whether it's in the World Sup, whether it's in coming up in the World Bodyboard. They're being well represented here in the World Adaptive Surfing Championships.
Yeah, and there he is, David, on your screen. What a little superstar. That guy probably knows more professional athletes than Kelly Slater. I mean, he has been hit up by Gabriel Medina, by the UFC fighter from Brazil. There's Felipe Toledo. I saw Felipe posted something about him and wished him well at the ISA Worlds. So pretty phenomenal. The guy is just changing hearts, and I can just tell he's going to be a heartbreaker. He's like, it's just a superstar. But awesome, and they deserve this kind of exposure. These are true organic stories, and it's not a show and tell. It's not just about sponsors or anything else that could come with fame. It's the raw and pure joy that I'm seeing the most of from this competition in particular.
Well, in the past at WCT events, WQS events on the professional tour, they've had adaptive surfers go out as an expression session. Well, today is not an expression session. Today is an actual world championship organized competition for these surfers, and they are competing for country pride. They are competing for themselves, and come Sunday, we're going to crown 4 world champions.
Pretty amazing. So Danielle Burt, and still in first. She is a local favorite, I would say. She lives just up the street and gets to surf here a bunch. She said she goes north to Trestles or south to Mexico. So she's very familiar with this coastline, and she's going to know what kind of board she needs for these waves and the conditions. And it has gotten a little bit smaller than this morning too. So she's ready, she's prepared, she's all smiles, and just really stoked, like all of these competitors, really stoked to share what, their message, and just to show people that you should get out there and push yourself and develop really new sides of the brain. You have to get outside the box, and surfing is just an incredible sport to be introduced to. I know it's just saved so many lives. It's so cool to see, and ISA really believes in it as the, a way to just spark joy and stoke. So we like to call it sharing the stoke. This is the perfect event for that, displaying the love and joy of surfing here at La Jolla Shores.
Yeah, Paulo da Souza from Brazil, the 27-year-old. Let's tell you a little bit about him. He was born on the northern coast of Rio Grande do Sul with his family. He was introduced back in 2012, 3 years ago, from Adapt Surf, which is the local adaptive ocean network down in Brazil in South America, and watched videos of Enrique and the way he was running with his knees and his prosthetics. And after that, Paulo started kneeboarding. He started participating in surfing competitions, swimming competitions, stand-up races. Paulo is a champion at the national meeting of surfing adaptive in the kneeboarding category down in Brazil, and he is an inspiration to others. Not only does he like to go surfing, he likes to go traveling, and his hobby is a unicar. I don't know what a unicar is, but I'm sure it's fun.
Sounds like a pretty entertaining craft, as you can see. We're learning a lot today with so many different watercrafts in competition right now. As you can see, Alcino Neto going after his board. Here's a replay of the action.
Neto, more of a kneeboards type surfer with his, I believe he has one good leg and one bad leg. So he's opting for his surfing style to be more of a kneeboard style.
Yeah, so thank you for everyone for tuning in today. This is the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, the first ever, the inaugural. This is history in the making, folks. This is big time. This is not only about surfing and sharing the love for surfing. It's growing and developing the adaptive sports and exposing all of these stories that are just phenomenal. And I think the Surfing America coach put it very well. This is life-changing.
Well, also, too, when you were interviewing the marketing director over there for CAF, today is the first day of a new movement. I mean, today CAF is supporting adaptive surfing, and today is the first time we're crowning world champions in adaptive surfing that's never been done before. And they're one of the major supporters, along with Hurley and the city of San Diego and Stance, to support the ISA in this cause right here. And we're seeing it right in front of our eyes.
It's definitely really cool and really accessible. And that's one of the best parts about surfing. At this point, in San Diego anyways, you're not charged to go into the water and surf. I've heard they actually started doing this in Cornwall, charging to, I don't know if any of you would pay for that. I mean, if I lived in Cornwall and it was firing, I'd probably pay a few bucks, or pounds. Gosh, it must be expensive. But,
where surfing is going in the future, these wave pools, they're going to be charging for those. Those are man-made waves, so they're not the free ocean waves that we can get at our local beaches, so they're going to be a charge for those.
Well, and they just had the first competition ever at a wave garden that was in Spain, and
Snowdonia in Scotland, wasn't it?
Or Surf Snowdonia in Wales.
Oh, that's right, Wales. And it was Albie Lair from Maui beating out one of the New Zealand surfers for second place in the first wave pool professional event. And we've already had stand-up surfers go down there and test out. We've even had Gabriel Mendina, Felipe Toledo, Josh Kerr, Taj Burrow has tested out the new wave pool. And wouldn't be surprised if there was a professional wave pool event coming up in the future. Wouldn't be surprised. Even the ISA wants to support an ISA wave pool contest, because if and when surfing gets into the Olympics, it will most possibly be a wave pool contest, at least on the surfing part.
Well, and if you think about the judging, too, it would level out the playing fields a bit. So we're going to go down to the beach with Simone, who has an interview. Let's hear it, Simone.
Simon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. So sorry for that. I'm here with Mono Stewart. This guy is just like shredding the waves right here in the Hoya shores. And I saw his board and I was like, hey, hold on. I want to talk to this guy and I want you to tell me what is going on with this board.
Okay. Basically, because I've got one leg and a short stump, it's if you're kneeling on a level board, it's difficult. So over the last 20, 30 years, we've developed a knee well, and my knee goes into the well and my stump goes on the pad. And so it just depends on the length of your stump as to how deep the knee well needs to be. So.
Oh, that's awesome. And actually, it's pretty like advanced, in order to like improve your surfing and everything. And you were telling me about back in the day, like when you used to compete and everything, and now you're back. How do you feel about being back, like wearing a jersey with your country?
Great. I love it. I love the atmosphere of this competition. I've never experienced anything like it. I've been to 4 or 5 Australian titles against able-bodied surfers and got 4th in Australia one year. And but the vibe here is so much different, and the stoke, and it's just it's unreal. I love it.
That's awesome. And if you want to send hi to someone back home, it will be amazing.
A lot of friends back in Byron Bay. Go the Bay. Hi everyone. Thanks for your support.
Awesome. And everyone who's watching here, we're having this amazing boards, like trying to improve their surfing. And thank you so much for turning to us. And back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Simon. And, of course, Byron Bay, the home of Kieran Perot, former Pipe Master champion, current commissioner of the WSL, WCT. And a lot of great surfers coming, hailing out of Byron Bay. And great to catch up with Mano right there.
Yeah, really awesome. And we were with Simone, we were talking about the equipment. Everyone's on such different gear. It must be hard for the judges because that's going to attribute to different styles of surfing, totally different approaches. But what they're looking for is commitment. You're not so aggressive about spray. It's a different type of surfing with these different watercrafts. So really fascinating to see what everyone's on. Some of these guys are on straight longboards, and Mike Coots was riding a small little shortboard. It looked like a 5'8" or something, and the guy's like 6.
He probably
over
stole
6 foot
it.
Tall.
He probably took it away from one of the Groms at the Irons Brothers surf camp. I wouldn't be surprised. I remember when Mike Coots had his shark attack. He was 15. He was bodyboarding at Majors Bay. And it was a horrific accident. The tiger shark came up from behind him and surprised him. And he was in the hospital for weeks, healing. And now he has turned into a shark curator. I mean, he wants to help protect sharks. He has come full circle. He has no animosity. He has no guilt. He has taken this affliction and turned it into a positive. And he is one of the most positive people you'll ever meet in your life.
Oh, yeah, just an amazing story. And if you haven't seen it, check out Mike Coots' feature. We have it on the inertia.com. It's pretty incredible. The guy, as we were saying, he gets barreled in Bali. He surfs some of the best waves in the world and just such a spokesman. He's also a photographer. Incredible imagery that guy has. And, just amazing stories overall. There's just so many new athletes, too, that are coming to the limelight that are just like, wow, how have we not heard about this person before? Danielle in the water now, I've seen a few of her videos, but had no idea. She's also a physical therapist, and she's giving back, in the way that she figured out what helped her the most, and now she's trying to deliver that and serve others. And that's, at the root of all of this, I would hope that's what it's all about. Serving others, making sure everyone around you is having a good time, and all smiles.
Yeah. And Danielle not only did that, but got her doctorate and her PhD. And now, like you said, she has gone full circle and learned from her affliction and helping how what helped her, helping others. And she is motivated by that. Well, there's the sound of the horn. And it looks like Danielle has improved her position, 5.36 on her two-wave total. And she takes first place. Paulo de Souza in second. Alincio Neto in third, and Maximine Caraban in fourth place.
Yeah, sorry, boys. The ladies are going to take that heat. And after that, we are going to go to a commercial break so you can calm your nerves. Come back right for the action at La Jolla Shores.
Come with me now. Come with me now. Come with me now. I'm gonna take you down. Come with me now. I'm gonna show you how.
presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, also by Hurley and Stance, and of course the city of San Diego. We are currently in heat number 4, round number 2 of the stand division. Let's introduce our surfers. We have quite an international field here. We have Benoit Moreau from France in red, Ishmael Arrea from Costa Rica in white, Rodrigo Myrol from Argentina in yellow, and Scotty Trindler, from Switzerland in blue.
Yeah, it's stacked heat we got here at La Jolla Shores. We are here for the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Competition, the first ever and inaugural event for it's pretty much the first adaptive surfing contest where all of these countries, 18 countries to be exact, have come together, have their flags on the sand with their national pride, and it's all about the love today. As you see, the beaches are packed, and we have so many incredible people down here on the sands with a replay of that first wave ridden.
Looks like it was surfer in red, our French surfer Moreau, Open up with a 2.33, and that'll be a better scoring wave coming in at a 3.0. So Moreau is in the lead right now. You know, the ISA has already held 2 World Championship events earlier this year. One in Sayulita, Mexico. It was the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. Team USA took first, Australia second, Hawaii third, and New Zealand fourth. And just a couple of weeks after that, down in Popoyo, Nicaragua, it was the ISA World Surfing Games, which was won by Costa Rica. And Portugal took second, the United States in third, and Peru took fourth. And we are now in the third of a series of events for this year's calendar. The World Adaptive Surfing Championships will finish up on Sunday. And then just about 3 weeks from right now, we'll get underway with the Vizsla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships just up the coast at Oceanside, California. And then last but not least, the ISA World Bodyboarding Championships return to Enrique, Chile, December 6th through the 13th.
Yeah, and ISA is all about the inclusion of all surfers in their events. So you can see, you know, they have a whole bodyboard event, a world championship that's coming up later in December. The next event I'm really excited for, too, is the juniors. You're going to see the top juniors in the world coming down to Oceanside. And, you know, this area in general just breeds amazing surfers. Like in San Clemente, for example, we were just talking about the Eddie, Greg Long, Rusty Long, all these guys that were pretty much born on the sand at Trestles, grew up. You know, Greg Long's father was a lifeguard down at the beach. And if there's anyone that has more confidence and charisma and just, you know, overall talent, it is the Long family.
Oh, yeah. Amazing story. Greg Long, I was there to witness and call the event when he won the last Eddie back in 2009. It's been that long. Well, El Nino this year breeds big wave surf for the winter surf season in Hawaii, so hopefully another edition of the Quicksilver will get underway with the running of the Eddie, and it'll be great to see that run again. But, yeah, the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, Team USA, with a stacked team coming up. Griffin Colapinto out of San Clemente, back on the team this year, was a semifinalist in Ecuador last year. They've got an amazing crew of women on the team this year, led by Caroline Marks. Team USA is going to be one to contend with. Team Hawaii, the defending champion from last year, had 2 gold medalists with Tatiana Weston-Webb and Mahina Maeda. Mahina Maeda will return. She is the 2-time under-16 women's champion. Her and Tatiana, the only repeat ISA Junior World Champions. They go back-to-back years. So Mahina going for a three-peat, which has never been done. Dax McGill should be on the team for Team Hawaii. Reynos Hayes, the coach of the Hawaii adaptive team, will be leading up the Hawaii charge. And, of course, you know, France and Brazil and New Zealand and Australia are going to have some great teams coming up in Oceanside. So we invite you to tune in October 11th through the 18th. And if you're in California, come up. They're going to be a 2-tier system set up for both rounds of the whole week of competition up at Oceanside. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and you can, you know, this is the time for that south swell to start pumping, and just up the street at, you know, the different angle, right here at La Jolla Shores, we're not seeing that south swell, but, you know, up there in Oceanside, you definitely will. And right now, though, up and riding, another wave. This is, let's see, he has put in, that's his 6th wave, 5th wave. 6th wave on the board for France. So as the score's dropping in, that looks like it might be his best wave score. What did you think about that last ride?
Well, I tell you what, the determination is definitely there. You know, the conditions are very challenging. Let's watch a replay here. Look at the determination on the stroke. I mean, he paddled really into this wave, and that's what the judges want to see, the open-face maneuvers right before the closeout. So he got a couple of maneuvers there, a couple of hops, a couple of bumps, and definitely his best ride. You called it, Shannon, just under a 4 at a 3.97.
There we go, with France put in a ton of points on the board, as Rodrigo from Argentina is in second, Ismael from Costa Rica in third, and Scotty from Switzerland Switzerland?
Switzerland, yeah.
Switzerland in blue in fourth place right now. But paddling back out, La Jolla, absolutely beautiful day. It is scorching hot in a good way, but glad we're in the shade as we watch all the competitors get in the water. Yeah, I would love to paddle out there right now. It is just a beautiful, sunny summer day as the beach is just packed with fans and friends and family. It's an incredible atmosphere down here. So if you have a chance to visit La Jolla Shores, definitely come by. We have booths set up from all of our sponsors. Stance Socks is a full booth, and just a lot to learn. The Challenge Athletes Foundation is also looking for volunteers. And if you want to be part of this adaptive community and just want to lend a hand, you can do it. Come down, say what's up, or check them out online, and they'll love the support.
Well, I tell you, without the support from CAF, we would not be here. They were going to only sponsor a handful of surfers, and their travel cost and their entry fees coming to the World Adaptive Surfing Championships, and they overtook their limit, and they said, you know what, this is blowing up. We've got to support as many surfers as we can, and thank you, CAF, for your support. And without you, we wouldn't be here. Stance, Hurley, and of course the city of San Diego. The mayor already proclaimed he wants this event back here next year at the opening ceremonies. But I tell you what, the ISA, they like to move events around the world. And what they do is they go to other countries and ask, will you host an event? Will you host an event? Because the surfers like to travel. So sometimes an event, the same place, the same event, coming back year after year, sometimes it loses its muster, but if next year we're in Australia for the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, or New Zealand, or France, or Hawaii, or Costa Rica, I mean, it really will appeal to all the other surfers to go and travel.
Well, I think it's even more powerful for the developing nations, too. So, San Diego here, obviously, it's a huge surf mecca. It's less about introducing the sport and more just the fact that we have so many surfers here. It's awesome to have the support system around the adaptive athletes. But in general, I mean, what we saw in Nicaragua is just phenomenal. Surfing really changed the landscape for the economy. It's now the number one economic resource is surf travel in Nicaragua. So that's actually a recent development. That's 3 years in the making. And what happened 3 years ago? ISA came into Nicaragua, started doing the World Championship, and now it's just well known, I mean, for offshore perfect barrels. And let me tell you, it really was offshore and perfect every single day, and maybe a couple hours I saw when I didn't want to surf, but just judging the webcast there, or hanging out at the webcast was difficult because we were just mind surfing the waves the entire time. But just phenomenal venue, and I'm sure ISA will have incredible, developing events in the future.
Well, speaking of Nicaragua, 3 years ago when they hold the World Surfing Games down there and the World Masters, the ISA helped the government build roads to these destinations. There were just dirt roads. Now there's paved concrete roads out to the destinations of these locations. Now there's condominiums and surf camps. Not just one, but multitude of surf camps down in Nicaragua, as you said, turning over the tourism industry into a surfing industry. And they have learned that, hey, if we support surfing, surfing will support us. And it's pretty amazing down there how they welcome all the ocean sports activities, whether it's SUP, whether it's surfing, whether it's longboarding. They're wide open for all different types of competitions in Nicaragua.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. As we see Yellow paddling for this wave, he's going to get up for just a second, a hop, skip, and a jump, and he is out of there as Red up and riding again. Man, this guy is just phenomenal. 10 waves on the board right now from France. He's keeping busy as ever. His top wave scores with a 3.97 and a 3.0. Obviously small conditions, so it's hard to get those scores. You know, he's working hard to get the 3.9.
Yeah, guys are really earning their keep today. If you can survive day one and get into the final day on Sunday, you're going to be rewarded. 7.5 minutes remaining. We are in round number 2 of the stand division. Heat number 4, a total of 9 heats still yet to come. We're going to see the likes of Bruce Campbell from South Africa coming up in heat number 5, along with Eric Deargent from France, who was the 5th best surfer in the first round. And we're going to see the return of Scott Lesson, our blind surfer, who was out in the water earlier today. He's in the next heat. Mike Coots is coming up in heat number 6. We're going to see Evan Strong from California coming up in heat number 7, along with Jake Matthews from Australia, Eric Welton from Oahu from Team Hawaii coming up in heat number 8, along with Rodney Roller, the first winner of the first adaptive event 9 years ago back at the Dukes Ocean Fest. He's representing California. And, of course, our last heat of the day, we got a couple of big names. We got Big Red, we got Jade Wheatley, and we got Tyler Dixon, along with a couple other surfers. So still a lot of great surfing still yet to become, and we've got 6 more heats still yet to be surfed in the water.
Yeah, so France in first right now is he has an upper right limb amputation. So up and riding, you can see him right now. He actually just suffered this accident 3 years ago. So, you know, a new amputee. He also loves snowboarding. He's, you know, living in France, so during the winter months he's able to snowboard some incredible mountains. They have Tignes, they have tons of mountains in the French Alps that are just phenomenal, next level riding. So it's pretty cool to see a lot of these competitors down here are also snowboarders, and just to, yeah, really cool to see the diversity and the fact that they're getting out there. And you have to be pretty ambitious to, you know, strap in a bunch of gear. I think that's one of the coolest parts about surfing is it's just so much less involved. It's really just about that board, especially here in San Diego right now. The water is probably 73 degrees, 76 degrees. It's amazing. Beautiful summer temperatures, and really accessible for these guys and girls to get out in the water. You see right now with round 2, heat 4, leading in first with 5 minutes on the clock. You still have France and Argentina in second, Costa Rica in third, and fourth. Costa Rica, where are the ticos? Who's cheering for Costa Rica? You know, especially in Nicaragua, we had so many Costa Rican fans that were just blowing up our Instagram feed. So I want to see that. I want to see that action on Instagram. Go to ISA Surfing and let us know who you're cheering for.
Yeah, I tell you what, Costa Rica with a big win down at the World Surfing Games. The McMonacles, Leilani and Nomar doing quite well, and Carlos leading them to a team victory at the World Surfing Games. It was really exciting watching all that. 4.5 minutes remaining. Moreau in red in first, Myrol from Argentina in yellow in second, Arroya from Costa Rica in third, and Trindler from Switzerland in blue in fourth.
Yeah, so these guys are going to wait out the set, which I hope we see soon. And paddling for this wave, taking a look, is Araya in white and up and riding. Ooh, just a quick little action there. That's going to be the eighth wave ridden. Ismael Araya from Costa Rica has a 1.73 and a 1.67. He needs a 2.55 to move up on the leaderboard right now, with France in a massive lead, winning by 2.90 with 3 minutes on the clock, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Again, France busy and live action in the water. Gotta love that stance, huh? He's some stylish stylish surfing over here from France. Mareo, I'm sorry I can't pronounce that very well. My French is very horrible. But he is coming in with 3.97, a 3.2, giving him the lead total right now with a 7.17.
Yeah, again, remember we're keeping the 2 best waves for the stand division from rounds 1 into round number 2, and Anthony Smith still continuing to be our leader. And right now, after the first round, Danielle Burt was at that qualifying spot in 16th, just passing Ismail Goulet from Norway. So, and Danielle in her last heat, I can tell you, she was just surfing. She had a 5.63 on her 2-wave total. So pretty much the same wave scores. So Danielle's going to be the one for other surfers to pass from below. So the standard has been set by our competitors out in the water, and they're trying to do their best on their best 2 waves in round 1 and in round number 2. And here we go, up and riding on his 13th wave, Benoit Moreau from France.
Yeah, very cool. He's staying busy. This has just been an incredible day of action. So many amazing stories to take home and just inspire others. I have, as a filmmaker, I just can't help but want to tell all the stories. And here, thank you so much to ISA for making this happen and live webcast for the athletes here. This is a incredible event sponsored by Hurley, Stance, and the Challenge Athletes Foundation that, when we were talking to Nancy earlier, the director of business development, she mentioned that not only are they here to support, they brought a lot of the competitors here to the sand, so flew them from around the world, especially if they didn't have the means or the support to make it, but wanted to compete and were really serious about it. The Challenge Athletes Foundation's decided to invest their time and money into making sure that those athletes had the ability to come here. So just so thankful to them for making this all happen, and there's no way we'd be here without their support.
Yeah, and so many touching stories as we have 1 minute remaining, like Ishmael Araya from Costa Rica. 3 years ago, he was in a motorcycle accident when a big truck ran him over, and he got stuck in between the truck tires. I mean, he's been surfing for 30 years, and 3 years ago he incurred this injury. And he has taken it, and he has surf camps down in Costa Rica. He said God gave him the inspiration to get back into the water, and what he loved the most was surfing and coaching surfing. And Ismail is an ISA certified coach, and he uses his knowledge for his experience in surfing. He enjoys life. He is just an amazing person. And it's just great to see, these stories come up. Here's a guy surfing all of his lives, and all of a sudden the motorcycle accident 3 years ago claims his leg, but it doesn't deter him. He gets out of his wheelchair and he goes surfing.
Yeah, there's no holding back for these athletes today. They're not taking no for an answer. These girls and guys are charging the waters of San Diego. They're out here to support their country, but also to just share the stoke. And we've heard a lot of similar reactions from the competitors that do win their heats. They're just excited to inspire others, and that seems to be the underlying goal. As we see Mike Coots getting his board waxed, he's not on the little shred stick anymore. He's adapted to the conditions, and a smart move, taking looks like a longboard. What do you reckon he is riding today?
Well, it looks like I think it's Eric Weldon's longboard that he's taking out. So again, like you said, he's adapting to the conditions. He's 2 heats away. So coming up next is heat number 5. We're going to return for more exciting action after these short words from our sponsors. You're watching the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. We'll be right back after this. welcome back to La Jolla Shores, the beautiful California, for the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation. Hurley, Stance, and the city of San Diego. From La Jolla Shores, I'm Bo Hodge along with Shannon Marie Quirk, and we are into heat number 5, round number 2. And let's introduce our surfers as we have Bruce Campbell from South Africa in the white jersey, from France, Eric Jargnat, and from Brazil in the yellow jersey, Andre Barbieri, and from the United States, from California, our blind surfer, Scott Leeson, coming up in this heat. And Scott's already opened up with a 2.67.
Yeah, wow. Scott, what an incredible story. We were down on the beach earlier with him. This is his first surf contest.
Ever.
And not only is he a surfer, he's also a professional water skier. He's a professional slalom skier. The guy is a maniac. I mean, they call him Mad Dog. Pretty awesome, but yeah, fully blind and ripping. And that's what we love to see here is passion, stoke, love for the sport, and Scott has those all. So more power to him as he is putting 2 scores on the board. But Eric from France, these Frenchmen are just coming in hot to San Diego.
Shannon, France comes to play. They come to play, and they come to win. They've had world champions. They have the defending ISA World Junior Boys Under 16 champion. And, of course, World Longboard champion, World Sup Longboard champions coming out of France. And don't count out the Frenchman here, Eric Dragnet, as he will be competing here. And going back to Scott Leeson, how would you like to go down to a convenience store and suffer a horrific accident? This happened 10 years ago to Scott. He was going down. He was blinded by a gunshot to the head in a robbery at a Circle K store. He's been surfing for 49 years. For the last 10 years, he had to surf blind. And as you said, a world champion water skier in adaptive and slalom skier. His story is just amazing. There's nothing that will stop him from going. He's 59 years old. He is one of our oldest competitors, and he is out here to win. He is out here to surf, and he actually has a coach in the water. And we talked about it earlier, how his coach just kind of directs him and has keywords that he says and points him into the right direction and gets him going.
Yeah, very cool. And, you know, you can see him up and riding on another wave live action right now. I'm sorry, that is white. We are blinded by the sun right now.
Yeah, the glare.
Bruce Campbell from South Africa with a nice ride. I like the look of that. We're going to see the replay.
Yeah, let's watch Bruce. Good attack here. Here he goes, working down the open face, getting around the closeout section, and then finds the closeout, and then seeing what he can do on the inside. He just hops right off his board.
Yeah, and, you know, with all this is a pretty stacked lineup right now. We have Eric from France. He was attacked by a shark in Reunion Island. Really sad stories going around the world about Reunion Island being, you know, it's actually a lot of the beaches there are blackballed from surfing because it's so dangerous, and there have been so many attacks, fatal attacks within the last few years. Really unfortunate situation down there. You know, I know Jeremy Flores on the tour always puts up a lot on Instagram about the his friends and family that have suffered shark attacks, and it's a really serious thing. So luckily, Eric is a survivor, and up and riding, we have the French surfer, and then also yellow, Andre Barbieri from Brazil. The nice rider, got some rights on hand. I'll take that in for as long of a ride as he can handle. But yeah, I mean, this whole situation with Reunion Island it's pretty terrifying. I think what is just the most amazing part of this whole situation is that he's back in the water, and you can tell, I mean, he's confident, and it's just such a feat to overcome a traumatic experience like that and to be back in in the action, and you know, just having that on the mind could really alter your daily habits. You know, especially imagine surfing's the best and your favorite activity during the day, and then something like that happens to you. I mean, what an incredible story.
We're seeing white again. This is Bruce Campbell, replay of his last wave score. And the judges from the ISA are taking in factor of the conditions of the water, the conditions of the athletes, and scoring them chronically on that. Here we go. Looks like surfer in red. Yeah, red. That is Eric Dranet on his 6th wave. And we were talking with Eric Welton earlier today, talking about the function of the prosthetic leg. And Eric was telling us, if you see a prosthetic surfer with a stiff leg, that means his amputee was above the knee. If you see an amputee surfer with a prosthetic leg that bending the leg, then it's below the knee. And a lot of these prosthetic legs have movable knees, and sometimes they lock them in, and sometimes they open them up. So each is designed for the individual for their requirements.
Yeah, and up and riding in white. Campbell again, staying busy on a nice left-hander. He's you know, he's a goofy foot, so it looks like he's digging the lefts. And Bruce Campbell has his right leg amputated. He is 44 years old, has about 20 years of surfing under his belt, and he likes to shortboard. You know, his his board of choice in in prime conditions is a 6'4" shortboard. You can see he knows what he's doing up and riding. He's gonna take this one in for about just as long as possible, and pretty good ride there. You can see South Africa's loving it.
So just watching Mike Coots come back up to the Hawaii 10. He's bringing back the longboard. I think he was testing out the longboard in the break just down to the left. So not sure if he's going to use the longboard, if he's going to go back to his shortboard. So a little mystery behind the equipment change for Mike Coots. And we'll keep you posted. He's coming up in the very next heat.
Yeah, and if you're just tuning in, we are here at beautiful La Jolla Shores in sunny San Diego, California. It is still hotter than ever. You could cook an egg on the sidewalk. It is a scorcher. We gotta love it though, because the water's warm. It feels like Hawaii, and the waves are just a little bit smaller, I would say, than than Hawaii right now. And apparently they've had just an absolutely amazing summer of waves. So, you know, obviously the Hawaiian team down here on the sand has had a good amount of training. I'd say more than any of the San Diego locals, but. You know, there is a little bit of south swell in the water. It's just north of us. If you go, you know, up to Trestles, you could see like head-high waves yesterday. Beautiful, glassy conditions, and there's no wind out there right now. And it's, you know, that's why it's so hot. We're just baking in the webcast booth right now, but we're just stoked. And I think the adrenaline is just running high. This is probably the most froth, and as Fernando Aguirre would like to say, the stoke capital of surfing right now is definitely La Jolla Shores. We have so many amazing people with incredible stories to tell, and it's going to be an exciting weekend as we get to know more of the competitors and share their stories with you.
Yeah, and we'd like to thank our sponsors. Without our sponsors, would not be all possible here on the shores of La Jolla. Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and, of course, the City of San Diego, and, of course, our other supporting sponsors, including the San Diego Tourism Authority, Autobach, designers of prosthetics, Procopio, an attorney law firm, San Diego 2024, trying to get the Summer Olympics in the southern state here in San Diego, Wahoo Tacos, Freedom Innovations, Suja, and, of course, Rancho Valencia Resort and Spa. And our media partners also include Surfers Village and Granddad Zero. And don't forget, you can get us involved with hashtagging us at ISA Surfing or the ISA Worlds, or Inspired Surfing. And of course, you can get us involved in Twitter and Instagram at ISA Surfing. We're also on Facebook, and we'd like to hear your feedback of this competition as we wind down our final heats of the day. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 more heats to follow right after this one in the water.
And Andre Barbieri from Brazil, he has an incredible story to share, and you can see the Brazilian flag waving high as his teammates down there on the sand are cheering him on. In March of 2011, he had a snowboarding accident, and Mammoth Mountain, of all places, not too far from where we are today, about 7-hour drive up to the mountains, and that culminated in the amputation of his left leg. It gave him a new direction in life, and he surfed again before he could walk. So if that tells you anything about surfing, it is just the most accepting sport, because when it comes down to it, it doesn't even matter if you catch a wave. Being in the ocean just is so empowering. It makes you feel happy. It's, you know, the salt water on your skin. It's just like, I'm sorry if I'm getting really corny, but I get those emotions when I get in the water. It's just an overwhelming feeling, and you can really see it on the faces of all these competitors today.
Yeah, surfing is therapeutic. It is rewarding. It is rehabilitation. It is a healing factor. In fact, the Malleola Foundation, headed up by Kala Alexander and Sonny Garcia, and also the ones of Jamie O'Brien over in Hawaii, has found that taking young surfers with cystic fibrosis out in the water is actually therapeutic and opens up their lungs and is better than, you know, the drugs that are supplied to these individuals. And they're taking that message across the United States all summer long. They've had Malleola Foundation events all up and down the East Coast, all through Texas, all through Florida, through the Carolinas, up into New York, and of course all over the West Coast here in California and other places, and it's really great. There's other organizations like Jesse Villar's Life Rolls On, and Surfing Another Day, and Access Surf in Hawaii, and Adapt Surf down in Brazil. All these organizations giving back to the adaptive community, and thus giving them an option to compete here at the ISA World Championships.
Well, yeah, and that story that you were saying about the Malleola Foundation is pretty incredible. The cystic fibrosis patients are actually, you know, physically improving their health when they're in the water because of the salt factor, and it actually helps dissolve the mucus in their lungs. So if you think about that, and then the mental side effects, so you know, someone that's suffering from depression, getting them out into the water can save their lives. And I think that's just, it's one of the many stories here on the beach, but anyone that suffers an injury, a disability, some kind of hardship, is you can get stuck in this rut instead of realizing all the things you can still do. And thankfully, these surfers that are here today are showing us just how powerful the human mind is, overcoming such incredible, some of them like really intense tragedies. And as you know, as we sit here and read over these stories, it's almost like a bittersweet fairy tale of just these incredibly dark and horrible accidents and just unfortunate circumstances, but you don't see anyone down here, you know, really discussing that. They're talking about the fact that everyone is here to surf is so cool, so empowering. They're, you know, passing notes to each other about equipment, and as you see, we're gonna go back to the live action with a replay of Blue up and riding with his, let's see, 7th wave on the board. Scott Leeson. Scott is legally blind. This was, you know, as you were talking about earlier, he was a convenience store clerk who was in an unfortunate situation when the store was robbed, and someone shot a bullet, actually took both of his cornea out, I believe. And man, this is a first surf contest. He's doing great. He's so positive and such good spirits. He has so many waves on the board. Scott's a champion.
True champion. Amazing. Yes. Yeah, I mean, all these guys are are so motivational, and they've conquered everything. And if you talk to them, they talk about their abilities, not their disabilities, even though this is the World Adaptive Surfing Championships, and the abilities that these surfers have is just amazing. And we're so glad Fernando Aguirre from the ISA has given the green light for this event. And this event's only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger each and every year.
And speaking of big, that on your screen right now, Campbell, it looked like he's just, his froth factor is so high right now. Campbell in white is super pumped. That was, it looked like he was almost overwhelmed by satisfaction. It's just so stoked. And the whole Hawaiian team right now is down on the sand as Mike Coots is paddling out on his longboard in the next heat. We still have 3 minutes on the clock, though, so we're going to focus on the action at hand. This has been such an incredible day with so many waves, ridden right now with the small conditions is pretty impressive. And we saw this. Well, what's going on through his head right now? What would you guess?
Oh my God! Like you said, frothing is it. Australians, New Zealanders, and South Africans, they have that tone, that stoked about surfing, and frothing is one of them. You'll hear them always talking about it. And Bruce is having a great time. He's improved his situation out in the water with his last wave, a 2.63 and a 2.73. Earlier today, Bruce was in the position as he was in 14th place. He had a two-wave total of 2.83 and a 2.8, so he has not improved himself with these two-wave scores. So he's currently in 14th, and you want to be in the top 16 after round 2 today. 2.5 minutes remaining, 2 minutes and 10 seconds to be exact. Eric in red from France in first, Bruce from South Africa in white in second, Scott Leeson from California in blue in third, and Andre Barbareri from Brazil in fourth place. And a great scoring wave coming in for our French surfer, and he's definitely going to move up here, increase his margin in first. He has just now dropped his 3.8 with a 5.67. Now let's watch this wave.
Yeah, and he had a replay of so pretty stylish with that front foot. Gonna make his way, and good use of getting in the power pocket of that wave to make sure he had enough speed to come in, and he really made the most out of that. Look, he's in about a foot of water right there, and doing a good job to put some points on the board in the small conditions, and he's letting him know what he's made out of.
Yeah, and Eric was in 5th place after the first round. He had a 5.5 and a 4.83, so he's added 5-point rides here, so he's moving up the margin there. We saw Anthony Smith, fellow competitor out of South Africa with the 2 best wave scores, had an 8.77 and an 8.0, and he's still out in the lead. So Team South Africa looking good here in the stand division.
And ISA is all about the global surf community coming together to help develop the sport and just make sure it progresses and develops around the world, with the inclusion in Olympic Games as one of the many goals that ISA has, and this event is a huge part of that. Surfing's never had an Olympic event, nor has it been recognized as an Olympic sport, but now it is on the docket for the 2020 Games, and it's already been accepted into the Pan American Games in Peru, so that's pretty exciting. In 2019, we're going to see surfing develop in a whole new light. What this sport does for community is phenomenal. That's why I'm behind it. I mean, it's, there's so many positive aspects of surfing, just phenomenal. So let's see what the tallies coming in for that last heat with red was from France is going to take the win in that last heat. And next heat, you're not going to want to miss this with Mike Coots in the water and a stacked lineup right after this commercial break.
Welcome back to beautiful La Jolla, California for the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. We are currently in heat number 6, round number 2 today. In the water, Mike Coots from Kauai representing Hawaii in the lead with an early scoring wave of a 3.17. Also out in the water is Drews DeLise from the United States, along with Lucas Galasar from Chile, and Victor Flores from Mexico in the blue jersey. So another blind surfer out in the water from our Chile surfer, the surfer in yellow. And we just saw Scott Leeson in the last heat, one of our other blind surfing competitors competing out here. Here we go. Mike Coots on the longboard.
Yeah, Mike was really quick to get that first ride. Pretty great board selection as he opted for the longboard. With the smaller conditions, it's pretty hard to get, groveling on a shortboard. So I think he made a good choice as Mike's going to go out the back with the first wave on the board. And if you don't know Mike, he was attacked by a shark in Kauai, on the Hawaiian Islands, and just a replay of his ride. Mike's well known as being a shark protector. He's made an effort to use his situation to be an influencer. What a great way to do it, and it's affecting people's perceptions of this deadly predator we call sharks. When actually it's like their domain, and I think what Mike's doing is really great, and just a very well-respected person on Kauai.
Yeah, Mike has this famous quote that we like to read to you. He said, quote, "It was worth losing a limb just for that alone, and to help other amputees and kids that are dealing with the limb loss. I feel really blessed. If you want to do something, don't worry about what people tell you. If you think you can do it, just go out and do it," unquote. And, it's that positive thinking that this is what I can do, and people tell me what I can't do. It's amazing, and Mike has opened up so many doors. He's improved himself. He's been featured on the cover of Australian Surfing Life. He shreds on a shortboard in challenging conditions, and his shark attack at Majors Bay on Kauai when he was a teenager has not stopped him. Of course, you can Google him and see some exciting videos of him all over the internet, and he is an amazing person.
Yeah, really incredible stories. And up and riding blue with Victor Flores from Mexico, and we have white Drew Dellis from the USA, in yellow Lucas Galarsi from Chile, and again Mike Coots in red. So we're gonna see Mike up on the leaderboard with a 3.5 and a 3.17.
And see, Mike earlier today scored a 5.87 and a 3.9. So right now his two-wave total in this heat has not surpassed his two best waves from round number 1. So that's what these surfers are trying to do, trying to improve their situation, trying to get higher wave scores and get a good ranking of themselves moving into the quarterfinals coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, that's going to be so exciting. I can't even imagine how packed it's going to be down here on the beach. So much support for adaptive surfing. There have been just incredible support from the surf industry, but even outside of the surf industry, what do we got?
This is our blind surfer from Chile, and his coach directed him, and he was in a perfect stance. He knew where he was going, and it's just an amazing feat to be competing at a world championship. You can see just right behind him. His coach is he's not pushing him. He's just telling him, here comes a wave, paddle straight, you're going to catch it. And sure enough, there he goes.
Yeah, you got up on his feet real quick right there with a nice surfer stance. He is full on right in the middle of the board and going to take it as far as he can. Great ride from Yellow, and he's going to be super stoked on that. If we could zoom into his face, you know that grin is going from ear to ear, as surfing will do to its participants. So pretty amazing sport that we have. So glad that it could be such a therapeutic way for all of these surfers to deal with hardship and to overcome challenges. And up and riding. Sorry, let's see what the color is. You're blinded by the light right now, but
Could have been Mike Coots there.
yeah, looks like it was Mike Coots on that longboard getting another wave on the board with a nice right. Looks like a fun board he's riding. Pretty good for La Jolla Shores in the small conditions right now. Blue just going to have a look and not quite. He needs to put another score on the board with only a 1-0. Mike from Kauai, from the Hawaiian team. You can see the entire Hawaiian crew down there on the sand. And if you're cheering for Hawaii, we want to see your notes on Instagram. Up and riding yellow, another wave. Great job from Galarsi. He's coming from Chile. Again, a blind surfer. And boy, if you haven't been just shocked and had your mind blown today, then we haven't done a very good job, because there have been so many incredible stories. You know, I used to think that Derek Capello was one of the only blind surfers, but now I'm realizing just how many people are out there with incredible stories, and it's really through surfing that it has connected us all here today. So pretty amazing, and stoked to be a part of it.
Yeah, the first inaugural event for the ISA and the World Adaptive Surfing Championships here in La Jolla Shores. History in the making, as we heard from CAF earlier today, Challenge Athletes Federation, how they are saying today is the beginning of a new movement, and they have helped athletes in triathlons and swimming and road races, competing and cycling all around through the United States. And today, they saw an opportunity here to elevate the sport of adaptive surfing, and they are making history today.
Yeah, definitely, with the support of the Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and of course ISA putting on this incredible event, as we have our blind surfer Galarsi from Chile up and riding, and just doing a great job of finding the rhythm here to take it all the way as far as he can. It's pretty incredible to know that, you know, this surfer is, you know, basically his other senses are heightened, right? So if you lose your sight, all of a sudden that your sense of smell, your just ability to hear, you know, what's going on is incredible. I know with Derek Cabello, I've surfed with him on the North Shore before, and he's from Brazil, and you know, surfed, you know, punchy beach break his whole life. He got out to the North Shore and surfed with Makua Rothman at Pipe. I mean, they were all worried about him duck diving, but he knew when to duck dive better than I would say any of the surfers out there with vision. You know, he was able to feel what's happening in the water to such an extent that he knows exactly when to duck dive. So pretty incredible what these guys and gals are doing out here today. It's been just an incredible day of action here at La Jolla Shores, and you know, you can see there's tons of people on the beach still just waving their flags for their team and for their nation, and it's been more and more fun. Tons of photo ops and just incredible stories. And speaking of incredible stories, right now leading the pack in the lineup is Mike Coots from Kauai, representing the Hawaiian team with a 3.50 and a 3.3 with a total heat score of a 6.8. As Chile is just neck and neck coming in with a 2.33 and a 1.67. Mike is doing well on that longboard, probably a good change of equipment there for him. He was on a little short ripper stick earlier today on a shortboard when the conditions were not pulsing, but a little bit more to work with. And so now these, you know, competitors, the ones that are staying busy, it seems like those are the competitors that are making it through. Mike already has, let's see, 7 waves ridden, so he's, you know, he's definitely a fierce competitor and knows what he's doing out there.
Yeah, but Mike's trying to improve on this low wave of a 3.9, and he's yet to do so. He's got a 3.5 and a 3.3 because his 3.9 is his low wave score from earlier today. And a great post earlier on the Instagram for our Chilean surfer, Lucas, out in the water right now. Galarsi. Over 400 likes already when he was surfing earlier this morning. And, of course, our main man out in the water from Brazil, Davi, just exploding out in the water and doing such a great competition for Team Brazil.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to see all of the stories and all the support on social media. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in and cheering on these fans. It means a lot to them. It means a lot to ISA to see all the support. And the mayor of San Diego yesterday at the opening ceremony said he wants this event to come back. This
Yearly.
Yearly. Pretty awesome. We're seeing a replay of yellow Lucas Galarsi, who's also staying busy. Our blind surfer is taking every wave that he sees.
His 7th wave, Shannon, his 7th wave.
Gosh, it's just so incredible what these guys are doing, and not letting a disability stop them or a hardship put anything in their way. These guys are not going to take no for answer, with Chile up and riding again on another nice wave. He has a good stance, just making sure he has the balance to take this one all the way to the sand with a lot of speed. Killing it right now.
You know what? He ought to do a Duke stance. He ought to fold his arms up, chest up high, like Duke did. Scott Leeson just walked by. Scott, an amazing heat. Congratulations. You caught some amazing waves out there today. He's just walking by our tent, one blind surfer, and we're just talking about Lucas out in the water. And these guys are just, like you said, stoked on being at the event.
Oh, yeah, it's super stoked. As Davi would say, super mega.
Mega.
Hyper, super duper stoked.
Oh, my God.
That kid is a superstar already. I can tell with 10 years of only 10 years old. David is one of the wisest kids, one of the wisest groms I've ever met, and just a heart pure, just made of pure gold. So gonna see some more action in the water right now as we get into the 6th minute of round 2, heat 6. Excuse me, 6 minutes on the clock, counting down with just a little bit of bump in the water. These competitors are chasing, whatever they can find really out there. There's not too many set waves on offer, so they're going to be paddling in for, smaller conditions. But definitely there's definitely some stuff out there on offer, as you see up and riding Dellis from the USA. The nice ride. Dellis is coming in hot with that one. He's below the knee amputee on his left leg. He's been a quadriplegic for 4 years, a surfer for 17 years, and an athlete all of his life. You see up and riding, Galarsi is having way too much fun.
He's on his 10th wave. Amazing.
Amazing. Just absolutely killing it. And again, with the assistance out there, it's not actually a push. He's not getting a push. He's getting
coach.
A coach. His coach is letting him know it's usually just the direction and maybe which wave to go for, so that he knows it's really worth the paddling power. So sometimes, they'll just say left or right. I know that's, with blind surfers, that's usually what, especially like a beach break right here, that's usually where someone with sight would be able to just distinguish if it was opening up more left versus right. But Galarsi is having absolutely no problem out there. He's caught tons of waves, actually just as many waves as Mike Coots has, but he's not, Lucas is going to need some bigger scores to get back into the number 1 and 2 spot. But again, so this is round 2, which means we're taking their 2 best scores. It could have been one of their scores from round 1. So if, say one of the competitors had just a great ride and a high score in round 1, we're going to take that into account. So what the judges want to see here today is commitment and degree of difficulty. If they're able to make a maneuver, if they take the ride, a little bit longer, if they're just super committed in a more difficult section, that's going to be awarded points. So it's a little bit different. It's your basic level of judging.
Yeah, so running it down. Basically, here we go. Mike Coots out in the water right now. Big open face wave. I say big because that is about, one of the bigger waves that we've seen out here today. Very small conditions, about the 1 foot range here, La Jolla Shores. But Mike trying to take advantage, trying to get higher than a 3.93. He has a 3.9 from earlier in round number 1, and he is just trying to scratch into a better score with just about 3 minutes remaining.
And we were talking about Jesse Blower, who was down on the beach and actually competed today, who started Life Rolls On. And Jesse's story has inspired so many people. Drew, who's in the water right now, Drew Dellis was inspired by Life Rolls On. He was inspired by Jesse Blower to start his own event in Myrtle Beach. That's called Wheel to Surf. And so his organization, CCAS&R, and ASP teamed up with Ocean Cure that runs the Life Rolls On event in Wilmington, North Carolina, to make that happen. So pretty awesome to see that spark the interest in him and to do something to serve his community. He started it up with one event 3 years ago, and now they have 3 different events along South Carolina just this year. So there's participation of 40 surfers and 100 to 150 volunteers at each event. Absolutely incredible what these guys are doing, and like as we were talking about before, that's the exposure and just the knowledge that these type of events even exist that will start that spark. And we're hoping today to inspire not only the athletes that are here to keep pushing themselves, but people all around the globe.
Just over 2 minutes remaining in this heat. Coots still in the lead with a combination score of a 7.43. You break that down with a 3.93 and a 3.5 for Mike. And he has bettered his morning score by 3/100ths of a point. He's counting a 3.9 earlier today, so he has got a 3.93, so just a fraction above. But he wants to get more onto the board, and the possible potential is there, but with these small conditions here at La Jolla Shores, this is proving very difficult.
And, speaking of other events and projects in the adaptive world, Drew also works with Adaptive Surf Project. That's a nonprofit that fundraises money and designs surfboards for people with disabilities. How cool is that? So they compete and get volunteers to surf competitions and free surf. So just the community aspect is so important, to have someone else to call that you're comfortable surfing with, and how cool that these guys and gals with disabilities are giving, a phone call away from another surfer who might be going through a hardship, and they're just overcoming these incredible situations. It's so inspiring. It's all these guys and girls are mentors, and that's really what it comes down to. It's being a mentor is so important. They're here to share their story, but they're just they're just sharing the stoke and getting people excited about the sport and about doing something healthy and bettering their lives.
Yeah, it's an amazing feeling down here. 30 seconds remaining. Heat number 6, round number 2. 3 more heats remaining after this round. To round up, we got heat 7, 8, and 9 on deck, and then we'll conclude competition for day number 1 of the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships.
There you see Mike Coots on the screen. Mike was the winner of that last heat, so the Hawaiian team is going to be super stoked with that win, as Mike has won both of his heats. Very different equipment, but definitely taking the adaptive approach to make sure he was on the right board for the conditions. And you can see him coming into the Hawaiian team all smiles. So we're going to go to a quick commercial break, come right back for the action at La Jolla Shores.
How long shall the wicked reign over my
Welcome back. We're live at La Jolla Shores for the site of the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships being brought to you by CAF and Hurley, Stance, and the city of San Diego. Currently in the water right now. We are underway in heat number 7 of our competition. And in the water representing South Africa is JP Vodrai. From California, Evan Strong in white. In the yellow jersey, Jake Matthews from Australia. And from France, in the blue jersey, Pierre Pouchet.
Yes, Bo, and I'm back with a little bit more energy. It's been so hot in here. It's been, I think, more than 85, more than 90. The humidity, it's so bad. But we're right here enjoying all the surfing that it's going on in La Jolla Shores. We're right now with the guy in South Africa, USA's, Australia, and France. So stick together because this is a really good hit. Remember that those competitors came for the first time to compete on an adaptive World Surf Championship. And this is not a normal contest because the good thing about this contest is they have 2 opportunities to make it through the 3rd round. So the first and the second round, it's there are chances to get them to the water to make them get nice scores, and then those scores, they will gonna fight together, and then the half of it's gonna jump into the 3rd round. So this is not a normal competition, so doesn't matter if you get 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. The only thing that's gonna matter is it's the amount of points that you have.
And right now they're trying to better their waves. So let's take a look at our 7th-seeded surfer, JP Vodrai, a 5.07 and a 4.4. So he's trying to do better than a 4.4 in his best wave out here today to up his margin. We saw Anthony Smith did not do better from his morning session. So his morning session 2 waves are his best 2 waves that he'll carry, and he'll be the number 1 seeded surfer coming up into the quarterfinals.
Yes, Bo. So I love this system. I just saw this system in Peru one time on a invitational contest. They were doing this, and it was kind of new for me. But at the same time, some people were kind of afraid of this system. But I actually think it's better because you surf twice. You don't even need to worry about if you lose or So you only need to worry about it to get the best waves that you can and get nice scores. So I think this type of competition system allows to the surfers to show, to make it a show, to show us how they surf, to show us their commitment and their power and flow.
Yeah, and this format is used at the Eddie contest in Waimea.
Sick.
They have a morning session between 8 and noon, and they have an afternoon session between noon and 4 o'clock. So each surfer will surf 1 morning session, and each surfer will surf an afternoon section. And then they're scored on their best 2 waves in the morning and their best 4 waves. They're able to catch 4 waves in the morning session, and 4 waves in the afternoon session, and they keep their best 4 waves overall. So again,
That's
counting
great.
top 2 here in the morning session and top 2 in the afternoon session, they keep their top 2. So it's kind of like downscales of what the Eddie does.
Oh, that's awesome. And we're almost finishing this day. How was for you being here in La Jolla and been announcing this event that it's going amazing?
Well, it holds a little bit more of a special meaning for me since I'm a volunteer, former board member at Access Surf Hawaii. I'm involved in helping the adaptive community locally in Hawaii to experience surfing. So to me, this was a project I wanted to see the ISA do. We have been doing this for 9 years in Honolulu at the Duke's Ocean Fest, and we have proved it could be done year after year, and we had international competitors travel to Hawaii for the Duke's Ocean Fest.
Great.
And it proved that the ISA could do it, and they saw what we were doing in Hawaii and just made it even better.
That's awesome. For me, it's all this thing is new. Most of these competitors, they already know what they're doing 12 years ago, but all this scene, for me, it's kind of new, but I'm so stoked to seeing all these surfers just charging and then like going through their limits and pushing it farther to give 110% of them and show us how you can surf whatever you feel, whatever you have. never is a limitation. You always take advantage of what's going on with your body. You always take advantage of what's going on with your mind. So it's always like they're growing their own surfing, their own spirit, their own physical skills. So I'm super stoked to be here and show to everyone what those warriors are doing here in La Jolla Shores.
Exactly, and the ISA has hit a home run with this event, and CAF has stated today that today is the first day of a brand new movement, and by sponsoring a lot of majority of these athletes traveling to La Jolla Shores, they have taken a huge step here, and they'll be hosting the symposium coming up tomorrow.
That's great. So we're going to have the symposium tomorrow. So we're going to have the finals on Sunday, the quarterfinals, and the semifinals, right?
Right.
So if you missed the day of yesterday, we had the clinic of surfing. So all the people, we took a lot of people out to surf for the first time. And it was amazing to see the stoke of the people that just rode a wave for the first time. It's unbelievable the way that when a person feels the power of a wave, doesn't matter if it's like the size, doesn't matter the size of the wave, they just feel that they are just like riding the water, they're just stepping on the water. They can't even describe what the feeling is. They just are stoked about.
Well, there's a famous quote, and it goes like this: "Only a surfer knows the feeling."
That's true. And we all, actually, I don't know, but for me, being a surfer, I always want to share that.
Yes.
I always want to share that feeling. I always talk to the people, like, when the people ask you about, hey, what's surfing with you? And what I answer is, like, for me, it's awesome. You want to try it? It's just like, you're the only one that can give an answer for that question. So let's go to surf, everyone. If you're not surfing yet, dude, come out here to La Jolla Shores, and you can take one of these boards and jump in the water and see how it's going on. Most of the people takes a little bit longer to learn, but actually, when you get bitten by the bug of surfing, it's so hard to pull it back. Actually, most of the people, I think the 99% of the people never pull back. Thank you, Bo, for the first day of competition. Hit number 7. So we're having the top 16 guys in the water till now. It's only 3 hits remaining. We're having guys from South Africa, from United States. Those guys were shredding the waves. The guys from Brazil. So just stay together because it's gonna be really, really good. Bo, who are the guys that were in the top seeds?
The top seeds is our South African Anthony Smith, Mark Stewart from Australia, Alencio Neto, our French surfer Moreau, and a fellow French surfer Eric Durant, and Mike Kuntz, and JP Vado, and Rodney Roller from California. These are our top 10 surfers out here, and I'm just looking over some of the heat sheets of earlier today, and it looks like, that morning session is hard to beat. Conditions were better.
True.
The tide was better. The surf was bigger.
The condition was way better.
And we're seeing the reflections of the scores that this afternoon heat, not many of the surfers have up their ante.
Yeah, we saw more open phases in the morning. And right now are more like closeouts. Let's wait till maybe, let's no way. Like right now, the tide is just pushing in. So maybe we're going to have a little pulse. And hopefully those surfers going to take advantage of it. And they're going to try to get more of those waves that they had early in the morning and maybe improve their scores. I really want to talk about our sponsors because thank you for them. Like, thanks to them because if they're not here, any of this will happen. Thank you so much because they are making happen a really nice episode on this history of surfing. Bo, thank you so much for being here. And thank you for all the people who's watching all day long. There's only 9 minutes remaining from the hit number 7. We have a situation in the water. The competitors are being kind of like trying to get as much waves as they can. But as you said before, Bo, the conditions are not that good. So it's gonna be hard. it's gonna be really hard for them to improve it. But yeah, at the same time, they are doing their best. So I wish the conditions were a little bit better. But I think it's gonna improve for Sunday, right?
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully Sunday the angle of the swell will shape more from the west, and we'll get more of a straight-on angle because the southwest direction we're totally missing here
Yeah.
at La Jolla Shores.
That's true. But I don't know. I think we're enjoying the day. It's so pretty here, and thank you so much. This guy is a guy from South Africa. Let's talk a little bit about him. He has like a 5.52 under his belt right now. His JP Vandry. He has an amputee of his right leg below his knee, and he's from Durban, South Africa, and he lives in the East London and South Africa. He goes back and forth between them. He's 39-year-old, and the best beach breaks, the best spots for him are the Eastern Beach, East London, and South Africa. He has been surfing for 22 years, and his side, like his hobby, the thing that he do besides surfing, it's taking photos. The photography is one of his the thing that he does when he's not surfing. Besides sleeps and maybe eat sometimes.
Eat sometimes.
Yeah, this guy from United States, Evan Strong, is right now like trying to get waves, but as we see the guy in the yellow jersey, Jake Matthews from Australia, with a really nice style, try to walk on his board with lowering his body, trying to maintain his speed. It's kind of hard. You know, I've been watching those surfers, and it looks so hard to maintain the speed on these type of conditions. This guy, born with amniotic band abscess on the right foot and the left foot telepy absence of 2 toes. He was born with congenital deformity, as I said, and he didn't know, so he doesn't have anything to miss. So he just grown with it, so he just built his life around it. So now he really knows how to handle it. Everyone call him Red, so it's Red Weltley, and he was just wanna like make it happen and enjoy the journey. He lives in Newcastle, and he borns there as well. He's 34 years old. The best spot for him it's Pogos Shorey and Newcastle. His sponsor are Pacific Dreams. Right now he's riding a 5'11 sub-level. He's been surfing for 20 years. How rad is that? And besides surfing, he plays music and try to be as fit as he can. So it's amazing the amount of things that all the people do besides surfing, like try to maintain their fit body, try to maintain busy all the time, try to be in contact with the ocean. So I'm admiring these people. They inspire me all the time because sometimes, you know, when you feel a little bit down and you don't want to go to surf that much, or you don't want to go out, just don't think about that. Just think about what you really like. Just think about what you really enjoy and what makes you happy, and go for it. That's the only way that you can be happy, bro.
Yeah, you gotta enjoy and be positive and not negative. And like a lot of these surfers, like Mike Coots said, you know, don't let people tell you what you can't do.
That's true.
Tell people what I can do.
That's true. As we see the guy in white jersey, Evan Strong from United States. Let me see if the reflex. Can I put this here? Yeah, for sure. Okay, way better. Okay, it's only 5 minutes remaining. It's the round number 2 from the hit number 7. Remember that this elimination format from the ISA Adaptive World Surfing Championship, it's all about 2 rounds, and their 2 best waves, they're gonna stick together and make it a score, and it's gonna make it through the rounds. So doesn't matter if you make it first or second or third or fourth on your hit, just matters if you got a really good wave. We have right now Mr. JP Boundary from South Africa having a really nice wave, a 6.43. trying to making it through. I think it's gonna be on his final scores. Yeah, it's a really nice wave, and his second wave of this heat is a 4.33. I think it's gonna be in the cemetery. Besides, Mr. Pierre Pouchot from France is in the third place. He had two really bad waves, 260 and 177. I think it's not about the surfing of this guy. I think it's more about his wave selection. You need to be so focused on the wave selection in these type of conditions because, as you see the guy from South Africa who got a 6.43, you can also cannot catch anything, and it's gonna be really hard. So you need to make a good selection of waves and to make it happen. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Remember that tomorrow we're gonna have the symposium when they're gonna talk about a lot of the adaptive surfing, a lot of the what's going on, a lot about this movement.
Yeah, there'll be guys like Mike Coots from Kauai will be talking. Ismail Araya from Costa Rica will be speaking. Jesse Ballar from Life Rolls On. Luana Nabri from Adapt Surf Brazil. We'll have Sylvian Mester from Spain. She'll be talking. So in this symposium, a lot of great speakers. They're going to be... it's going to be held down at the Challenge Athletes Foundation over on Wapple Street in downtown San Diego.
All right.
And the goals are to display the incredible achievements and developments in adapting surfing around the globe and also discuss opportunity, needs, and best practices. They want to empower the national federations and others to create successful adapting surfing programs where they are not. And it'll be starting at 10 a.m. Elena Nichols, the two-time gold medal Paralympic champion, will be speaking. Ismail will be speaking. Mike Coots, Jesse Ballar, as we told you, Mark Marble from Access Surf, Rich Julian, Steve Bainey from Infinity Surfboards, Christian Bailey talking about boards and things like that. So it's going to be very exciting. We'll have Marcus Thompson from Adapt Surf New Zealand talk about down as he goes down there. So yeah, a whole array. So it's just a meeting of the minds. And it's going to be a fantastic day tomorrow, and it's going to be wonderful.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think this contest is wonderful since the beginning, since yesterday when we had the clinic, when we took most of the ISA crew and a lot of volunteers. I saw you, Bo, in the water, sharing the story of the surfing with.
Oh, yeah.
Who was it?
Oh, I've took out, about 8 different people out in the water.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I was out there all day. It was, we had anywhere from half-hour to 45-minute sessions with the individual athlete, and we worked with their abilities and what they can do and progression, and it was very exciting. Worked with all type of people to help improve themselves, and watching Rodney Roller earlier today. He'll be coming up in the next heat. He was the very first adaptive surf winner at the Dukes Ocean Fest 9 years ago, and Rodney took a kid like himself, an amputee with a prosthetic leg, had never surfed before, and got him standing up on his first wave.
No way.
Yeah, I mean, seeing things like that is amazing. We had an individual, a wounded warrior military vet, who
Wow.
had a very serious accident in the water, so he had that phobia of getting back into the water.
Yeah.
And he was an amazing participant getting into the water and getting over his fears and learning how to surf yesterday.
That's amazing, Bo. Thank you so much for being part of this. And as you said, I'm gonna be volunteering a couple of these things maybe soon. I'm gonna Google it about when's gonna be the next event. And thank you very much for joining you.
Yeah, so we'll be
glad.
right back after the sound of the horn there. Means this heat is over. We'll recap that last heat. You're watching the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation. Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. We'll be right back after this.
Come with me now. Come with me now. Come with me now. I'm gonna take you down. Come with me now. I'm gonna show you how. Come with me now. I'm gonna take you down. Come with me now. I'm gonna show you how. Come with me now. Come with me now. Come with me now. I'm gonna take you down. Come with me now. I'm gonna show you how.
Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. This is Shannon Marie Quirk with Simone Salazar from Colombia here in the booth. We're super psyched. We're more pumped up than ever for the remaining heats. Right now in the water, we have Rodney Roller from the USA, Eric Welton from Hawaii, Henrique Saraiva from Brazil, and Andre Sux from Brazil. So 2 Brazilian competitors out against the USA and Hawaiian competitors. Again, this is a no loser round, so we're actually taking the first or the best waves out of the first 2 rounds. So say a competitor got a great wave in the first round and wants to move that over into the second, or maybe vice versa. We're taking the top 2. So different format today. It's kind of like how the Eddie Aikau runs. So if you're familiar with the big wave events, this is so that if there is a big lull or just an unfortunate heat, they have another chance. So different format. What do you think about that format as a competitor yourself, Simone?
I think that's great because you don't even need to worry about if you're winning your hit or you're losing it. Just only worry about the waves that you're gonna get. You're only gonna be worried about to position yourself in the best part of the beach and to do your best. So I think this system, they should try it on the professional surfing. I think it will be really, really cool. It will be so tight. Everyone's gonna like score really good waves because sometimes you see like big names losing because they couldn't get a wave. So if they had the second chance, maybe they can make it. So I don't know. I think it's a really good thing, and it's the perfect format for the Adaptive World Surfing Championship. As we see right now is the white guy, Eric Walton from Hawaii, having his prosthetic leg on his front foot, trying to get more speed on that wave. But at the end, he just decided to pull off because they didn't have enough, like more wave. Yes. Right now, we are on the heat number 8 of the round number 2 of the stand division. All the other divisions are going to be Sunday because tomorrow we're going to have the symposium when we're going to talk about all the adaptive surfing, all the adaptive industry, all the adaptive thing, all that concerns with the adaptive sports concerning about surfing, right?
And as we were saying, it is going to be the meeting of the minds tomorrow. This is adaptive surfing at its best. We are basically developing the criteria for the sport right now as we have the first World Adaptive Championship going on right now at the La Jolla Shores and up and riding. Let's see, we have Henrique Saraiva from Brazil with another wave scored. He is coming in with a 2.10 as his scores come in for his second ride. Andre Sux from Brazil. The 2 Brazilian competitors staying really busy and active out there. You know, say you had 2 Colombians in the water with you.
What?
What do you think you would do to the other competitors? Like, do you think they're that aggressive out there right now?
I think they are more focused on get waves. Focused. Yeah. Okay. They are more focused on get waves. I don't know. Sorry. It's the sun. It's late.
Oh, I love it.
So I think they're just like, yeah, just waiting for the right wave, just waiting for the right spot, just waiting in the right spot for the right wave, and maybe just improve their situation. Because remember that they only gonna be like the second. Sorry, they only gonna be two waves that gonna count, and they have two chances to make it happen. Right now, we're seeing the guy in the red jersey. It's Ronnie Roller from United States, getting a really nice wave. Look at that style. He's just waiting. She's just riding that wave all the way through the shore. That's amazing. It's the first guy that I'm seeing that it's riding without a leash. Oh, great. Ronnie Roller. This guy has his amputee and his back foot, his right leg, and he's just like handling as he was a normal guy, and it's amazing the way that they maintain their balance on their board, the way that they just try to control the board with their prosthetic leg. So it's inspiring me.
I mean, would you be surprised? He's from Santa Cruz. Hello.
What?
Yeah, Santa Cruz, California, and he's surfing up at Pismo Beach a lot too. So, a longboarder, Rodney Roller, is also a teacher. He's I might be for surfing, I believe. He teaches other people to surf.
I think.
Which we've seen down here at the beach a ton. It's all about sharing the stoke and getting your fellow compadres out there in the water with you. So pretty awesome, and it's all about the love, which ISA is definitely sharing and spreading the stoke. So I'm super thankful for that. As we have Andre and Enrique coming in hot with their first and second, respectively. They're just staying busy, you know. Put some points on the board, especially when they're, we're not going to see like an overhead set right now. So if you see something that you think you're going to be able to paddle into, as we were saying, you really only want those top two waves. So you're, as you see these rounds have progressed, and it's more about getting good scores versus being super busy. But
that's true.
Still definitely important to put something on the board. So Andre in blue is the leader right now with a 2.43 and a 2.27 with 13 seconds on the clock remaining. With this lull, just give some time to give support to thank our sponsors, supported by San Diego Tourism Authority, Autobox, Procorpio, San Diego for 2024, Wahoo's, Freedom Innovations, and Suja Juice. Thank you so much for supporting the event today. Also, our media partners, Surfers Village and Gravidad Cero.
Wow. Thank you so much, because if they're nowhere here, anything of this would happen. So, as we were watching, the guys from Brazil, Mr. Enrique Saravia, he says he's from Belo Horizonte, and he actually lives right now in Rio de Janeiro. He's 36 years old. He loves the wave of Leblon. Where is it?
It's near Ipanema.
Yeah.
Ipanema. So if you're in Rio, Leblon is kind of like the northern part of the Rio break. So it's closer to there's a massive favela that's up on it's one of the biggest favelas in Rio that actually overlooks the water. They call it the Golden City.
Oh.
It literally shines so bright that it feels like a reflector. So when you're in the water at like Aporto or Leblon, you can see this like gold reflection from the city up on the hill there. So pretty amazing. If you've ever been to Rio, you've for sure passed through Ipanema, and it's also really competitive. There's tons of people in the water.
I know.
It's one of the biggest cities in the world, right? So you have people from all walks of life in the water, which is really cool. So, some of the city walk in Ipanema, just the apartments there, same price as, New York City.
No way.
So expensive. And then you have these favelas that,
they're super close.
Yes, and some of them are super, super ghetto, and it's really, basically the...
you have a lot of humble people, and you have everything.
People are on totally different equipment, and you get in the water, and it's that's the coolest part about surfing is the diversity. It's like throw that business suit out the window because you get to the water.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're working in that 20-story building.
That's true. It doesn't even matter.
No, because I'm sure that grom on the board that's in pieces is going to be just as amped to surf as you are. So
That's true.
yeah, pretty amazing. What obviously Brazil is just a powerhouse in the surfing world, and anyone that was oblivious to that or
Yeah.
is no longer, as you can see with just the Brazilian support for the sport of surfing has,
Yes.
I would say,
Has grown so
doubled or tripled in
I
the
think
last
triple.
few years.
I think
mean,
triple.
Absolutely
And
amazing.
Yeah, and all the people from Brazil, they know what is the surfing about. I think the second sport in Brazil is the surfing. Just imagine that.
soccer.
The first one is
Football.
soccer.
Mhm.
You know, football. Football para nosotros. But it's soccer. Yeah. So like the second sport, it's surfing, and this guy has been surfing for 15 years. That's amazing. And this other guy, the second competitor, his teammate, Andres Sock, he is from Florianopolis, Brazil, and he lives in Encinitas, California. He's 36 years old. He loves to surf bacons in Encinitas, and he's been surfing for 6 years. That's amazing. He's now Mr. Eric Walton from Hawaii, trying to get that wave, trying to make everything happen. It's been kind of hard. It's been kind of hard because the waves are so tiny, and these guys need to like put 110% of them.
Well, and we just saw some of the biggest opportunities probably in the last few hours. It's maybe with the tide shift, but those we saw like maybe 3 or 4 contestable waves right there in a row. So it gave more opportunity for those athletes in the water to get something on the board. It seemed like almost. I think 3 out of 4 of the competitors put something on the board. So you have Eric Welton from Hawaii. He is dropping a score right now of 2.13. Enrique Saraiva, his last wave was at a 3.07. And then Andre in blue is at 2.27. So leaderboard is changing a little bit. We've got Rodney Roller, who has 3 waves on the board with a nice average. With those 2 waves, it's going to add up to a 5.27. So he's going to lead this heat right now above Enrique. But yeah, no, as we were talking about just the Brazilian surf domination, everyone on the planet, I think, has heard of the Brazilian Storm
Yeah.
at this point. It was funny on the North Shore this year as the Pipe Masters event was coming up. The buzz around North Shore was all about Gabe Medina. Was he going to take the championship?
Wow.
And I'd never seen that many fans for anyone in any sport
Okay.
before. I mean, think about, surfing, a lot of the competitions, the beach is kind of sparse. Like, you never know if it's going to be a big turnout. But if there's a Brazilian surfer in that event, oh, boy, it's going to be packed. And
Really?
the crowd, like everyone from, surfers and surf fans to the surfer's grandma knows who Gabe Medina is now. Oh, man, it's like full-on Brazilian Storm's a television network down there. And so
Sick.
the athletes get a lot of respect. I think it's something that maybe the U.S. hasn't accomplished yet, is really like putting those powerful athletes that in the professionals really in the mainstream limelight.
That's
like
awesome.
I mean, even Slater's the most decorated athlete in
The history,
in the
yeah.
history, and one of the most accomplished and just professional athletes of any sport. Still, if you compare just number-wise, we
Yeah.
like to talk social media. If you look at Gabriel Medina's Instagram right now, is like 3-point-something million followers. I think Slater's at like a 1 million. But
Yeah, I think the passion of Latin America, we're more passionate about the sports. We're more passionate about the people that we like. We're more passionate about, I don't know, what we like. So I think it's more about that. And the other thing, it's coming from I don't know, let's see it, in a small place, a small community, and being a star. Because Gabe was the first Brazilian guy to get a world title, a professional world title. Remember that the ISA gives him the medals to take it back to their country, but it's a different concept. Right now, 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. We're just here at La Jolla Shores. Thank you, everyone, for being watching this awesome contest all day long. It's been like 32 hits going on today. We are just 2 hits remaining. This one and one more. Just 5 minutes right now on the clock. We're having with Red Ronnie Roller from the United States with a 5.84, and having Enrique Sarabia from Brazil with a 5.17, and Andre Suka with a 4.70, and Eric Welton with a 3.93. I think this type of scores doesn't gonna improve their situation, because I think more about the waves. It's not that good as it was in the morning, right, Shannon? The waves are not that good.
I mean, you never know. We haven't had really any wind today, so it's been pretty just
Could be worse.
small overall. I think in the morning there's a little bit more on offer really when it came to the size, and like even Mike Coots was able to shortboard in the morning. So,
Oh yeah, I saw him.
So yeah, it was pretty contestable, and I think it's just getting it's getting a little bit harder, and but no doubt that everyone's fired up and ready, and there's a little something out the back. Who's going for it?
This is the guy in blue, the guy from Brazil, André Suka, who got left hand wave, almost got hit by his board on the face, but he just got it. Now it's the guy in yellow, Enrique Saravia from Brazil as well, trying to get that wave, but it's kind of hard to get into the clean face of the water. I think it's kind of weak. The swell, it's been a little bit not that strong as we want it to be, but all the surfers are trying their best to get scores. As we see this guy from Brazil putting it out, pulling it back out. It's just only a couple meters from the shore. We're kind of close, right?
Definitely, we're super close, and all the action is right there, pretty close to the sand. So definitely, the judges have a great view. They're just above us here on the sand at La Jolla Shores. And speaking of famous Brazilian celebs, our little 10-year-old, the youngest competitor here at the ISA Adaptive Surfing Championship.
Yeah.
He's from Brazil. If you didn't see his interview, we'll have that video up on YouTube. Go to ISA Surfing's YouTube and check it out. And it's on our Instagram too. My goodness, he just gained 1,000 followers in like a second. From, let's see, Gabriel Medina just posted "Assiste ao vivo, galera." Na torcida, David. It's so sick. It's just so awesome to see these massive celebs and big surfing stars. Give a shout out to David, and also thank you to Felipe Toledo, who also gave a big shout out to David. And obviously, this kid is taking Brazil by storm. Just an absolute legend. 10 years old, legend. You should follow him on Instagram. Go to ISA Surfing and check out our Instagram feed. It's all the action down here at the sand, all the best and brightest moments from an incredibly inspiring day of action at the first ever Adaptive Surfing Championship. What an honor to be a part of this. What a big day for surfing, a big day for the sport. And this is what ISL is all about, developing the sport, making it a more inclusive place.
Yes. So remember that we are having 18 teams working together in order to show to all around the world what is adaptive surfing about. We are seeing right now this is like the building from the judges. This is the tent for the competitors. And they have a massage therapy as well, and the nurse that is taking care of the athletes all the time. These chairs that I love them. I think they're just so proper for this condition, because I've seen these guys just trying to make it in a regular wheelchair, and it's so hard. It looks so hard. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Like, thank you to everyone who provides those chairs, because they're helping a lot, all the surfers.
Yeah, I mean, I was joking earlier about Jesse Blauer's like RoboCop
Really?
status, but it's
I
seriously.
love that chair.
Yeah, no, it looks really cool and fast and effective. Pretty awesome to see. with these guys that are down at the beach all the time. But up and riding is André Sux from Brazil with another wave on the board. He has the wave count right now, let's see, with 9 waves scored.
Wow.
It looks like that is coming in at one of his, I'm going to guess that was one of his top rides. That 2.43 is probably his best ride. It was the opening wave. This new wave score is coming in at 2.3, so it is going to be in his top 2. He has a 2.43 and a 2.3, just not enough to move him up to first or second, but Brazil is still on the leaderboard with Enrique in second and Rodney Roller from the USA. Where's Team USA? If you're cheering for any of these competitors, you want to see the love and the comments on Instagram. We have a few more heats coming up, so come right back. We're after this commercial break.
Welcome back to La Jolla, California for the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. We are being presented by Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, and the City of San Diego. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're in our final heat of the day as the sun is setting on the horizon. We are in heat number 9, round number 2 of the stand division. Let's meet our competitors who are out in the water right now. We can tell you that Aitor Francesna from Spain is in red. Tyler Dixon from the United States in white. Jade Wheatley from Australia in yellow. And in the blue jersey, Lorraine Maroff from France. I'm Bo Hodge along with Shannon Marie Quirk. And we started at 8 o'clock this morning with ideal conditions, but as the tide change and as the swells dropping, conditions are being very challenging for our competitors, Shannon.
Yeah, definitely difficult. It's going to be smart to get a longer board out there today, especially right now with not much swell on tap. So especially in the Jolla Shores, it's really protected. So, a south swell, which is what's going on right now in Southern California, it's not really ideal for La Jolla Shores, but there's there's a bump and just enough, especially with a bigger board and a little bit more foam, you're going to be able to find something. So just taking a little nosedive and not gonna get up on that one. But yeah, it is a beautiful day and a beautiful beach down here at La Jolla, no doubt. I think it's more about the culmination or the camaraderie down here on the sand than the surf. But, we are all here for the waves and for the stoke factor, as you see up and riding. Ooh, like that styly maneuver as he even puts 5 toes on the nose. Nice action here from, I believe that's red, Aitor Francesena from España.
Well, I tell you what, Shannon, I've been crunching the numbers all afternoon here around number 16 because the top 16 will advance as we watch Aitor on his 3rd scoring wave. A little bit of style, a little bit of balance loss there, and he goes back down. It looks like for Aitor and for Tyler, they're into the quarterfinals. They are our 9s and 10 seeds. So this is a chance for our surfer in yellow and blue, for Jade Wheatley and for Lorraine Maroff to advance their position. They have a chance to move up. A lot of our surfers did improve their scores, especially on the lower end. But on the bubble side, only one surfer has advanced into the top 16 from the bottom 16. So if Jade and Loren, if they can have some outstanding rides here, and due to the small conditions, we have not been seeing that. The biggest wave score we've seen in the afternoon session in this round has come from a 4.6 from Ismail Goulet from Norway. And he had a 3.27 and a 4.6 with a 7.87 to move himself over Danielle Burt. So that's been the only advancement I have seen so far. And for some of these surfers, it's been heartbreaking to surf these smaller conditions. But, hey, everybody had to surf the same kind of conditions.
You know what? Heitor Francisena really knows how to please the crowd. If you saw him just kissing the air and the judges, Heitor, with that stylish surfing, you would never guess he is blind.
Yes.
Blind and born stoked, because he is just absolutely shredding. I mean, he looks like the time he's been spending in northern Spain is really paying off. He was talking to us earlier about his training grounds, and probably the coolest part about our interview, he was saying that he likes to surf at night to get away from the crowds. What inspiring folks. And up and riding, Marouf, you have the French accent down.
Oh, Loren Marouf.
Marouf. Cool. So from France, nice ride there. He's put something on the board to go with his 1.3. Looks like that's going to be his best ride coming in. One of the judges gave him a 3. We'll see what that final judge decides as they take their time to award these competitors. Again, because, you know, the small conditions and, you know, everyone on different watercraft, they're looking for the overall commitment. So, you know, that was a nice ride, and we'll see what the judges decide, as it is coming in with a 1.67, so that's going to be his highest wave score. He's in second right now, just with Heitor Francisena, who is a ultimate crowd pleaser.
Yeah, this is our third blind competitor competing in the stand division. You see Tyler Dixon heading back out. And Tyler comfortably in that top 16. He scored a 4.2 and a 3.47 earlier today, opening up his exchange here. Waves under the 2-point range here for Tyler, so he needs to improve on a 3.47 to better his situation, but he's in a comfortable situation. So the afternoon session has not been positive for our surfers out in the water, as they've been trying to do their best, and some of them have done so. But a majority are keeping their waves from the morning sessions. 13 minutes remaining, our final heat of the day for the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, live from La Jolla Shores. Day number 2 will not be tomorrow. The symposium and the meeting of the minds and grouping up of adaptive surfing around the world will be done at the CAF offices in downtown San Diego, and that's going to be a very enjoyable afternoon. And then we'll be back here on Sunday, wrapping up action with final rounds of the prone, the upright, and the assist, and then we'll move into quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals of all 4 of our divisions.
And Heitor with a beautiful ride here. I liked his skier stance. He had the full-on, you know, lean back arch going. And
look at him.
He loves it. He loves it.
He's a crowd pleaser, isn't he?
Oh, man, he's a smooth talker. You got to watch out for that guy. Definitely good spirit. And look at this nice ride. Heitor is blind, but he knows exactly where to snap that board. So he had a nice little maneuver in the beginning and just riding it pretty far, you know, taking it as far as you possibly could on that wave there. So Heitor is, he has the happy factor. I think he's the most stoked, and I gotta say, the judges are loving it. He has the highest wave score right now with the 4.43, way above the rest of the competitors at the current moment. But little leadership change with a 5.17. Jade Wheatley from Australia is your new leader in yellow.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is the highest wave score so far this afternoon on the afternoon session, a 5.17. That does better than Ishmael's wave from earlier in the heat number 1. So that's going to be very promising for Jade. And Jade's on the bubble right now. He's currently number 27 and needing to get into the top 16. So that 5.17, as we crunch the numbers here, is going to be matched up with his 2.03. That gives him a 7.2. He needs to get, let's see, 6/10. He needs a 2.7 now. So we're just trying to figure out the math. He's got a 2.33. That will better his situation. And let's see what that adds up to right now. He's got a 7.5. So again, now he needs a wave 2.3 from 8. He needs a 2.6 now, a 2.6, and very catchable, and he can move into the top 16. So let's watch Jade Wheatley in this heat from Australia. Jade, one of the last chances to get into the top 16.
Yeah, and just powering into that wave. Aitor, again, just staying super busy. And, we were talking earlier with Nancy from the Challenge Athletes Foundation. If you are not familiar with it, it is why we're here today. It is, they're not only one of the sponsors for the event, they actually flew out a lot of the competitors that didn't have the means to make it to San Diego. Their mission is to provide opportunity and support to people with physical challenges so that they can pursue active lifestyles, all through physical fitness and competitive athletics. So the Challenge Athletes Foundation believes that the involvement in sports at any level increases self-esteem, encourages independence, and enhances qualities of life. Does that sound like surfing to you?
Oh my God, yeah. Enhancing quality of life. I love that.
Yeah, it's so rad. Their vision is just absolutely amazing. And, just to reach out to physically challenged community by providing inspiration, awareness, and mentoring. Mentoring, I can't stress enough. It's one of the most important aspects of life, I would say. If you have a chance to be a mentor, it could, it doesn't mean you need 20 years of experience in anything. It's like just reaching out to someone that might, need someone, want to learn from you. It could be, like a young girl that has never surfed before in her life and just wants to get out on a wave, and just taking the time to be a mentor to someone will, it can, change lives. Like, think about all the mentors in your life, and just the fact that they took the time of day to teach you and show you the guiding light. As you see the some of the competitors on the beach here, we have a just stacked beach with the last and final heat, and there's still so many teams here cheering on their nation, and even the countries that don't have competitors in the water, they're still here. It's all about camaraderie, and I think that's the best part about the ISA events is the just overall support. It's not about the winning or losing. It's about giving it your all and putting the love you have for surfing, really allowing it to be contagious. And that's what we're here today to do, to share the stories of these competitive athletes, adaptive athletes. A lot of them are here for the first time. This is the first ever world championship for adaptive surfing. So thank goodness that ISA was able to throw everything together with the support of Hurley, Stance, and the Challenge Athletes Foundation. We are incredibly humbled by all the action here today, and just incredible stories, life-changing event.
And how about a round of applause for our volunteers today? The water safety, the CAF volunteers, the ones that came from Life Rolls On and from Access Surf, all the way from Hawaii, volunteering their time to help our athletes out in the water today.
Yeah, really amazing. We had volunteers super early. I think we got here at 7 o'clock, and there were volunteers showing up like ready to go, and just jumped in and started helping out with anything that was needed. And it's incredible. I think the the San Diego community has really shown up for this. The whole city of San Diego, the tourism board of San Diego, is a big sponsor and supporter here with the mayor, as we mentioned, wants to make sure adaptive surfing is back next year. And they're already so stoked with the event. And gosh, it's just all smiles, all laughs, all good vibes down here.
Yep, good camaraderie, good teammanship. There's we can see Team Hawaii being assisted over there as they're gearing up for a big day on Sunday. 5 minutes, 58 seconds remaining. Again, many thanks going out to our great sponsors, the CAF Foundation, the Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley, Stance, the City of San Diego, our supporting sponsors, Denton's, Indotech Designs, Northern Trust, Oliver McMillan, and of course, Natural High. Our media sponsors including Surfline, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, Surfers Village, Grandad Zero, and also being supported by the San Diego Tourism Authority, Autobach, Procopio, and the San Diego mission to get the Olympics in 2024. Wahoo Tacos, Freedom Innovations, Suja, and Rancho Valencia Resort and Spa. Without our great sponsors, we would not be down here today.
Yeah, so stoked for the support and the fact that this has all come together. It's absolutely amazing. And the stories are just, man, they're just really breaking the mold. You know, this is all about trying your best. It's all about the love of the sport, and just the fact that these guys are out there today, it's super inspiring. It's awesome, and you know, it just makes you think about like I know Simone was talking about earlier, if you have a day where you're just like, I don't really want to go surfing, I'm not really feeling it. Well, you think about all the people that can't go surfing. You know, like think about the challenges that these guys are going through, and they're still just super duper stoked. And look at this. I mean, Aitor can't see, and he's frothing out, and he's going, you know, he's going all in. As you see, up and riding white. That's Tyler Dixon from the USA. Yeah, Tyler almost got in a collision there with Aitor earlier, and Aitor is really on fire right now. A 5.67, a 4.43, and he may even do better than his last 4.43. We needed one more judge to punch in a score. And we'll see if Aitor can improve his margin. And yes, he has moved back into first place. So our surfer from Spain, even though his affliction he can't see, well, he scores a 4.2, so not one of his top two. But an amazing surfer out in the water with 3.5 minutes remaining. So amazing. Aitor is just so inspiring, and I think that passion he has for surfing has just led to you know how much energy he has out there. He's just frothing out and super hyped up, and just incredible. You know, if anyone has night surfed, you know how hard it is to surf without sight. It is terrifying at points. You know, you get a little spooked out. Sometimes if you go out on a full moon, you can kind of see the face of the wave maybe, or if it, you know, the moon's backlit. It's really difficult to surf at night, and Aitor is proving otherwise. He is showing, you know, he's showing everyone there on the beach what he can do without his sight. It's absolutely incredible. It seems like he knows exactly where to be on the wave. And again, if he's assisted, there's no push. He's just told maybe which way to go. He's not told what to do on the wave. You know, if he has a coach, maybe his coach is probably helping him with a few different things of, you know, say what he could improve on. But it is Aitor's overall decision to go and what to do once he is up and riding. It's all him. So right now we have Wheatley in yellow from Australia. Yeah, and Jade needs a 2.7. I'm trying to crunch the numbers here to get him in the top 16. He gets a 2.43, so just under the required minimum. And so Jade is just and he's only got about 2 minutes remaining here. As we wind down the final heat of the day, we've been on the competition here since 8 o'clock this morning with 4 different divisions seeing action in the water.
It has been the stand division, which is in the second round. We saw first round competition both in the upright, in the prone, and in the assist division. The second round of the upright, prone, and assist division will come on Sunday morning, and then we'll move into quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals for all 4 of our disciplines. 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining. Again, Jade Wheatley needs a wave 2.7 or better to get into the top 16 and to elevate himself into Sunday's surf.
Yeah, Sunday's going to be a big day of action. Obviously, the crowd on the beach is going to be hyped up, and we might have a little bit more on tap here for the competitors. So we did see some better conditions in the morning, so hopefully we get that lucky again on Sunday. But let's see, we've got a little paddle battle as 2 of the competitors look to ride this wave, and Aitor is going to be up and riding on his forehand. He's took a little turn on that one and just gonna squeeze that one out for all it's worth.
Aitor with a 5.67 and a 4.43. He's already in the top 10. He's a blind surfer, and he's competing amongst his peers in the stand division. Now, he's not competing against all other blind surfers. He's competing against sightseeing, adaptive surfers in the stand division.
He's also one of the more experienced surfers.
Oh, yeah, he was a coach for the Spanish surfing team with Aritzaran Baru and Aitor Aneko.
Yeah, and
Aneko Lucero, excuse me.
Tyler Dixon up and riding. I like that twerked back leg. It's pretty rad to see these guys and what they can do. Even with the prosthetics, I mean, gosh, what champions. Everyone down here today is a champion.
Oh, yeah. History was made today, and there's the sound of the final horn rounding out competition in day number 1 of the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. And we've been presented by the Challenge Athletes Foundation, Hurley Stance, and the City of San Diego. My name is Bo Hodge, along with Shen and Marie Quirk, and Simon Salazar. Has been our great honor, and we're going to get everybody on camera here. Simon just took a dip in the water. And Simon, how did it feel out there to cool off in the ocean?
It's so good. The water is so warm, but at the same time, it's kind of refreshing, because it's been a long day. And thank you very much to everyone who was with us all day long. And maybe see you Sunday.
Yeah, we're going to be here on Sunday again, we're going to have the second round of the upright, the prone, and the assist division. Then we'll have quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals of all 4 of our disciplines. For all of the staff here at the ISA, for Fernando Aguirre, thank you for tuning in. You have been watching live action of the 2015 ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships being brought to you by CAF, by Hurley, by Stance, and the City of San Diego. For all of the staff here, aloha till Sunday, and we'll see you at possibly 7 in the morning for a morning show and a preview of what's coming up. Aloha.
Aloha. See you then.
Good job, guys.